and I was backing in.
That's why they're that high.
That's why we got concrete bases on them.
Thanks.
Well, now you went over that
Yeah.
pole.
I'd have missed the pole. It was the concrete thing sticking out, I hit. Hey, Terry. Hi.
What I didn't,
Messages in my car.
I didn't look at all of the capital items on these things to make sure that they are on there.
I think they probably are. Brian could probably confirm that.
I figured I could just ask. All of the capital items on the different department budgets, are they all?
Yeah, the only thing that should be is that it's a little different is in solid waste.
Yeah.
Um,
There was a lot on solid waste.
Joe.
Yeah, you have a complete.
Yeah,
There's a small change.
I got that on the 6 o'clock yesterday morning, it was fantastic.
it's been a tough travel week.
Yeah, sorry about the Thursday meeting at Sherburne and everything, but.
Okay, yeah, we had a nice, we had a good
It's
meeting.
got the whole.
Yeah.
Finance department.
I was more curious, how do we capital progress committee thing on Wednesday?
Because I didn't see
I mean,
that.
that's really, to me, the
It was a
biggest,
3-minute.
So the outline, this one I'm doing, because we're advancing this right here.
come on.
And this is actually, instead of 500, is 426. That's the only change.
Right. Here's a copy of it, from there. Packet. Great. That was in. Moved on to the next item.
Wow.
And that's what we were talking about.
I mean, that strikes me as much more the elephant in the room than anything else.
No. Okay.
You're sitting in the Phil Gallagher chair.
You know, that said,
I'm gonna go to the Bob Euchre chair.
go to the Euchre seat. Way over there, way out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, well, so, but, you know, we've already had a discussion with the water company. Not happy.
Hey, Steven. Have you ever read any of the emails across the parents? Just curious, 'cause I walk past them all the time, obviously. In the woods. So, and now you can see better because the trees are not leaning, so when you go past it, you can see the garden a little bit.
When they rebuilt that fence along Campbell House Lane, we'll have to have Henry grew up on the opposite side on Mill Street.
Yeah.
He was there in middle school, high school. He used to tell me that he'd walk through the gardens and this is very special to visit. And it was pretty cool. I
Yeah.
don't know, you still.
It's a big English garden, so it's kind of just cool to see it. I've never seen anyone in that house. Every now and then I see a car parked like down to the stairwell right there off that Candle House, is the other one, the next one over, no, I guess. And, little car. kind
There's
of
a little
tucked in
car
there.
that tucks in there.
Yeah, but I've never,
I wish I did some renovation work in one of the rooms and I find one there with some wallpaper.
Brian is excited to see here.
I don't know how you know how to wallpaper once it's up, you know, if it's salvaged, was it reused or what is the value for that kind of thing?
must have been gold.
It's the gold.
It must have been gold. Be interesting to see.
How are you? Good, how are you? I struggled to get back as you did.
Pardon me?
Spent the night on Hyannis
No.
before.
I think everybody has trouble
Good
this
stories this
past
week,
week.
yeah.
Oh, I met with, Lauren yesterday. She knows a lot.
Yeah.
And she's really good at taking something very complicated and saying, here's five things you need to know. And why you need to know. She did an excellent job with that. People can't do that. She was very good.
Well, I think,
Not that I really know a lot.
yeah,
Morning. Good.
well, I think we're gonna get a lot more.
No, you wouldn't, they go by the calendar.
Your addition to the other day.
It's
It's pretty interesting what's going on.
It is actually pretty interesting. I reached out to some of my students buddies to get their information in general, so.
Are they in that, they're in that segment of the market, aren't they? With their,
Siemens, owned
we
It's
own
installed 70% of the offshore wind in the world.
Okay, so they have, I was pretty sure they were,
Yeah,
I knew they were on wind, I didn't know, the offshore part is what's different, because a lot of companies, tried to take an onshore turbine in paradise.
right. No, Siemens is in all energy, all forms of energy, and also.
Well, what I was struck with, and it's pretty interesting when you talk about companies,
Columbus, Ohio was.
the ones that are, well, the ones that I'm drawn to are the ones that are very professional, very polished and big, and the kinds of organizations I've been used to dealing with.
Yeah.
The ones that aren't are rinky dink and it shows up and you don't. You're talking about a $1 billion investment. We wonder whether they've got the capability to pull it off. And that's the challenge of vineyard. They just haven't had much horsepower.
It'll be interesting. Yes, I'll see on that on Wednesday.
And, when Equinor showed up with Statoil, they were, and I don't know the Shell people, but I can't imagine, having worked with Shell before, I can't imagine they can.
Mine wasn't canceled because I was leaving on Monday.
Well, we have a quorum, so I am going to start.
Well, depending on what you're doing, school, going to same.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, I have a couple.
Good morning, Diana.
Morning. Morning. Hi, Alex. Hi, Sheila.
Calls.
Everybody's like, Melissa.
We kind of
We finished the budget and everything gave to herself. What is that?
at least they go around. Yeah, do tomorrow.
Good for her. Yeah, we can call it shade.
Make sure your microphones are on.
Hello, yes.
Good morning, everyone. I think we'll get started, it being 8:30. Call our Finance Committee meeting to order on the, excuse me, the 26th of January, 8:30. I think everybody except Peter sort of knows the drill. It's not that complicated, but we're going to listen to our various departments. And I think just a reminder, we're interested in looking what we've been calling exceptions, staffing, big increases in capital or operating expenses, and the like. We're not here to count pencils and tell people how many pencils they should have or not have. So anyway, and the other thing would be respectful of the time commitment that we've and try to move forward and stay on schedule. Town manager is here. Good morning. Assistant town manager is here. Good morning. Brian. Good morning. Staff up there. Hi, guys. There's coffee and suites up there if your energy flags. So with that, Chief Pittman, good morning. Thank you for coming.
Chairman,
Appreciate
thank you
it.
very much.
What we've generally done is we've got a couple of, generally two people from our committee who are basically focused in on particular departments. So I think Stephen and Joanna are two folks that are probably going to lead the discussion. So anyway. It's all yours.
Okay, do you just want to bring us through the budget and then we can go with questions afterward?
Sure. I'll just go through the exceptions. You want the capital items included in this, right?
Please.
The discussion, okay. So for our exceptions this year, we've asked for an additional police officer. That's based on several needs. Obviously, our staffing level's been very challenging, but also the recent staffing study completed by the company that reviewed the entire town actually recommended, I believe, 2 additional police officers, 1 police officer and 1 detective. I think it's too early to decide if it's going to be a detective or a police officer. We just need a body at this point. That's a $63,000 increase. We're asking to upgrade one of a position in the harbor master's office that we call the beach maintainer. We're asking to upgrade that position to an assistant harbor master. The reason for this is kind of multifaceted, but the bottom line is the title gives more authority and responsibility by law than what a beach maintainer gets. For instance, assistant harbor masters are empowered to enforce certain provisions of state law that deal with boating safety, maritime issues, things like that, where beach maintainers don't. And what we found with our beach maintainer was it was creating some staffing issues where trying to keep an assistant harbor master on duty all the time was more challenging, and we would be without somebody with the proper authority when needed at that point. So I think that would put everybody that is basically working together, doing the same jobs at the same level. That's a $14,200 increase. And then we're asking for an additional lifeguard supervisor. This is a position, the lifeguard program, as you know, is it's one of those that right now you think we're doing nothing with the program right now. We don't have anybody on the beach, but there's a lot of preparation, training, equipment, rehabilitation, getting equipment, all kinds of things that go on all winter long. The assistant harbor masters are doing that, but then in May it gets to be a real crunch, and then we have 50 lifeguards show up, and we had 2 supervisors to deal with it. And when you're working on a schedule, it would be better to have somebody focus overall and then have 2 different shift supervisors to deal with the scheduling of that. And Sheila can give you more information about what you'll use it for, but that would be a $23,500 increase, and that's just a seasonal position. Operating expense increase, the only thing we're asking for is we worked really hard last year after the white shark attacks on the Cape. We are actually, I think, Sheila and her crew have led the Southeastern Mass the way this problem has been addressed for a long time. We've been at the forefront with figuring out how, a protocol in place for if a shark is at or near one of our beaches, how to get warning out, things like that. But last year it became even more real when there was the attacks up on the Cape, and became very apparent we really have to do something. So we started researching all the different areas where they've been dealing with this for years, mainly up and down the Florida coast. And there's really only 3 things that really work in dealing with this problem. One is you got to let people know about the problem. So working with the Atlantic Coast Shark Conservancy, I think it's called, they've developed a kind of a standardized signage system for sharks to give people information at beaches of what they need to do, what they need to look out for, and the chances they should or shouldn't be able to take. And we put some of these signs up a couple years ago. Within days, they were gone. So $10,000 looks like a lot of money. Really, most of that money is for a system to prevent them from being stolen. and it's not the signs themselves.
What
So
kind of system do you have in mind?
not real sure yet. We'll figure something out.
Chain or something?
No, probably in a box,
Okay.
type, like frame type thing,
Right.
rather than just tacked to a post. So
Unbelievable.
I think there's, where is it, up at, not Steps, up at, up off Eel Point Road, there's one up there that kind of has stood the test of time that's built into more of a frame. So, in our capital items are, $495,000 for the harbor master, the industry road layup, yard and workshop. This money does not include a building, it's just strictly site work. At the end of this, expenditure here, we'll have a prepared surface, a flat, hard, not concrete, but stone surface, that's flat. It's secured with fence, and all the appropriate utilities will be installed and in place, ready for some type of a structure to be built out there. And we're talking about like a metal building type thing, so that the harbor master can do a lot of the work they are forced to do in April and May. They can be doing it all winter long out there at their facility out there. Right now, a lot of this stuff that is would be out here is sitting in a yard up in Surfside, in a neighborhood, residential neighborhood, that one of our lifeguard houses. It's where we store all of our chain, our buoys, our lifeguard stands, or many of the coffin boxes, things like that. This would be a place out in the industrial area where that would be out of a residential area, and much better, more secure. Our next biggest expenditure is a public safety auxiliary building, which would be out here. It's basically it's a maintenance facility for the police and fire. It's been in the plans since the beginning of this building here. Funding just always keeps coming up short, and I think we finally have the infrastructure in place. They've got the companies here. We'd like to move forward with that project. And Charlie can answer more questions specific about that if you need them. Maintenance, seasonal housing building, this is $950,000 expense. This is out in Sconset. This is the Loran facility we have for the CSOs and the reserve officers. The building needs new windows, doors. We'd like to redo the paint or whatever. The concrete's deteriorating. It's a concrete block structure. We'd like to have that clad in some type of like shingled on the outside or something to protect it. It's got a really good roof in place. Doesn't need any more roofing. I think we had that done back in the early 2000s. But it's time for the windows and doors to be replaced. And that facility gives us enough housing for 36 CSOs and reserve officers in the summer. It's why we were able to have a viable summer program here. And when you go to the summary page for the budget, oops. Summary page for the police department, you'll notice the biggest increases are payroll and salary. That's 6.4%. That's a combination of two things. I believe it's the new position, and it's the contractual increases that were approved in a contract this past year, which included a retro provision. Medicare tax, it's self-explanatory.
Chief, can I just ask while we're on this,
Yep.
are we on track? You know, if I look at the FY 16, 17, 18 actuals for payroll, they're remarkably consistent, and then we jump about 20% to the 19 budget. Are we on track to spend all that money?
Well,
Or do we
our
have-
payroll line is a hard one to track because of our vacancy problem.
Right.
And in this last fiscal year, at one point, beginning of the year, we had 16 police officers. They're not truly vacant because some people were at the academy, but they weren't on the street. They weren't useful to the town. We were paying people to be away, and out of an authorized strength of 40. And so this 20% increase in the last 2 years, we've increased let's see, we've increased three positions in the last 2 fiscal years. So that is part of that 20% increase. And plus, we've had the overtime has just been out of control for the last 2 years in terms of filling the
because you
vacant
haven't
positions.
had the guys or the men and women on the street.
Right.
They've been unavailable.
Right.
So over the last 2 years, we've got just shy of 30% increase in the budgeted expense for payroll. And I'm wondering if those are mostly on vacant positions, or if it's a. Do you have any idea what the split is between?
I don't.
No.
But isn't the relative figure of merit is your actuals in 18? I mean, we're authorizing these positions, they go into the budget, and then you have trouble filling them, so.
Well, the budget number reflects as if we had full employment.
Full employment.
So,
Don't we always do that? We usually have 2 or 3, I mean, in the past, where we budgeted.
well, we can't, we budget 2 or 3 vacancies a year, but we've had, like I said, right now I've got 5 that just got on the street. We started with 6, 1 just left a week ago. I've got 6 more that we sent to an academy in October. Right now there's 5 left there. So, and then we've got 3 vacancies that we have not filled yet, 3 counting this new position, if it's approved, that we're getting ready to tender 2 offers to fill the 2 known vacancies, and then we're preparing to tender an offer to somebody for the July 1 vacancy if we get it approved.
So
And
then you're saying that it's going to be all full, oh, you'll be
We're-
full.
We're full, but again, the 5 that were left from a previous academy, they just got released on solo patrol, so that's been a huge, just in the last few weeks, that's been a huge improvement here. The 5 more, they won't be back, that are in the academy now, they won't be back until April, and then they've got 14 weeks of riding with another officer after that, minimum 14 weeks. And then these 3, if we do send 3, there's an academy starting on the Cape, hopefully, in July. And it'll be 6 months at the academy, so we won't see them again until December. And then hopefully by next summer, provided we don't lose anybody. But if you looked at our staffing, I've done a 6-year study of where everybody's gone once they've left here. And the majority of the guys have gone to other departments. But the 2 biggest departments that have taken most of our officers are Mashpee, Dennis, the 3 biggest, and Yarmouth. And guess what 3 departments just announced big hiring pushes? Mashpee's hiring 5 people in the next, that they anticipate sending to an academy in July. Dennis is going to hire 3, and Yarmouth's hiring 3. I have no idea if they're coming from here or not, but I can almost guarantee they probably will.
Is it, Chief, is it because there's frankly not enough crime here? It's not interesting
No,
enough?
I wish that was the case.
It's a high-class problem.
Yeah, it's, no, the problem, quite frankly, is we pay comparable wages
Right.
to what they make elsewhere. We went through a contract
Okay.
negotiation in which we made a big point about, being comparable to other communities, but the fact is, it's not a livable wage
Right.
here.
Right.
And so they can go to Mashpee and they can get paid the same amount of money, and they can be like they got a 30% pay raise.
Correct.
And plus there's a lot of other things that go with that, like right now, try to go buy a hamburger somewhere,
Yeah.
And it's one thing for a citizen, it's another thing for a police officer to have to go to the same place every day.
Yeah.
And sitting at the table next to him is the guy they just hooked up for OUI the night before.
Yeah.
It's a challenge, but a lot of them are willing to do it. I still go by the, 1/3 of the people we hire won't be here in 3 years. I just know that because the island won't be for them. 1/3 really want to be here, but they can't find that, the combination of things that make it possible. And then something else like, Mashpee comes along and offers them the equivalent position. Actually, they do less work there than they do here because they're more compartmentalized. And then the other third, used to be the other third, would absolutely make it. And, the housing's not the big issue for the police officers. that are leaving us. All kinds of people have housing for police officers. Everybody wants a police officer to live in their
Sure.
garage or their apartment, whatever.
Sure.
It becomes an issue down the line in 7 to 10 years. That's when the guys get here for 10 years. That's when they start
Yeah.
realizing that, oh, wait, I don't like living in a basement anymore. I want to get that 3-bedroom Cape Cod and 2 acres, so can't get it on Nantucket. But initially, it's quite frankly, what pulls them away are 2 things: family and the affordable wage.
Thank you.
Yep.
So to Stephen's point, then, the budget, the payroll budget, you expect to spend that money?
Oh, absolutely.
sounds like
every
it.
bit of it.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question out of ignorance? My name is Peter Schaefer.
Yeah,
Chief, why did the revenue for parking fines go down $100,000 from 2018 to 2019?
let me go to that.
Timing.
Yeah.
Was it just timing?
Timing.
Okay.
It's going to be coming in. We did a lot of looking back to people who owed money, had overdue fines. We went after car rental agencies and a lot, so we did see sort of a big hit plus side last fiscal year because we did some backtracking past due amounts. That and associated with just the timing of how checks come in from the county because our processing usually, our averages are usually pretty consistent. We'll see a spike from last fiscal year because of that going after some past due. We're currently on track.
Thank you.
I have a question about the lifeguards. How long are they here from?
There's 2 groups. There's what we call the regular normal seasonal hire, which is generally they start middle of June essentially, and they get on the beach. They go through what they call beach week. It's actually almost 2 weeks now because of the required training. But then they are scheduled to hit the beach before the 4th of July. Hopefully by July 1. Sheila likes to get them out there the weekend before the 4th if possible. And then there's the long group, which is we hire, I don't know, Sheila's at 6 or something like that, that we keep that are here for 15-week span. They actually stay, they come at the beginning and they stay beyond Columbus Day or to Columbus Day. And they're not actually sitting in a lifeguard stand, but they're out on the South Shore primarily. Wherever they need to be, they're either in a truck and or ATVs going up and down the beach because there's still plenty of beach goers at the beach at that time of the year. But after Columbus Day, it pretty much drops off to just a few.
With the shark situation, are we
Yep.
concerned about having enough lifeguards from those last 2 weeks in August to the first 2 weeks in September where there seems to be that break when there's not, like there's not a lifeguard on Cisco Beach on Labor Day weekend?
Right. What happens is as they start going back to college, we start losing them. So it is a concern. The bigger concern is it's not just at those beaches. It's all up and down the whole South Shore. You know, the problem is it's gone from where we used to just have guys at Belvedere Beach or Cisco Beach or one of the other Surfside Beach. Now they're literally up and down the whole South Shore because they're at Belvedere Beach and somebody up in Madcasham gets in trouble in a rip or something. They're calling, and these lifeguards are now having to respond up to there to perform the rescue. And it's amazing how they do it. And between the CSOs that we have on ATVs, on the beaches, who sometimes transport those lifeguards, and the lifeguards that are assigned, we have assigned ATVs to the South Shore that are, if you see them at some of the lifeguard stands, the reason for that is so that they can do those away from the lifeguarded beach rescues.
But do we need more? Do we need more support during that 4-week period? Because that's also the time when the
We
ocean
need
is
it, but I don't know how we
warmest.
get it.
You know?
The staffing's the problem, getting them. We don't have enough housing for a lot more of them. We've got 3 houses that we currently use, and that can only provide housing for what, Sheila, about half your staff?
Yes.
About half the lifeguard staff. And so housing's a limitation. The other thing is just getting enough applicants. We've been kind of lucky we've always had an adequate number of applicants, but last year, Massachusetts had an extreme shortage of trained lifeguards. And one of the things that we pursued was, Sheila got this certification a couple of years ago, was the U.S. Life Saving Association certification, brought more skills to them. We kind of thought that what that did, though, is it made our current lifeguards marketable in the winter and to go to other places. We thought it would kind of draw more people to us in the summer. Didn't work out that way. We really haven't seen an influx, although we do have a much higher level, higher quality lifeguards. What we need to do, there are other things that can be done, and we're exploring these things about the sharks. One is, there's really three things, as I mentioned, that you can do. One is the signage, the information. That's the number one thing. Number two is live aerial observations. Sharks, you can see them. Generally, marine life kind of clusters in certain areas, and it generally stays there because they're where the food is. Generally stays there until overnight movements, and it'll go somewhere else, that kind of thing. So sometimes doing flyovers and finding out where they're at and letting the staff know, so they, the people on Nobody know that there's some of them up at Great Point or something that have been seen. The other thing is the Atlantic Coastal Shark Conservancy is working on a system of buoys that they've got one up in Monomoy now that they're tagging sharks, and they're actually right now down in Virginia tagging sharks that will be up here this summer. And these buoys, they give real-time alert that there's a tagged shark in the area. Okay. And the problem with that is only 1% of sharks are tagged. So, it doesn't mean all sharks, but some of them, but eventually they'll get more. And when they get to that point, we really need to look at if the town needs, whether they're going to pursue, the state's going to pursue that buoy system, or can the town help with that in the future sometime. But right now, it's not quite worth it.
Do you have a formal arrangement with the airport and pilots spotting?
No. There's they're really, pilots that are on approach to Nantucket are really not in a position to be sitting there and looking at the ground and everything. But there are some like a couple guys who go out and do tuna spotting, and Sheila's in touch with them all the time. And if they do a flyover and see something, as a matter of fact, one of them even offered to do a daily flyover for us, and he obviously wanted us to reimburse his cost, but we have to look and see what that's going to be. And that would be something worth considering in the future if it could work out.
So I know I'm getting on in years. I used to be a lifeguard at Surfside for a number of years.
Did they have K-Pock things back then?
You don't want to know this. Sheila doesn't want to know the stories.
Yeah, I think we'll be suggesting you fill those last few weeks.
And aside from the fact that I would occasionally identify a seagull as a shark and get people out of the water, we actually, folks flying in, particularly on that approach over the water to the airport, because it's so deep in there, that tended to be where, and we would actually get calls. We didn't have mobile phones, but the head of lifeguards would come out and say,
semaphore, right?
Yeah, basically. And it, who knows whether it, the only thing it probably did was to just scare the hell out of us to know there were so many sharks sitting in amongst, but.
Well, they follow the seals, or don't they?
That's kind of the conventional wisdom, is wherever you got the seals, they're like popcorn to the sharks.
Yeah.
So they'll follow them up and down, and then where you got more seals, you're going to have more sharks.
Yeah.
Seal population starts to decline, the shark population will decline.
Chief, can I ask you a different question? If you were at full employment, that would lower the overtime that your current officers are making, correct?
It would.
Wouldn't that be another problem?
It would be a problem. And we're actually kind of experiencing not the overtime problem at this moment, but the other thing that helps the guys that have committed to staying here is all of the details that they work. But at the same time, that's one of the things that helps them in that decision to go to Mashpee, because they can make good money. If you look at the annual report, paid very well, but they have to work 80 hours a week to do that. And you know what? You can do that for a while.
Yeah.
After a while, it gets real old.
Yeah.
And especially when everybody else is having a great time on the great island of Nantucket, and all you're doing is working. It's a problem.
Chief, a
Do
quick
we own
question.
those-
Oh,
go ahead.
sorry, Cliff. You want to go?
Do we own those buildings out at the Loran?
We do.
We do?
Mhm.
And the building you're talking about out here for maintenance, didn't we, with the fire station budget, and I know it came up, we didn't see it, and then we saw it, where we were gonna have another building to store the vehicles along with this fire station building? Was that not, is that not part of what you're talking about?
That's not part of it, no. That I don't think is going forward.
Okay.
What we're looking at, see out there at, if you're out in Wisconsin at the Loran building, you know that far out building that is out there? Okay, it's in the process of being tore down.
Oh.
And there's a group of residents who have, from Tom Nevers, I think, who have put together, who have funded that to have it tore down. It's an eyesore. It's a hazard in many ways. And part of the plan was they were going to put up a metal building someplace, because we do store all the bicycles. We collect like 100 and some abandoned or discarded bicycles every year. And that's where we stored them, was out in that building. And they were going to put up another facility or a metal building or something for us to put them in. And at one point, we were talking about doing it right over here next to the other one. I don't know if that's still in the works or whatever, but this other thing is completely different. This one, actually, you can do some levels of maintenance in and things like that.
What do we do with the bikes?
Well, we try to have an auction every year, and then what generally happens is when we have that auction, it's usually about every 2 years time we do it. We'll generally have maybe 15 or 20 of them sell, and the rest of them, one guy will buy them all up and haul them off for junk.
Quick question on the harbor master budget, the repair and maintenance line, 350 grand for fiscal 18 and 19 and 20. Fairly big jump over the previous years.
I have 2 words for that: town pier.
Town pier.
Yeah.
That is, we've tried. If you remember, a few years ago, we implemented a maintenance plan. We were wanting to, basically every year replace a few planks, replace a couple of pilings. The goal was that every 20 years the town pier would kind of go through a renewal process. And since the beginning of that, since that proposal, we've spent not one dime on maintenance. It's all been on repair due to storm and other catastrophic damages. Now we're finally, I think, getting ahead of the curve here a little bit. We're in the process, as you know, of we got an engineer. We're going to have a meeting another week. It's going to come out with the final recommendation on what needs to be done with the floating pier system. We're looking at something called a wave attenuator. We may or may not need that, but it's something that it's a device that can be installed out there that can reduce the impact of ocean waves that are coming into the town pier. Based on whatever they've determined from doing this wave energy study, we can make a decision on how to proceed with the town pier, whether it should be concrete, whether we can replace it with the wood that's there, whether we need to put a standing pier up for the whole thing. I don't know what the options are going to be yet, but we hope to move forward. We are moving forward at town meeting with funding one of those options that they're going to present, so that we can get some start the replacement of it next fall.
Great, thanks, Jim.
Nothing for me.
Great. Joanna, you have any more
Nope,
questions?
I'm good.
Chief, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sheila and Charlie, thank you for getting up and coming in this morning.
Morning.
Chief Murphy, good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am good.
Do you know everybody on the committee? We usually have
Your nameplates.
nameplates, but we don't. Cliff Williams, Denise Crono,
Good
Stephen
morning.
Moreno, Joanna Roach, Peter Schaefer, who you may not know, and Joe Grouse. And we're missing 2 members today, so anyway. I think following sort of how we, and you were here last year, right?
Yep.
Last year was your first go round. Yeah. So if you would just take us through, as I think you know, we're trying to focus on exceptions, staffing, increase in expenses, capital program. But it would also be beneficial, I think, if you would start with just a quick review of, particularly, you've been in the position now for a year and a half or so, sort of where you've been and where you're going. So
Yeah, so last year's budget, kind of threw into it a little bit. I had some fun with someone before when I served as interim, but last year's budget was kind of a feeling the budget, see where we were. And this year was a little more of knowing where I wanted to go, a little bit more. When we dive into what we accomplished from last year, we've taken in our year, we've purchased our first year of the capital program, our first 10 replacement SCBA packs, bringing us into compliance. A lot of our packs will be out of compliance within the next couple of years, and this program will bring those up to date. Safer, lighter, more ergonomic packs for the firefighters to use in less than ideal environment situations. That was from last year. We're also moving forward on the ALS program. Right now, there's 6 people currently enrolled in a paramedic class that's on island. That money was appropriated last year out of the ambulance reserve account. One wonderful thing that happened this past year is I was asked to serve on a committee for the hospital for community health initiative programs. When I got on that committee, I started talking about what the department was doing. They encouraged me to apply for a grant for the CHIP money for the hospital. The hospital was gracious enough under that program, they provided tuition for the program. So that was an appropriation that now has been funded elsewhere, which is going to allow me a lot more flexibility with the second half of the program, which is the students going over for hospital time to do their clinicals and the travels and overnights and stay like that, the associated costs. So that was a large portion of a grant that was given to the department to fund that. So that was a wonderful thing. Going forward this year for our positions, there's 2 positions for firefighter positions and a half-time position for an administrative position in my budget for this year coming up. The idea behind the 2 firefighter positions is that they would work day shifts. Days are our busiest times. Right now, our full staffing is at 6 firefighters per shift. We run 4 shifts. The vacation days and sick days, we're not always at that staffing. My general seniority average of my shifts or my personnel is probably somewhere between 8 and 15 years. So that provides the benefits of that time and position. So between vacation time and sick time, we're not always at full staff. When we're at full staff at 6 firefighters, we're able to put 2 pieces of equipment on the road at a time. My staffing right now during the winter time, I can go down to 3. I can put 1 piece on the road. During the summertime, my staffing is at 4. I can put 1 piece on the road. So that's kind of where we're looking at by adding those day positions to start to alleviate some of that callback and provide the availability to get that second piece of apparatus on the road for when that call happens.
So if we had 2 fires at the same time, we'd have a problem.
If we had 2 fires at the same time at any point in time, regardless of my staffing on, I'd have a problem. We simply don't have the personnel to fight 2 fires at the same time. On average, if we have a fire at any point in time, I'll have 13 people on scene. If we're everywhere else in the world, you'd have 50. So the personnel, whether they're full-time or call, within the fire department, go above and beyond doing more with less than any other department in the Commonwealth, in my opinion.
Out of my ignorance again for being new on the committee,
Nope.
do we have a volunteer group in addition to the paid?
We do. We got about 13 currently in the process over the past 2 months to try to do some recruit and possibly bring in some more call people. They're paid per call, but the problem like that is no different than the national issue of volunteerism and people breaking away their time in order to provide training or to attend training to become certified to do the job. And it's not just an EMT, it's the fire side too.
Peter, would you just pull your microphone closer when you talk? Thanks.
So that, those 2 positions hopefully will help us alleviate that. And then the part-time administrative assistants, we've been doing a lot more. Right now I have 1 person who does all the payroll, all the bills, all the accounts receivables, and everything. And also the scheduling for 2 fire inspectors, which includes smoke detector inspections and certificate of occupancy inspections. And we're currently going forward with the fire prevention division of the department, which is 2 inspectors. One that focuses on residential and the other that focuses on commercial, doing more of what's mandated by us by code. And that's going to put a lot more pressure. So this other position will also provide some backup duplicity of services, but also the main focus of what I see this half-time position being is scheduling for fire prevention.
Chief, a couple of quick questions. Are the new positions, did they come out of the staffing study, or is that?
They're partially out of the staffing study. I had asked for them. I had my
Prior.
errors early, but the Novak study backed up my ask for those positions.
And it's perhaps too soon to tell, but is there anything in that you're aware of in the legislation around short-term rentals and the registration of properties that's going to drive more demand from your staff?
I hope
for it?
not. There is the local option for the inspections. If we were asked to inspect all the short-term rentals, as well as what we're already charged with now, we'd have to hire a 3rd inspector.
Do you guys know if that's in the legislation or the requirements? Okay.
I think that was primarily going to be handled by the health departments, unless there's some fire code.
There's a lot of fire code. If you look at a lot of the incidents worldwide with Airbnbs, it's usually carbon monoxide detectors and
Yep.
fire safety issues. It's that come forward with that. And that's our purview.
So there's code issues with respect to different, is there fire suppression that's required if you're renting a house, or?
No, it'd just
No.
be making sure. So no different now is what's called the 26F inspection on a real estate transfer, which we go in and inspect and make sure that the house meets code as it is applicable when it was built or when it was last remodeled. Different years and different time ranges require different smoke detectors. If you go into a house that was built 30 years ago, it's a very minimalist. The addition of the CO regulations, the carbon monoxide regulations require that if you have a carbon monoxide producing device, propane or oil within your house, you have to add those to each livable floor. If you go into a house that's built today, there is so many smoke detectors as a matter of safety as they're on every level. There's carbon monoxide on every level. There's smoke detectors outside of bedrooms. There's smoke detectors inside of bedrooms. There's certain smoke detectors that you can only use within certain feet of a bathroom or a kitchen. And it gets very complicated. And that's why it's important that we're in these residences when they sell to make sure they meet code. Because so often if you walk into a house, people have removed all the smoke detectors. That's why we're charged with doing rooming house inspections and the like. So it's a large issue. So that's my positions, those 3 positions. Operational expenses, one thing I asked for, and back in May I was fortunate enough to go to the National Fire Academy in Emmitsburg, and I actually did my presentation on this kind of idea. Was a training line item, significant increase to my budget. Our department has never had a training line item. It's always come out of somewhere else, professional services or something. Professional development in my department has been lacking for a long time. Some people have tried to, in my previous predecessors, have strived to, but make it better, but it's really difficult if you don't have the funding line. So now having this funding line will be rather large availability to moving my department forward. Not to mention that if we send somebody, one person to the fire academy for recruit training, it's around $19,000. And a large portion of that is hotel costs, because the academy doesn't cost anything. If I send two, it's a lot cheaper because of the arrangement I have with the hotel is that we get a 2-bedroom for less than a single bedroom. So as much sense as that makes, I'll take every advantage I can get. So it's about $25,000 to send 2 people, just to give you an idea.
Where is the academy?
In Stowe, Mass.
Okay.
A replacement of a fire truck, the fire alarm superintendent's truck. This is going to be my fire prevention officer in charge of commercial. It's kind of a change in just a name, but duties will be the same. Our fire alarm municipal system has been decommissioned, so the telegraph boxes are no longer working, and that used to be the main focus of that job. Now the focus of that job will be plan review, outreach to commercial businesses, sprinklers, fire alarms, mercantile inspections, boarding house and rooming house inspections we have to do quarterly. There's a lot of work in that position. And that's a replacement of that car, which is, off the top of my head, I can't remember, but I believe it's early 2000s, maybe 90s. Another administrative car to the fleet. Right now, currently, the captain on duty doesn't have a car. So if the staff needs to go out who's working duty, they're taking out an ambulance. And that's undue wear on an ambulance we really don't need to have. The other operational expense is a new CPR device. It's a mechanical CPR device. We've purchased 2 in the past, and we're looking to do a third one. Then my capital items is the second year of the SCBA replacement. Replace our additional ALS equipment, for buying ALS equipment for the new service that I hope will be in place come the fall. A replacement of our ambulance, which is the ambulance 1. It's our oldest ambulance. The replacement schedule for the ambulances now are every 8 years. We have 4 ambulances currently, so that means every 2 years we're replacing an ambulance, and that fund comes out. Those funds come out of the ambulance reserve account. And the last big dollar number is the replacement of engine 7. That truck currently is in Sconset. That truck is a 1988 Ford. And the wonderful story of this truck is that we got it in 91. It was a demo. It's currently hasn't passed its pump testing in a while, and it comes to the point now that every once in a while when you put it in reverse, it doesn't back up. So you have to go through certain fun and excitement to try to get it to back up again. Those are my big exceptions in my budget.
So on the payroll, it's a large jump.
That's those 2 positions. One other thing, I apologize and thank you, I forgot to mention is that contractually there's a 9% increase in salary for the people who are taking the paramedic when they become certified as paramedics. So it's budgeted in as those percentages for the paramedic certifications, 2 salaries, and the part-time position.
But it's like 25%.
Yes.
So how, going next year, we wouldn't have that much of a jump?
No, a lot of this is coming out of that forecasted raises and compounded change with overtime required and stuff like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Chief, could you talk a little bit about recruiting, and you have a complement of 24
So
firefighters?
24 that work the line. We have 2 fire prevention officers. I'm currently shy 1 fire prevention officer, a deputy chief and a fire chief, and then an administrative office manager.
Right.
Over the past, in the past year and a half, I have hired 5 people. I've been very fortunate and very lucky that we've had plenty of applicants every time we've applied, and the last 5 people we've hired, they've all been local.
Well, what, sorry?
They've all been local and
Oh,
lived
they've
here.
all been local.
So my intent and my hope is always to take and hire local people if I can that are here, know what it's about, and not bring people in. But if that person is a very qualified candidate, I'll invest in that person and bring them over, and hopefully I don't end up in that third that Chief Pittman runs into. But we do run into that at times too. We've hired people from wherever, from the Cape or from somewhere in Massachusetts. They come over here, and sometimes we get to keep them, and sometimes they find other places to go. And there has been, we did one advertisement, we're gonna do another one sometime in the early part of February. Kind of an open session. We did the last one as a advertisement in the Inky. Wasn't really well attended, but, hey, you have any interest in joining the Call Fire Department, come in and answer any question, ask any questions, we'll answer them for you. Again, that's a tough thing to ask people to give their time to get up from a meal, when they're on, and, leave the house at 2 o'clock in the morning. And if there's a call, that's kind of what's expected.
How old do they have to be? 18?
18.
Chief, what would be the impact of the new facility on your budget?
Peter,
I'm sorry.
please use the.
Chief, what would be the impact of the new facility on your budget?
Actually, there's a little bit of reduction in my budget because of building maintenance. So in order to kind of make up for some of the other sections, I've reduced that. Everything else, facility-wise, will be rolled into the town's facility budget. Overall, won't have really an impact. The biggest part of an impact that new facility will have be on the well and safety of the members that work there. Whether it's proper facilities to clean protective equipment. Up to a year ago, we never had an extractor to wash the turnout equipment. We were washing a residential washer. A year ago, we got one from the Island Home that they were giving up because they got replaced theirs, and I had my staff, who I have plumbers and electricians, put it in the Sconset. So then we finally got an extractor to properly clean turnout equipment. And why is that important? Because you go into a fire, there's carcinogens, you wear that stuff without it being cleaned, you're breathing in those carcinogens every time you put that gear on. That's why we provide our people with 2 sets of turnout gear.
Mm-hmm.
And we keep them clean.
Mm-hmm.
I can go on and on about that facility and how much better it's going to be than where we're at, but
When will you go in?
hopefully in May sometime. Turnover was supposed to be February, got pushed to March, and then with the cold weather, before they could get the topsoil down and get the asphalt down, it's going to push it off, so we have to wait for weather for the hydro seed to take, and they can burn the topsoil, but we're pretty much on schedule. I've been expecting sometime May or June to move in there the whole time, so.
With regard to the trucks,
Yep.
do you have a relationship with one of the large manufacturers of the fire trucks that you have this rotation and you have a special arrangement, or
No. So procurement-wise, it's kind of tough to do that. The best thing is, and it depends on really what kind of truck we're looking for, because there's not a one-size fire truck that fits every occasion.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 2 engines right now, which are 4-in-1, just to place numbers, faces to numbers. Those are our primary trucks that we roll out every day, and we roll out for our building fires. 3 and 2 are trucks that can function as that, aren't quite as well. They're built on commercial chassis. They are more for wild and urban interface, brush fires, big dirt roads, smaller truck, better turning radius, can pump and roll as you go along. Then we have tankers, we have auxiliary engines, our ladder truck, obviously, what that's for. So to say we have one relationship with one vendor, no. Do we use a couple vendors to get parts and ask for service and stuff like that? Yeah, we have relationships with Greenwood Fire Apparatus and Lakes Fire Apparatus up in New Hampshire. That when we have problems or we have questions, we can call them up and ask.
Okay.
Can you just comment briefly on and I remember this from years past, sort of EMT calls versus actual fire calls? It's
50-50 split, thereabouts. Honestly, it bounces back and forth. This past year, we actually had more fire alarms entered in as calls than we had EMS calls, but not by much. We're running just north of 3,000 calls a year for emergency services, which doesn't seem like a lot, but then if you look at the numbers, that's going to put us top 10 in the Cape. And if you put us in, it actually puts us close to top 5.
Well, I bet if you did per month, I mean, it's because it's compressed in the summertime, right?
We did, you'd think so, but not always. There's those lull days in the wintertime, but the other day after the cold snap, they did 30 calls in 24 hours for fire alarms and for water breaks.
I was just going to say pipes.
So that's a lot of calls for any time of the year, but that was that year. And honestly, in January, February, and March is when all the construction happens on all these houses. So we're constantly going after fire alarms for faulty systems. And or accidental activations because of sawdust or whatever. So we don't have that time where the trucks don't move anymore. We're constantly moving.
Great.
Big department in a little town.
I want to say I got to meet with Steve, and I think he's doing a great job. And one of the great things he's doing is the capital as far as the fire trucks and the life of the truck and when it needs to be replaced. And he seems to have a big handle on all that information, which is great. So we know what's coming.
Great. Anything else for
No.
Chief? Steve, thank you very much for
Thank you.
coming out on Saturday morning and sharing with us.
Thank you.
And you probably should brag about that enormous truck that will go through terrain that we
So, yeah, that, I didn't even touch on that. That is, to give an idea why that big brown truck's sitting at our station. Last year during the flooding downtown, we had difficult reaching people. And there was one certain individual we couldn't get out. And we ended up having to put one of our fire trucks into that water, one of those off-road vehicles. And it's suffering some issues right now with the rearing noise, so we kind of have it out of service. That truck was free from the federal government, and that's going to be our truck that we commit to putting in that area. So thank you for that, to remind me about that, because that's one of those thought processes that really doesn't tie into the budget because it's didn't cost us anything.
Like that.
So, thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks very much. Well, good morning, Mr. Gray.
Good morning.
Morning, David. You actually have civilian clothes on. I think last year you'd probably just come from a hole on
Yeah, we were
South
22
Beach.
days into last year's fun times, so at this point. I would take another winter like this one. The problem, this has been, the weather was cold for a little bit, but other than that, this has been nice.
It's wet.
So if you may recall from prior years, if you could take us through sort of what's going on, what you're planning qualitatively, and then where your budget exceptions are, personnel expense increases, talk about capital, and we have some questions. We divide up the responsibility, so Joe Grouse, you know every. Do you know?
Yes,
Do you know
everybody
Peter
knows.
Schaefer? Okay. Joe Grouse and Stephen are sort of our lead on your part of the budget. So turn it over to Joe and Stephen.
All right. Well, we've had a, last year, as you all know, with the sewer force main break was challenging times, and we've been continuing along with bits and pieces of that still as we go. One of the big things that a lot of people probably have seen out and about is the, last year we did 100,000 linear feet of CCTV work with all the sewer mains in town and in Sconset. All the results from that testing and video work is now coming, all the design plans and recommendations for the town are all starting to come in now for planning and to move ahead with replacements or repairs. We just started year 2 of the CMOM, second phase. We are in our 3rd week right now of CCTV work. This year, well, we wanted them to focus last year downtown, but we couldn't when the force main broke. We had to break. We had to reallocate the trucks and move them around out of town so it wouldn't block all the roads. This year, they're focusing on the core district in town, which is our oldest sewer mains, 1917, 1920 sewer mains. And in the last 3 weeks, they found 9 near total collapses in sewer mains around town that we are now mobilizing some local contractors and others to take and get in and start to make some immediate repairs. We've known in the core district, being as old as it is, that we have had issues and repeat call-outs for backups and slow running drains and stuff like that. Now we're actually seeing what's going on and why. 80% of our problems are tree roots. A lot of the other stuff has to do with either just poorly done reconstruction or connections to sewer mains, or they've been damaged during all the construction with other utilities. So we have a couple of pretty serious ones that we're going to be mobilizing on here really quick to fix. Most of them just 5-foot, 10-foot, 15-foot repairs or replacements of sections until we get into the full development of total replacements. But it's been a really, really active season so far with the camera work.
Someone's not happy with your budget. I'm sorry, but
Yeah, they all- diaper time. But the,
David, last year was the year that child should have been screaming, not this year.
yeah. Yeah, I should have been screaming last year. But we are moving forward. Just to give you a little update on the force main from last year, the force main has been 100% repaired. It is in service on standby use only, as recommended by the engineering firm who did the assessment. We exercise it on every other week basis. We actually go down, we run both force mains at the same time. The reason we do that is to keep, as funny as it may sound, the sewage and the waste that's in the main fresh. We kind of, if it sits there and percolates and ferments, and we have odor issues. So we constantly try to flush the main. We have not had to put it in service full-time on any kind of an emergency basis. The pump station we're getting ready to be turned over to us 100% complete at C Street. The station is doing exactly as it has been planned to do and is designed. We should be getting it turned over within the next month. They're finishing up the punch list items now, so that project is coming up to a completion. The big Shimo project, as many of you are aware of, with the expansions and the extensions into Shimo and Hussey Farm, Meadowview, Green Meadow, that project has just about 100% done with all mainline installations and laterals. They're in the process now of doing intensive inspections and testing on all the lines. We have released a few areas. We've released Green Meadow, Tashma, McLean, and a few other areas that have people now can connect to. They've been opened up for connections. Hussey Farm and Meadowview and Pond, those will all be released here within the next month or so, we're hoping, once the final testing is complete. And Shimo is in the final stages now of testing, so.
David, how many connections or houses, I don't know what you count, will Shimo and, Hussey Farm, all these new areas that have been completed?
Total project is 496 different connections that's been designed for.
So almost 500 homes that are going to be paying the $6,300 privilege fee?
The privilege fee and the connection fee, yes, and that'll all be coming online. The thing is, during the whole process, we've had a lot of areas in the Shimo area, whatever, call, can we get a sewer permit now? We haven't been able to issue any permits at all in the last year and a half. When we started to release areas, we expected a huge rush. We didn't get that. Now that we've had one applicant in the Tashma Farm area since we've released that over 6 months ago, so.
So to get back to your budget, so the privilege fee and the connection fees that are showing for fiscal 2020, you're being kind of conservative, because
We are being conservative, yes, because people are gonna be given up to 2 years to connect, to be able to get to get in under the time frame and under the discount. However, we don't know if they're all gonna jump at the first bit of it, or it's gonna take and be some the first year, more the second year. One of the problems that we're hoping we don't face is the amount of contractors that can do a lot of the connections. So we know there's people scrambling now to try to get contractors lined up, so when they're released, they can start the connection. And to be conservative, we could get a huge rush. We might not get a big rush at all the first year, but the second year we could get a big rush, so.
So
We just don't know yet.
For this phase of the Shimo Plus expansion, you started to say when things are coming online. When's the last section of those 500?
We're anticipated to be able to turn everything over by late spring this year. Everything should be online by then. And then it's going to be, the town will do all the final inspections. We'll issue a letter to everybody, certified mail, that their connections are now ready. And then we sit back and see what happens and see how fast they come in or how staggered they come. I'm hoping that they come in fairly staggered or equal amounts.
Right.
Although I know there's probably 25 to 30 people in Shimo area waiting right now.
Yeah.
Waiting for permits, so.
And I just want to go back to the CMOM for a second. You have here complete Phase 2, which began earlier this month. How many phases of the CMOM project are there?
3, and that all became part of the consent order that we were under by EPA. So that's, we have a 3-year CMOM program, and after that 3rd year, we'll slowly start to come in to do it, because we have the camera vehicle now, so we'll be able to do a lot of our own inspections. So after the 3rd year of everything getting done, then we'll be able to come behind them and continue the ongoing maintenance.
Got it, so you can do a rolling...
Basically, the
sort of
truck's going to
recheck
start on
process.
one end and then just go around and just keep on. That's our plan with our collections crew.
Great.
So,
And so for the people who don't apply for connections when you would have thought they would have, is it because they just continue to use their own, what they have in place now, and that's why they're not connecting?
I think a lot of it has to do with, in some of the areas, the septic systems had not failed.
Okay.
They were very close to failing.
Okay.
The ones that have actual hydraulic or regulatory failures are the ones that we have seen come into us.
Okay,
And then the other thing is the coordinating. I know a lot of people are trying to get, the health department has loans that will help to take and offset some of the costs. So I know there's quite a few people going through that process.
okay.
Once they get through that process, then they'll come see us. So it's coming in steps, but I think the waves are gonna start to really move forward. And again, right now, trying to get contractors has been a challenge for a lot of people.
And do they have to take their septic system out? Do they have to take the tank out once they connect to the town?
Not necessarily take the tank out. There's 2 different options depending on where they are on the lot. A lot of times you can, if they're close to the house or in a well-landscaped area, you can actually pump the tank out, clean it, and then puncture it and fill it with sand. You
Okay.
do not have to remove it. It's up to each individual lot owner.
Okay.
Some people may want to take it out.
Sure.
And then the leach areas, depending on if you have leach fields or leaching tanks, again, those will have to be punctured and filled with sand, or they can be removed. What we did in all the projects is we met with every homeowner to find out where their septic system was, so we put their sewer stub fairly in line with that tank, so the least amount of piping. So we met with every homeowner in the project to find out where they wanted their stubs.
And there's 450 homes that need to hook onto the sewer.
Totally. That's depending on if some houses, lots have multiple structures or whatever. So the total number is close to 496. So.
Wow, okay.
And this is also going to open up some spots where they'll be able to, they've been waiting to put the second home in a dwelling because their septic couldn't handle it. We'll probably see an increase in those as well, so.
Just some thoughts on the capital. You know, it looks to me like it's $20-odd million. I did a quick, is this all going to be financed out of the enterprise fund? I mean, basically, the enterprise fund will issue its own debt?
Yes. Yes.
So the smaller stuff that are less than 500,000 is all going to be paid for through the retainer. We won't borrow that, but all the large scale projects in there would be borrowed.
And a lot of the larger scale projects are all coming out of now, starting to come out of the CMOM. We're getting the reports and the recommendations from contractors. And some of the high priority areas that we knew we were going to have to focus on. So all of my capital stuff is all for sewer replacements and repairs in a lot of the big areas. And just to touch on the other project that's going on, the Surfside wastewater facility has been going under an upgrade now for 2 years. We're getting close to that as well. We're hoping that within the next 2 months, we'll be getting substantial completion and then getting that facility turned over to us fully. We've been operating pretty much on half a plant for the last year and a half, 2 years. It's been a balancing act and a struggle, but my crew has been exceptional in maintaining that on top of everything else. So those are the 3 big projects, and then we'll be getting into a bunch of other projects coming up. So go into the exceptions now if you'd like, unless anyone.
Yeah, just on capital, so you're going to, you got money programmed for a new force main?
We did not get we have it in the request, but at the special town meeting, we didn't get we didn't have the quorum, so we couldn't go forward with even the design.
No, I understand that, but looking at it, it's on your
It is, yes.
It's in the capital, so that would be to do a new
To get into the
design.
planning and designing and everything like that, which is gonna be, it's gonna be a complicated project to do, to try to get out of town the most effective and
And this would
cost-effective way.
be to replace what was on South Beach Street and rerouting, or
Yes,
coming up with a new route.
The goal would be to take and get the next force main out of that high impact area where all the electricity is. We're gonna, and the route I've come up with and planned is to take and go down a route where we're already scheduled to replace sewer mains and water mains. So every road we go down, we're gonna do everything at the same time. Water, sewer, stormwater, and the new force main. So it'll be, as we go down a road, we're gonna be replacing everything. It's how we're trying to plan it and budget it.
And what's what kind of schedule are you looking at to start doing that construction?
Depending
Because,
on the designing and some of the other projects that are going on with the town, from roundabouts or whatever like that, it's gonna take a fast track once we get going into design, and we're hoping to we'll probably start construction either late fall next year or the following spring, we'll get into the beginning of it.
Late
So
fall
it-
2020, sorry, David.
Yes,
Yeah.
it all depending,
Okay.
some stuff's gonna have to be fast tracked because of some of the major road construction they're talking about doing.
Just seeing maybe
What?
there's some other
Yeah.
opinions.
We need the money first.
Yes.
Construction money.
Yeah.
I understand. I'm actually going in a slightly different direction here, which is I'm concerned if we're going to have all these other departments involved, have they in fact been as proactive in thinking about it? And I'm thinking specifically about the water company. I didn't see any money coming from the water company to be involved. So are we?
Well, the water company could be involved from the standpoint that their borrowing articles don't specifically identify where they're going. So their borrowing authorizations would give them the flexibility to implement doing this part of the project within what they already have authorized. So that would be okay for them to be able to do that way.
And that's a great financial department manager answer, but the real question is, are they organized to do it?
Yeah, well,
Because excuse me, but there was never any mention about even thinking about this the other night. And I'm assuming you all will drive it and it'll make it happen, but I would hope that it wouldn't be done in a crisis mode, like, oh my gosh, we've forgot that we have to get involved with David's group and.
My understanding is that David has already had preliminary discussions with them about the plan of doing this all at once. So it would be my expectation that this is not a crisis design or development.
And is it a fair statement that you, since you own probably the biggest capital part of this, that you are the driver of making sure these other departments get on board, or do we have a silo problem?
We're taking in, we work very closely with Mark and Rob, both at DPW, and a lot of the reason on the direction and the path that I've chosen for this new force main has to do with the water company's 10-year capital plan. And further, I looked at the roads that they are scheduled to do in the next year or so, and that's also the area that I said, well, if they're gonna do that road, we're gonna do that road at the same time. So between the three department heads, we have been working extremely close together. Rob has some pavement projects coming up, so we looked at that aspect as well. Is okay, he wants to resurface this road, well, that's the way we're gonna try to choose a path where all three of us, and we meet regularly, a lot of times it's every other week or so. So it's not, none of us are gonna be surprised by anything that's coming up. And actually, Mark and I right now have a bid that should be going out in the next couple of weeks for North Liberty and Darrymore, and all that, a big part of the core area, a joint sewer, water, and stormwater project. Right now, that's getting ready to be bid, so. Every project we go forward with now, the three of us are working very closely together. One of the drivers is these potential roundabouts on Butler Road and Surfside. If they go forward with those, we have to take and put our stuff in the ground first, so.
Yep.
We're working very closely with all the departments now, and Brian has been a great, helping us steer everything along, so.
Percentage-wise, with the old sewer, you're talking about we're looking in different parts of the sewer and we're finding it collapsed. Do you know what the percentage is of the old sewer that probably needs to be replaced in the next 10 years? Do we have a grasp on, I know we had different phases downtown for a while and we kind of stopped, but I mean, is our sewer system maybe a Mercedes-Benz or is it a Ford Pinto? What do we have?
It all depends on a lot of areas, and one of the things that we're seeing that has an impact on a lot of the reason we start to change different areas is when homes are renovated nowadays, or houses are bought and they had 1 or 2 bathrooms or 3 bathrooms, they're getting renovated now and having 6, 7, or 8 bathrooms. That impact has a big downstream impact to us. So that's what we're looking at. One of the technologies that we're looking at as far as this upcoming sewer replacements or repairs is some slip lining and cured-in-place lining of the mains. We may not be able to do as much of that as the engineers maybe be designed because we don't have the capacity. Well, anywhere we go now, we're trying to up our capacity in the pipes and increase the size. Almost every lot on the island is able to have 2 structures on it, or 2 dwellings, so that has an impact to our downstream capacities. So that's what we're looking at a lot of. One of the things in this new area that we're doing with water company and sewer is trying to get rid of the II still. We have to remove so much II a year, inflow and infiltration, crack pipes, downspouts or something tied in, and every time we do a project, we remove anywhere from 20 to 100,000 gallons a day. So those factors all come into the equation of why we want to go where we want to go. The path that we're looking to go on the new force main shows Lilly, Gardner, all 1917, all 1920 sewer mains.
When we install stuff, is there in a sense new technology? Because I know on my street, I had a clogged sewer, and I went out in the street and I said, you know what, I think I'll look to see if I can find a way to see where it's clogged. And it was, one manhole was way up on Pleasant, and the other one was down on Orange, and I'm thinking to myself, if there's a clog, how do you get into this system? Are we doing more of that as we? We
are. The standard is every 300 feet. We actually try to go just under 3. We try to go about 265 feet in between manholes. It does increase the amount of manholes, but it increases the ability to maintain, clean, and service the sewers. Some roads you'll see have a bunch of manholes. That's just because they've had little subdivisions are added, and instead of just putting a tap in, they'll put a manhole. There are some roads that we have here that the manholes are well over 500 feet apart, and our trucks are limited on how far we can run and snake. And our new truck, we can do 2,000 feet.
So when we do the connections on a house, is there a new philosophy of maybe the house puts in a clean out somehow, or so?
The new philosophy as far as going for any connections is what we have done is everything from the main to the side to the property line now is to be 6-inch PVC, and there's to be a clean out installed at the property line. That allows a lot of different factors from ease of accessibility, but it also allows a lot of times only 1 road cut for a piece of property because a 6-inch main can take a lot of flow and it can be broken down. And the other thing is that we are very keen on, and our inspectors are always on, is every permit that's pulled, we want to see an as-built. We want to know where the clean out is. So if for some reason there is a major blockage in the street, we know whether we can look at our iPad, find out where the clean out is, open the clean out and stop flooding homes. That's one of the bigger, I'm a clean out guy. I'm a former plumber, so I love clean outs. And we put clean outs on any run of over 100 feet has to have extra clean outs on it as far as on laterals or force mains. So the technology that's out there, like you said now, from Cameron, smoking, they got these little balls or little radios you can flush down your toilet, and you can track it all the way down to the treatment plant at some points. But we're exploring all this new technology and some of this cured-in-place lining that I've recently went up to Quincy and experienced. Very neat technology. You don't have to dig up a single thing. Don't touch anything, it does limit your capacity though. But it's structural cured-in-place liners. Pretty neat technology.
Is it like a stent?
Basically like a stent. The one I saw in Quincy was a 10.5 mil thick liner, and it goes in and it's cured by pressure and steam. And then they go in afterwards with a little camera with a saw on it, and they cut out every single lateral. It's pretty. I had never seen it done before. Very neat. It's some technology I want to look at here for some of our streets in town that are very limited or very compact. Some of the problems we have with a lot of our in-town streets is everything's in the same trench. It's usually sewer, water, and old gas mains. Everyone's on touching each other or on top of each other. So if we have a break or something, we can't repair it until we have the water company come over and assist us. So, yeah. And that has to change now.
So we don't have a full grasp, just like when we went over the fire trucks and we know just when they're going to run out. We still don't have a full grasp on the old sewer system when we think we need to replace all of it, or we're learning all that from the?
We're learning that, a lot of that from the CMOM. That's what this CMOM is driving. And the data that we're getting and the stuff that we're finding has been amazing. It's been a huge help to us. And it's starting to steer us on where we need to go. So it's like the village of Sconset. That entire system was put in 1918. And that's just, it's been well maintained, but it's now starting to really have some issues and capacity problems. So this CMOM program has been a real eye-opener and a real help to the community to find out where we need to go.
Interesting.
Sewers are very interesting.
It is actually, it's really interesting.
I'm just saying for the sake of capital, so that we know where we're headed.
Yeah.
and
Yeah, I know.
Our costs.
And it's been good, because we've actually had Libby in the camera truck in the past seeing some of the stuff, and I think she was pretty well shocked at what she saw.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing. Roots, a lot of times the problem's not in the main. A lot of times the problem's coming in from the laterals, from the property
Yeah.
lines. And we're trying to resolve all that problem. We now have a truck that has a hydraulic saw on it that we can send down to Maine. We have the camera go right behind it, so we're not operating in the blind anymore like we used to. We now have the technology and the crew to take and do the duties that we need to do. So it's been a big change in the last year and a half, 2 years. So.
Very cool.
So, David, on your solving your II problem, is there upon a change of ownership, is there any requirements that, if a residential home is currently probably inappropriately connected to the sewer system to put their stormwater in, that they're required to disconnect? Or
The problem is finding those, and the force main failure gave us an opportunity to do a lot of, we do a lot of non-intrusive testing. It's called smoke testing.
Smoke testing,
So
yeah.
And we actually found a ton of stuff in that whole Hubbard Avenue, Eastern Street areas that until you get an issue or you see spikes in flow, you really don't know. We didn't have a camera truck up until a year ago, so now we can survey areas. We found 11 homes in the area, 11 areas in that had either open cleanouts, snapped off cleanouts by the landscaper, or we even found one house that its entire cast iron underneath it was on piers, was completely busted open, and their sewage had been going on the ground we don't know how long.
I was thinking a little bit more in the form of, wet basements with sump pumps that are connected into the sewer system, which contribute to your infiltration.
It is
issue.
a problem, and we see it now because it's on the camera, or we'll see a spike in the flow. We have one subdivision that we know 8 out of the 9 homes in there are all pumping into the sewer. We're currently working on that project problem. We have a lot of other places that we won't know, or we don't see them connecting until the guys go in, open up a manhole, we have a backup, and it's all of a sudden, well, where's all this clear water coming from? Now we put the camera down and we can find it. The camera crew now is on Eastern Street the last few days in that area, and they've already identified 6 different locations where someone is pumping some big water down there. Now it's a matter of going back and going into the residence. So,
Do you have enough regulatory support to deal with that, or is it a gray area? No pun intended.
Currently, the sewer regulations have been going through a full revamp. We are rewriting the regulations as we speak. We're through our first phase, and we have our drafts out to the other department heads. What I'm doing is, when we get our drafts done, I'm sending them to the other department heads, Andrew, Roberto, Mark, letting them go through them to see if we see something or they see something that we don't. So the first review has been done. Now we're going to go back and come into everything else. So the new regulations will have a lot more. Roberto has more access to stuff. If we have an issue where we see a large flow or whatever, we can ask the Board of Health, and they can make an entry where we don't have that authority yet. So, but it's challenging times, but we're getting there. It's moving along. I can go into the exceptions now if you want.
Sure.
Some of the big ones that you'll see, especially in the budget, effective, it's coming up as early as next month, but in March it becomes effective. Municipalities, state organizations are now going to be subject to OSHA, something that we've always followed a guideline of OSHA regulations, of the federal part of it. we at Sewer and Water and DPW are probably a little bit more advanced in some of the OSHA training and some of the OSHA equipment that you have to have. However, a lot of the new regulations that are coming into effect is going to require an extensive amount of training and purchasing some equipment. Currently, the town does not own a trench box, water, sewer, or DPW. That's one thing now that I'm working on with quotes right now to get, anytime you go into a trench that's greater than 3 feet deep, you're supposed to have a trench box. And no one has one right now. We don't do a lot of construction, but we're doing more and more. So we're going to be trying to get one joint unit that can be handled across all 3 departments. So, like Steve was saying, we have requirements as confined space. We're in confined space almost on the daily. We have to have that specialized SCBA training. We have to purchase this SCBA equipment. We currently don't have any. A lot of times in the past years, they would go down and borrow a pack from the fire department. But once you put that tank in, their gear into one of our tanks, it's now contaminated. So we've had hand-me-downs for the years, and when we had our DLS inspector do a walkthrough, he didn't think too kindly of that. So training, one of the other big things on my increase was a lot of training. We have probably more new guys now than we do senior guys, and that's just been the fact that people are retiring or moving along to other areas. So what we're trying to do, training is extremely expensive for us because everything we have to do is done in Worcester, which entails a guy leaving a half a day before to be able to travel the night to get up there, hotel room, and oftentimes these classes are 3 to 6 different events. They're not over 2 or 3 days, so we have to go up 1 week for 6 weeks at a time usually. We're trying to take and bring in a lot of that training out to the island and have 6 guys go through the same training. It's going to save us a bunch of money in the long run. Initially, it's going to be a little bit, hotel rooms and stuff for the trainers coming over, but we have a bunch of different, from Newport to Neuwier to a gentleman who just retired from the Mass Maritime Academy as a wastewater instructor has contacted us, and he's going to be coming over and doing a lot of our training. So some of our training and travel stuff, not this year, but in the following year, should start to decrease. But training is very important to us. Each operator has to have 20 hours wastewater training, continuing ed, hoisting continuing ed, confined space, lockout, tagout, chemical safety. So our training and professional services in that part are very, there's some big increases. There's a $200,000 increase alone just in training and OSHA professional development that I've asked for this year. And that's going to cover 15 of our staff.
Would you ever consider getting an ISO certification on your for your health and safety training and following that program?
That's what we are looking at now. ISO, NIOSH as well. One of the other stuff. Water and sewer are more compatible as far as the trainings that we need. And DPW has a lot of road safety and stuff like that. So there's a lot of places where we're being able to mesh very nicely. We're going to be working on a project this winter, next fall, coming up with the fire chief to do confined space entry rescue. We rely on them as our rescue right now. If something happens, they have to come get us out of the tank. If they have, like you said before, if they have a fire and an ambulance call at the same time, we're going to be waiting for someone to come. So we are training an in-house team to be on hand anytime we do an entry. And we do entries almost every week. So we'll have a few guys specially trained in all the way to NIOSH standards, national standards for confined space rescue. And we're working with Steve on some training programs with that.
I'd like to have a conversation offline with you about that area, because
any kind of
I probably have some input from a
great.
lot of experience working
that would
on
be
this
huge,
issue in New York City. So
I'd appreciate that a lot. And I'm always willing to find anyone that's had some kind of experience that we can. We now have.
I'm not going to do any. I don't know. I can't train or any of that stuff. But more programmatic and how to deal with big wastewater treatment systems.
Our staffing now is right now we're down. We have 2 openings right now. Other than that, we're just about fully staffed. Our engineer is now on. He's been online now for the last 2 months. He is also our safety and compliance officer, so he's handling a lot of our training. So he would be the gentleman I would love to have you speak with. We're working with Steve now on some different programs, from software programs, and the kind of tracking and credential tracking that the fire department does is going to be key to try to help. So if they already got something in place, we want to help. We want to get on board with what they're using. We have ads out for 2 more operators. We've been very lucky in the past. A lot of local people have come on board with us, which is huge because they don't have to worry about housing, travel, and everything. We have a lot of stuff coming in the following year, as far as big capital projects or additions. One of the other things that you will see is, as far as an exception on the for increases, was I was seeking some increase on maintenance of structures and facilities. Now that we have almost a full complement of staff, we have we have a maintenance division now. We have a collections division now. So our maintenance crew is going to be able to handle a lot of our in-house general carpentry and masonry stuff, or whatever comes up. Luckily, I still hold my master plumbing license, so there's oftentimes I'm either down helping plumbing, or we have another guy that just started who's got a lot of plumbing experience. So we're doing a lot of our in-house stuff. One of the biggest things that we have to go out for, and it is an expense in professional services, is there's no industrial electricians on the island. So we have to get contracts with some of the big ones, Anise, Ewing, Irving, to bring in specialized industrial electricians, because everything we run is 483 phase, and it's a lot of the local guys, they come out and they look and they're like, yeah, no, so we have a big demand on our professional services as far as electrical goes. Some of the other stuff we're doing is we have a exception for a phase 2 for the wastewater upgrades. What we're going to do on that is we're going to go into a scoping project first. Once phase 1 is complete, we're going to operate it, make sure what was done works. And then that process, we're going to be doing a scoping to see what else we need. One of the biggest things that we need across the island is there's no dumping facilities for catch basin cleanings. The landfill is very, very limited on how they can handle stuff. It has to be dry. They have no way to get rid of the liquid. A lot of times they'll come to us to try to get rid of the liquid. Sometimes it's contaminated. One of the things that we will be looking at specifically in phase 2 will be a dump station for catch basin cleanings, so that we can treat the liquid, wash all the product, and then reclaim it and reuse it, and can go back into the DPW's inventory for road bases or whatever like that. So that's going to be something going forward, a big item that we're going to be looking into.
Is that classified as hazardous by the government at all, and has to be handled?
It has its, depending on where they are locations. One of the big things that's an increase that we're seeing is oil and gas separators. And a lot of the commercial structures that go, anywhere that has a garage that has a floor drain, has to have an individual separator.
Oil water separator.
Right now, there's no way to treat or even handle that on the island without calling in some of the big guys, Clean Venture or Clean Harbors. So that's becoming a challenge with us as well, because I think in the last few months, we've had 5 of them come in. And a lot of this commercial stuff that's getting built out by the airport. Regulations are underway. We're getting ready to kick off our Missoula Master Plan project to assess the entire island. We have a budget, a finance rate study going on right now currently. That's just about getting ready to take and do a presentation to the town within the next few months. Like I said, regulations, training. We're still, as you notice, on one of my things, I still have that big lump sum on there for the National Grid L8 feeder project area. That evolves almost every day. So now we're going even a different route, but we're still holding that as a placeholder in case for some reason they change their mind and decide, well, we're going to do this. So that's one thing that Libby's had us carrying over just in case.
David, just kind of a financial question. The fiscal 19, you've got the budget looks like it's planning on a $600 and some odd thousand deficit. Fiscal 20, $1 million deficit. I assume there's retained earnings to cover that in the short run. my question is really in a longer-term sense. We have all this capital expending. You're doing a rate study. What do you think the next 3 to 5 year financials look like for this enterprise fund? Are we, you know, you could be running big deficits, or are we raising sewer rates to get it back in line? I mean, I could
No,
probably take it a lot of
the-
directions, but I'm sort of curious as to what the next couple of years look like in terms
A lot of
the
it has to
fund.
go, again, like with the police departments, a lot of it's timing. We may show us down right now, but within 2-month period, we could jump right up, way up. The market right now is very flexible, and it's just so fluid. The retained earnings will be used on some of it. I honestly don't see, and talking with Brian and the staff, we don't believe that that's really anything to be really concerned with yet. Or
So
at all.
you're partially you're betting on this 500 new homes coming on. You're going to have privilege fees. You're going to have more sewer fees.
That's going to be some of it, but the rate study is going to come out, and I'll be pretty sure we'll probably have a rate increase. There's no doubt at some point. Will it happen next year? I don't know yet until we get into the details of it. We are looking at our rate structure as far in our regulations. One of the big things, and one of my bigger lines are overtime, is because every time somebody calls the police station to say there's an overflow, we smell sewage, there's water on the ground, or whatever like that, we have to send out 2 people. And currently, 90% of every call we get called out on ends up being found in a private lateral or on someone's property. And we have no way to charge for that. That's something that we're looking at going forward. Right now, we're a free service, so people call us. And we want to try to deter that some. Some people will still call us, but there will be ways to charge them fees or whatever.
You can't tell them call your own plumber at this stage.
We do tell them, and then a lot of times they'll call up and say, oh, my plumber's in South Carolina on vacation, I can't get a hold of him, or whatever like that. And we can't take, if the police station calls, or we get a call through administration or something, and someone says they smell sewage or there's water, we have to go. Because if we wait too much longer and it ends up being a problem, it could have big consequences. So every time someone calls, we had probably 42 calls this summer from the Eastern Street area. I smell sewage. We smell sewage. So my guys were down there almost every day. And what it was that wetland in that whole area was decaying. And it had the decaying smell. And people, we had a sewer force main failure last winter, and it's got to be sewage. So we get a lot of call-outs that cost us an awful lot of time and resources and money that we're hopefully going to address in our regulations going forward. So at this time, we do not see any concern. We're constantly looking at it, constantly working with Brian and them.
So I'm curious, Brian, have you modeled out this, looking out a couple of years in terms of the impact of the capital spending and increased number of customers and?
It's all in the rate model that we're in the final pieces of review, and we've taken it out about 6 years. With that, or actually even a little bit longer, and it's dynamic, so we can change it on a daily basis so that we can review it. There is a proposal that this is temporarily held to be proposed to be funded by retained earnings, but my expectation is that by the time we get to town meeting, we'll have an idea of what, even before that, if we need a rate increase, or whether we will actually be able to adjust some of these other revenues based on what they're coming, where they're at. The thing we have to remember is that we look at last year's actuals as the benchmark to start, and try to take them down a little bit to be careful. If you look on this, in the revenue, betterments came in at like $800,000 last year, but when people get that, or the sewer privilege fee, when all of the revenue goes there when they pay it all off. So we have to be very careful about the timing of whether people are going to be doing that, which is why these numbers are pretty similar or exactly similar as 19. But as we go through it, if we see an opportunity to raise it, we'll through this next couple months as more clarity comes through and we have a longer time period. We would change it if we thought we could comfortably. I don't expect that we're going to end up using retained earnings to balance the sewer budget at the end of the day. It's more than likely going to be a discussion about a rate increase that would happen in time before next year to set the rate. Jason and Sawyer has built a very dynamic model, and they sent us the last review to make sure that everything we had asked them to put in is still there and flowing the way we want. So we're in the last probably 7 to 10 days of review of that before.
Okay.
The next step would be to discuss it with town administration once we feel comfortable that it's working with the insurance.
Okay, great, thank you.
Make it clear too, when he talks about connection fees, is when you were trying to say that's part of, to gain revenue, that revenue is already earmarked for the sewer treatment plant under that one-third
Yes.
program. So it's not like we make money by a connection, it's already,
No, it's already allocated.
Right.
Is the budget.
so a rate increase would be the only way to fund.
A rate increase or even a fee increase of, it's been long before me, I think it's been at least 8 years since they've done any kind of, even a rate increase as far as sewer connections. I know the water company always is out, looking at their stuff. We're about a third of what the water company charges for a connection fee, which we're all trying to get back in line. And a lot of stuff that we do now is, we take into stormwater is very key on a lot of stuff, and we're working very closely with, if we do a sewer project, Schimmel was a prime case. We go down the road and all of a sudden find out that the storm drains collapsed or something in the road. That's line items that go onto our project just because we got the road open. And so we're doing a lot of joint projects and joint, looking into connection fees, trying to remove, because every time we remove an illegal sump pump connection, it has to go somewhere. So a lot of that has to go to Rob at the DPW. Or you find it running down the road, which is illegal, but we've had and I think they've seen a large increase on.
Does he know that? He's
Rob's
here, by the
got
way.
it, too.
Rob said, we work very closely all together, so. Yeah, it's very costly, so. But, I don't know if there's anything else you really wanted me to get into. I tried to touch on everything.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
David, thank you very much. Appreciate
you.
you coming in this morning and
Thank you guys for being
your
here and
operation
helping
with
us,
us.
so.
Glad to see you're not in your work vest this year.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
so we
I
are,
watch the weather closely, I will tell you.
we are scheduled for a 10-minute break. So why don't we reconvene at 10:20? So that's a 12-minute break.
20% increase. Wow. Yeah, it sounds like it's clear.
Yeah.
So David, I didn't, I spent a fair amount of time.
Your forced savings program.
My team.
You know what, it was getting pretty good. It was getting me a free haircut and a free pizza. I was like, hey, maybe I'll make
Thursday we didn't have anything ready, so you heard about the Brotherhood.
Oh, I missed that. Brother was giving away.
It was free, it was 25% off. So last night when he comes up with those Udo Lolly,
Big program.
Because
And it was,
we did the Brotherhood
it
last
was
night.
really difficult to do just on the basis of.
So I took the like hot dog, I've been giving it.
There you go.
I don't have to cover them.
It's really,
I can
really,
afford to, but I don't want
you
to.
don't have the energies that some of these plants have. But it's-
Did you take advantage of any of the banks that were giving out the 0% interest loans?
Yeah, well, I already have enough loans, so regardless of the interest, you still have to pay it back.
True. I was just thinking, somebody could take that money,
I mean, I would have a
put it
chat with
in
you.
anything, get a couple, get 10%, get 5%
Going
return over the year, come out ahead.
Retired route may or may not be
I know.
where you
I wonder
want
if
to
people
be.
probably just, as a result of
Think
getting,
if you want a good.
when they just, I mean, when they said they're gonna give it for a year, I'm thinking to myself, why would you want to give it for a year and get paid? Paying that.
Well, probably just easier for them to be like, all right, drop the book for a year,
Yeah, it makes it sound
rather than
like
tracking everybody down.
3 weeks later, he's taking over this whole thing, I mean, from SDFC to, I mean, it's, it was all, around so fast.
You know what, and it was looking pretty good, and I was.
I mean, those little things in our lab,
It's all stuff. That's why I had to go. They came out here and go,
from someone else.
well, so much for that.
I personally just
Okay, so that's, but then it's not the top fire, I started trimming trucks and you know that pull out. So I used to go by and stuff straight out. Oh, well.
He heard us talking in the meeting.
They're shingling it.
What's that?
They're shingling it.
So I don't, I'm not the person that, I just, because I have to spend a lot of time.
You know what, even if you have contact with you, shingle it.
Thank you.
I'm going to a trade show, that's what I'm presentation. That's what I get on the usual.
Yeah, it still looks
Anyway, good job, thanks very much, appreciate it.
Hey, Ally.
You got vacation plans or anything? We're gonna go down and see my parents in Florida. Oh, nice. It's nice. Yeah, it's an easy trip with the baby.
Yep.
Just direct flight to Fort Myers, half an hour from the airport. Walk to the beach after that. So.
Way to do it.
What about you? Any more weddings in far-off places?
No, we're here. Now that I have a job, I can't take off and leave everything to you.
No Costa Rica?
Not this year.
What about you, Steven? Any trips?
My parents have a place down in Naples, Florida, and we go there for Christmas, and we're going back now for February school break.
Yeah. And we're going to Florida too for February school break.
Nice.
I need to go somewhere warm for a week.
Yeah.
Just a
I mean,
break.
I'm looking, and this looks like maybe one of the 10 sunny days that we're going to get all winter.
Yep.
And we're trapped in here. So
Yep, I agree. I already
you
thought
need
to
that
myself.
vitamin D. That's
You
important.
do. I already was like, as soon as I leave here, I'm gonna go walk the dog.
And that's it. It's not the snow. We don't get a lot of that. It's not even the cold.
No.
But it's the gray that gets me. You know, you need sunshine.
I fully agree. I fully agree. We have very little controversy this year.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's all about, I forget how many years I've been doing this. 5. I think I had like a partial term at first. But none of these systems existed. You know, everybody gave their budgets in different forms and fashions, and that was a lot of the problem. Because, you know, we were asking questions of department heads that they weren't expecting because there was no formula that they were supposed to be following.
Yeah, I think this is my
And
third.
then, you know, David implemented this where we discussed the exceptions to the budgets.
Which is much better.
It is. It is much better. We don't need to go line by line, as he said this morning. We don't need to be counting pencils.
No. No. But I also think that as a group, now that most of us have been through this a bunch of times, you remember the things from last year, and you know where to ask questions.
Yeah, that's helpful.
It's true.
I thought I had one more year on the committee, but Julia pointed out this is my last year, that my term's up this year. So
Really? Are you going to re-up?
I'm not sure. I'd like to, but I want to see who else is going out for it.
I have one more year. I'm not till June of 2020. I don't know. I was wondering if you were going to run for selectman again.
No. Julia's made that clear.
Yeah, she's like, no way.
No way.
I don't blame her. I had coffee with Tobias, and he told me he was running again.
Oh, really?
He told me somebody else was too, but I didn't know who it was, and I forgot their name.
Well, I just heard that, I didn't just hear, she came in my office, Jill Beat.
Nope.
Is that the name?
No, that's very interesting, though. Very surprising. Oh, I want to say it's some guy named Frank, like an Italian last name. I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah. I know Matt's going back.
He is. He's going to rerun.
Yeah.
What about Jim Kelly?
I don't know. I haven't spoken to Jim. I would hope so, but I don't know. He was, he did a lot of years on this committee first.
Mm-hmm.
2 terms there. I wouldn't blame him if he said he needed breaks of service.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot.
It is a lot. And it's becoming,
It's a lot. I wish I wish I had more time to go to more meetings.
yeah. I mean,
They're not these meetings, other meetings.
Right.
So that I'm better informed here. Because there's no mechanism for information. There just isn't.
the website's tough to follow. The fact is, we're, big, complicated thing.
It's true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting the next couple of weeks whether Nancy Pelosi and those guys actually come up with a plan. Otherwise, I think Trump's
You almost lost your muffin.
well, he's not. He just got clear emergency. Just given the fact that they paid billions and billions of dollars in
I have a cold.
I mean, it's kind of incredible.
Poor Maria came back from Atlanta.
Yeah, you were saying.
She's really sick.
She really sick? Yeah.
I mean, like super sinus.
Stomach flu or head?
Yeah, she was up all night.
Well, imagine that.
So, like we did last year, I was hoping to get Mike up front to talk about the transportation projects that he's.
Yep.
So he would be talking about the parking lot improvements, Warren Street bike path, Newtown Road improvements, both side programs, Wellwood Road, shared use path, and Town Office bike path. If you don't mind that order. So we can go through those, you guys can get them with questions, and then I'll finish off that list, and then we can go right into DPW and stuff.
Okay. So you want to do your capital stuff right now, in the beginning?
Maybe that's just
If that
your son
works.
now.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah.
Almost a year already? That is impossible.
Do you want to kick it off, or do you want him to just start?
Driving yet?
Well, he's got this thing called the spoon.
They're good.
You're good at bringing your stuff.
Too natural. I'll have another donut.
I just can't do that much of that.
I know.
But these are good.
They're apple juice?
Which they're really
Maybe
good.
it's a cat and broom, but you want to
Don't try one?
Put them to work. Put a little broom behind
Can we get underway again, please?
Yes, sir.
We connect to these TVs because there's a cool visualization of the transportation planning section of the town's website where they digitally impose the various plans. The intersections. It's really
That's cool.
because I went looking for the information that I asked for 6 weeks ago. She knew it's all there.
Yeah. Mr. Burns, good morning.
Morning.
We're going to, for the committee's benefit, Mike's going to talk about his transportation projects, capital projects first, then Rob's going to join the conversation, and then we'll get into the operating budget after that. So
Okay.
that is acceptable. So Mike, if you would take us through, and Joe and Peter Schaefer. Do you know Peter Schaefer?
Hi.
I don't think I did.
Nice to meet you.
Mike Burns, our transportation planner. You know everybody else, right? Or
Sure
no?
I do.
Hey, Mike.
Okay. So, Joe and Peter are, the way we do this, a couple of folks on our committee are the ones that we asked to drill down in, and so Peter and Joe are the two that hopefully know more about this than everybody else. So anyway, I turn it over to them.
All right. So I should just
Yeah, why don't
run
you
down
just-
the list. There's about 5 projects that I'm going to talk about. I think Rob's going to talk about the balance. I'm going to start with the parking improvements at 2 Fairgrounds and the town pier. The million that's being asked for and being recommended is there's some material to kind of break down the cost, but it basically it's resurfacing work for both of those, and as well as drainage, substantial drainage improvements to both lots. If there's any questions about need or cost, I'm happy to answer those.
Can you improve the drainage, seeing it's underwater?
Yeah, I think that's the idea, is that we just add more substantial drainage structures. And if you want to go into any more detail on that, I'm happy to yield to Rob to get into that. This is the engineering of all that's very much in his wheelhouse. The next request is the Orange Street, what's called the Orange Street Bike Path in here. This is essentially the next phase of the in-town bike path, and you're all familiar with the Causeway project. It linked Washington Street extension to Orange Street. This is the implementation of the Orange Street section, essentially creating a facility from Spruce Street and Orange Street down to the Milestone Rotary. The town did partner with Remain Nantucket to pursue a bit of a feasibility study along the Washington and Orange Street sections because Orange Street is determined to be more ready than the Washington Street section. We're going to pursue that section first, and their design consultant for the feasibility study will be the design consultant for this section that the town will coordinate with. Just so happens that the same engineering firm, VHB, designed and built the designed and engineered the first section.
So I just make sure I got my streets right, Mike. So this is from where that bike path comes across the old causeway, the railroad, and from that point sort of out to the Milestone Rotary, past Marine Hardware. So is there land that's going to be taken, or are you just creating a bike path in the existing street?
It's going to be a section of bike lanes. The section between Goose Pond Lane and Spruce Street, the roadway was widened out. Curb to curb is 30 feet. That accommodates 2 traffic lanes that can accommodate truck traffic, as is on the truck route. And then there's a 4-foot shoulder provided, and that serves as a bike lane. Of course, that ends at Spruce Street, so the idea is to run that down to where the network of bike paths starts up again around East Creek Road, along that section around the Landmark House where the road is good and wide.
Yeah.
DPW did mark out some lanes to that section. The balance of that section between Rear Home Center, that's really the bottleneck. There probably will be some right-of-way impacts associated with that, but shouldn't be too significantly, as the layout of the road is enough to accommodate the lanes, a sidewalk, and the travel lanes as well.
Okay.
At the risk of being accused of engineering your project for you,
No, go right ahead.
I've seen in other cities where there is heavily congested roads with a lot of traffic and truck traffic and a bike lane, that there is it's not a barrier, but it's a separation. So it may be something in the pavement that rises up a little bit, something that really separates out the traffic from the bike traffic. Given how heavily used and trafficked that area is, does something like that make sense?
It could if the profile of the road would accept it. Right now, we're limited with the right-of-way, the layout of the roadway. What you're referring to is a protected bike lane. It's essentially, you can buffer it with paint, add another foot or so, and then even put some metal stanchions, plastic stanchions,
Yeah,
serve
these
as a
were,
vertical barrier between.
these were actually lower profile. It looked like it was an accommodation. It's not dissimilar to where, the situation you have. I'm scared to death when I ride my bike from Milestone in past there just because of the traffic, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who gets nervous about that.
No, and I took a bike ride with the state bike pedestrian coordinator along the same section. It was applauded that some effort has been done to do what can be done. Was recognized that it is that one section where there is a gap. It's tricky. The good news is we don't have a lot of crash statistics in this area. But again, like you said, there are grades of accommodation for bicyclists. One is a bike route where you see the stenciling in the road. That's probably the bare bones.
Right.
A meager effort to provide some accommodation. The next is a bike lane, then you have a protected bike lane, then you go into what we have along through the country areas of the island, a separated bike path. And those are the, you evolve through different tiers of accommodation. We could do that if the right-of-way could accommodate it, having a protected bike lane. I just don't think we have the space here, not without additional property impacts.
It's a shame you couldn't go behind everything. Behind our island home and marine lumber and...
Funny you should say that, because that's actually a future phase of the whole project, is to have some type of, mostly a pedestrian, but perhaps also a bike accommodation along the waterfront there. That's definitely a long-range plan. That was part of Remain's feasibility study.
Okay.
We're trying to implement now the short-term phases of the whole concept.
I thought that couldn't be considered because of the wetlands and the intrusion to the wetlands and all the rest of it. No.
It's a conversation to have. I'm
Okay.
sure there would be
I thought-
mitigation.
I thought we
correct?
had it, but
Right.
anyway.
If that was the
Probably.
easiest section, we would start doing that first rather than the roadway. It's a long range for a reason. It's going to take a lot of permitting, a lot of impacts, and not that it's impossible. It's just very tricky and requires a lot of mitigation.
Good.
You probably could just run along here.
Great.
All right, the next project, what's being merged is some accommodation for bikes and pedestrians and traffic calming along Newtown Road, and that's being added into a portfolio of improvements along Old South Road to provide bike pedestrian connection from Fairgrounds Road to the Milestone Rotary, and another section of accommodation from Fairgrounds along Old South Road to Amelia Drive. So provide bike pedestrian accommodation from that stretch along Old South Road from the Rotary to Amelia Drive, and from Fairgrounds down to Newtown Road for pedestrian circulation, both sides of the road. So there would be a separated facility, path on both sides of the road for those users. And it also includes the intersection improvement, a roundabout at the Fairgrounds and Old South Road intersection.
So Mike, that 5.2 million that's called Fairgrounds, that's the roundabout, and that's also money that was not approved at the special town meeting, right?
It's a different package of improvements. This portfolio actually aligns with what the select board had wanted to see with their providing some accommodation from the Fairgrounds property, where we are now, what they're calling 6 Fairgrounds, towards town. This would provide a link from this property to the Mid-Island area. And obviously, there are other sections of improvements along Pleasant Street and Orange Street and the such that'll carry on that goal of providing accommodation from Mid-Island to downtown. This is just one section of that, and we picked these cluster of projects because they did align with what the select board calls their goal to improvement of pedestrian accommodations from Mid-Island to downtown.
Okay.
DPW suggests that we should talk about the interim pilot of basically testing a mini roundabout at the intersection of Fairgrounds and Old South Road. That's really not a request that's in here. It's using existing funds to actually test or implement, just to demonstrate the functionality of a roundabout at the intersection, to kind of show that it would handle the vehicle traffic, as well as provide some kind of safety accommodation for the crosswalks that are in that vicinity.
And
as well.
how do you pilot a roundabout?
We're working with the same engineering firm, VHB, on essentially there's some rubberized curbing, low-profile curbing that you can install. There's actually a lot of pavement,
There is
an
it's
area
wide.
of pavement in that area. So inscribing a temporary circle using some rubberized curbing that can be nailed down into the roadway.
Okay.
It's very temporary. I think the idea is to do this end of March, to demonstrate it for some short amount of time, just so the community gets an idea of what that how that would operate.
That should be very interesting.
Yeah.
Good?
Mike, you mentioned extending bike access or maybe pedestrian access out to Amelia Drive. How about the distance between Amelia Drive and Lover's Lane, or the new development that's going on with Richmond?
Yeah, that's something that's being proposed as a future priority, more of a long-term priority. That was taking out. It was part of the special town meeting article. We put the whole package, the whole portfolio of projects and improvements out for vote. This is a refinement of those that package. So that would be probably a future
part of the
request.
package that was defeated included a new bike path?
On the south side of Old South Road, you're correct, from Amelia Drive to Lover's Lane. There's bus pull-offs that were part of that as well. There's, Young's Way has a busy bus stop there, and those pull-offs actually get the bus out of the road so they can, the traffic flow can happen efficiently. But it's not part of this ask.
So there was going to be a multi-use or a bike path, not familiar with the difference, on both sides of Old South Road.
For this ask, yes, just to Amelia Drive.
But
long-term, the
for-
whole stretch to the Lover's Lane.
Right, well, that's,
Part of the defeated proposal included a multi-use path on both sides of the street, all the way out to and past Lover's Lane.
Correct.
I wasn't aware of that. Is there still a map of that somewhere on the town site?
Sure, there's a web page devoted to projects,
Yeah,
and
I'm
for the Old South
looking
Road
at it.
improvements,
I'm
and
having
there's
trouble
renderings that kind of show that there is a sidewalk on, I'm calling it a sidewalk, but it's basically a wide path along the south side of the road that complements the other multi-use path on the north side of the road. It's displayed in the renderings that, we tried to push out to the public so they'd have a good idea of what these improvements are. Landscape medians, paths on both sides of the road, bus pull-offs, and the such.
Thanks.
If there's no other questions, going to the Walwinet Road shared use path. This is essentially a 20% match of federal funds that we would receive, or the community would receive for this project. The $354,000 is basically representing the 20%. The balance of the 80% is of two other grants, roughly $300,000 in design and another $1 million towards implementing at least a section of that project. What we've proposed for that $1 million grant is a section from Pulpus Road to Pocomo, and just conceptually estimating that would probably be about $1 million. And what we're hopeful for is that the federal program that funds this, it's called the Federal Land Access Program, FLAP, it's through Division of Fisheries and Wildlife, that continues, and that next year's grant program we could actually continue funding this project. It's very much supported by Mass DOT and Federal Highway Division of Fishery and Wildlife. So as long as the program continues, we'll partner with those agencies to implement this project.
So Mike, just so there would be, I can't do my division fast enough, $1.3 million or $4 million, whatever the, most of which would be federal money, would allow you to design and install a kind of a path along the side of the road from Pulpus out the Walwinet Road. I don't know how far Pocomo is, but so sort of the beginning of a bike path, but I can't.
Exactly.
You're not going to take land. I mean, it's just going to be sort of paint on the roadway. So.
What the design process will reveal is if there is property impacts, which there probably will be, what the square footage is of impact. There's a lot of wetlands in the area, so mitigation of wetlands, how much wetland you need mitigated, that'll all be revealed through the design process. Again, as we have a better understanding of what the impacts are, what the mitigation prices approximately will be, we'll just continue working with the program and hopefully fund those through this grant program as the years go on.
Mike, is there any way, going back to what David said, is there any way to even put a small rumble strip between the street and the bike path? Because I constantly, in other places that there's bike paths. New York City, I mean, obviously, it's so dangerous when you don't have any divider. Now, obviously, New York City roads are much different than what we have. But like on Orange Street or, even Wall-Winnet sometimes, you would like to have some sort of indication to the driver that they're in the wrong place, other than a line.
Correct. Even median rumble strips keep the from lane departures and going onto oncoming traffic. And
Right.
these are all good safety improvements, and it's fine if those are great solutions if you again have the width available.
It's just too narrow.
In some areas, yes. It's not that it couldn't be an application done in other areas. For Walnut Road itself, I think we are envisioning more of a separated bike facility to where you'd have essentially a grass strip between
Right.
the path and the roadway, so you really wouldn't need a rumble strip or anything like this. I say that, but again, part of mitigation could be to shift the path closer to the road to reduce encroachment onto wetlands, reducing fill, and there might be an application for some kind of rumble strip between the path and the roadway, or raised curbing as is done on like Bartlett Road, where there's curbing, or on Milk Street where there's curbing, and that was just done because you're trying to balance impacts with property owners and providing a facility for the public.
Do you have any data? I mean, now Walnut Road's kind of skinny, so I'm sure you'd have to go get easements. Do we have data where we, per 1,000 feet, how much we usually have to spend to get easements? I mean, do we have data like that? I mean, when you say you have $1 million, it doesn't seem like enough to get down the Walnut Road. It's a lot of different properties.
Yeah, I'm probably not looking forward to the appraisal process of these easements and negotiation with property owners. We have worked with abutters in the past on a number of different projects. I mean, Old South Road is one where a lot of easements were donated. I think we'll probably take a similar approach with this project, but if there's just no willingness to donate, then we do have to provide fair market compensation for whatever land's taken. So that there's an appraisal process, and right now there's just not known. And again, there's balancing in design refinements to minimize impacts, just within some level of tolerance. And we'll just go through that process. It'll all be part of the conceptual design, preliminary design, and then ultimately we'll, for final design, have hopefully achieve some balance between property owners and providing a facility along the roadway.
So I was just trying to figure with that kind of money, how far do we actually get? I mean, it seems like it's a drop in the bucket. Anyway.
You're absolutely right, which is why we're taking a phased approach, or at least we've proposed in the grant application that we take a phased approach, because it's just not enough to implement the whole project. The budget for the grant was $1 million, so we tried to align a project to fit within that budget. If there's no other questions on that one, we'll go to Tom Nevers' bike path. This was I believe the neighborhood and Tom Nevers actually really want this project. So
this is high demand.
I remember the motion at the
Town meeting, right?
annual town meeting.
yeah. So again, trying to advance that project based on the need. The request here for $331,000 is simply to initiate design again. Start preliminary work, understand what the constraints are, what mitigation is needed with right-of-way, environmental, and the such. If necessary, we'll probably be back in a future year for supplemental funding, either for design or, if there's no significant issues, request the $2.2 million to actually build the project. And again, that 2.2 will be better understood once we go through the design and at least do a preliminary stage. Quantify the material and actually have a cost for that material, and we can provide a better number next year.
And that would be a full-fledged bike path.
Separated facility on, yes, a multi-use path on the, I believe it's the east side of Tom Nevers Road. There's a number of easements that have already been granted through subdivisions and developments in decades past. So these easements already live. But this ain't complete. There's still gaps that need to be acquired. So again, the same type of understanding the square footage of impact, getting that appraised, and coordinating with property owners for either donation or provide them damage awards.
Like, would there be government money for that project?
There could be. Our mechanism for accepting federal and state grants is through the TIP project, process, the Transportation Improvement Program, and that's through the NPDC that approves that in coordination with the town. There's a number of different projects that are in the queue for federal aid. One being the Milestone Rotary, improvements along Milestone Road. I think we'd also like to propose Orange Street be part of that as well. That was, the first phase was federally state funded. Perhaps the Orange Street section could be as well, but again, that's a lot of competition. There's a roundabout at Bartlett and Surfside that would probably take a lot of those funds, so those projects get pushed out, and because of that, and there's a need to have them done sooner rather than decades into the future. That's why we ask for construction funding locally so that we can actually implement the projects, because we're just the pool of money that we get from the federal and state. It's sometimes it goes beyond what our target is, what we get by right as a community. Sometimes we get more than that. But it is a consideration, a budgeting consideration of trying to populate projects into a schedule that demonstrates financial constraint. We can't overprogram. Just like you can't do it locally, we can't do it federally either. We have to basically take the federal aid that we believe we could get, align projects to that, schedule it out for a number of different years, and then we make our local decisions. Do we need to fund this locally or just wait for the federal and state aid?
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Didn't we have a question for him about the stop signs at Surfside in the citizens article?
And Bartlett Road.
Oh, the bike stop signs, that was.
Actually, just
No,
a quick
stop
follow,
signs.
make sure I
Come
understood.
back. Come back. Sorry.
Sorry, Rob. Just to be quick, just to make sure, just sort of follows on Stephen's question, I just want to make sure in my own mind, the Fairgrounds Old South Road, the 5.2 million, that's a subset of the article that failed at special town meeting, right? Or that couldn't be voted on because we didn't have a quorum. And also from town meeting a year ago, right? There was that whole Old South Corridor project that was 13 million, I don't remember that. 12 and a half.
Yeah, the Milestone and Old South Road improvements were cobbled together in the town meeting last April. Those were divided for a special town meeting to where we had Milestone Road improvements and Old South Road improvements. This is a further division of those improvements into short-term projects and long-term projects.
Okay.
So this is for the short-term improvements. They're quite honestly, you're going to get the most bang for the buck. The other ones, not that they're not needed, but they could probably wait, like the bike path on the south side of Old South Road from Amelia Drive to Livers Lane. That could probably wait. What's more urgent is a facility closer to Fairgrounds Road and going into the Rotary.
Okay, got it.
And are we
Thanks, Mike.
abandoning the Rotary work, or is that proceeding?
No, I believe the select board did add to the warrant a question of whether to support or petition the state to initiate that project. Because it's owned by the state, it would be state and federally funded. And we do anticipate advancing that project through an initiation process. It's very similar to this right here. And you just talk to a different board at the state level that oversees state funding, and they support the project, or they, again, delay it for a future year.
That's moving through another avenue, moving forward to another avenue? Is it going to be a warrant article?
As Mike said, there's a warrant article to determine local support for improving the Milestone Rotary and also widening the Milestone Road to Palm Road. And this separate article that he's talking about, and there's no appropriation associated with the local support article. There is 5.2 million. It's an article and a ballot question. And I think he explained it well. It's not really a subset exactly of what was put forward before. There are some elements of what was put forward before, in addition to the improvements on Newtown Road, to correspond with the board's strategic plan on a pedestrian and bike safe route from here to Durham.
Right. Okay. Great. We do have another question unrelated to what's on your budget. Go ahead, Joe.
So in the citizens articles, there are we had some questions about the stop signs at Bartlett and Surfside.
Bartlett Farm Road.
Right, Bartlett Farm Road and Surfside.
Just Bartlett Road, Surfside.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, it's Bartlett Road. Oh, yeah, that's right.
So so the person that obviously wants to have there be a stop sign there. What's the plan for that area is the question.
The plan is a roundabout at that intersection. We did do an evaluation of alternatives. One included a stop control intersection, and that was 2008, I want to say. That was before the town actually acquired the Ports Corner property at 2 Bartlett Road. A three-way stop was a consideration when that land was private, and a roundabout probably would not be feasible. There just wasn't the area available. There would have been traffic impacts along both approaches of Surfside Road to the intersection, and some queuing. The idea it does slow down traffic at the intersection, but the overall operation is not as good as with a roundabout. Once the town actually did acquire 2 Bartlett Road through, this was through a town meeting authorization, and you're all pretty familiar with this. Once that property came available, it became more feasible to actually do the intersection. That's actually what we're pursuing right now. There are preliminary design plans that have just been submitted to DOT for that intersection, so that's what the recommendation is to continue on with that roundabout solution.
So how long to a roundabout? Like, how long would that actually take? 3 years, 4 years?
Right now, we anticipate programming that in the FY21 tip. So sometime after September 2020 and September 2021, in that time frame, it could be built. Right now, we're still in preliminary design, and there's a number of different steps to take before it actually go to construction, but in that time frame, 2021.
Is there any benefit to having a stop sign there in the short term? And what's the cost of that?
Cost is extremely low. The improvement could be the reduction in queuing along Bartlett Road. The trade is increased queuing along both approaches of Surfside Road. Probably it'll yield a queuing that's what most people would determine to be not satisfactory. But
so you think it'll make the problem worse?
For those approaches, yes. For the one other approach on Bartlett Road, maybe some modest improvement, but to a greater impact.
Will this be similar to the stop sign that used to be at, was it Lover's Lane?
Yeah.
So where everybody didn't remember they had to stop, and then once they took the stop sign out, everybody couldn't remember to keep going?
Yeah.
So we had that for a while?
That's the risk with putting a stop sign on this intersection.
So, in a desire to pin you down on this question, is it your recommendation or not that stop signs be placed at Bartlett Road and Surfside Road?
I wouldn't recommend it now.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Just wanted to hear what you thought.
Sure.
Yeah. Well,
Thank you.
I know that. I just, thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, Rob, you can try again. Oh, Mike, wait a minute, one more no. And now back for his second encore. Good morning, Rob.
Hi, Rob.
Before I get started, just wanted to answer Stephen's question about the difference between multi-use path and bike path. It's new terminology, certainly, but it's also, it's basically a wider path. You're basically looking at the difference between 10 feet for a bike path and generally about 12 feet for a multi-use path.
So getting back to Old South Road, what is planned, what's envisioned, or no, not what's envisioned, what has been planned and drawn for connecting the Richmond development to Lover's Lane and on down to Milestone Rotary, Fairgrounds Road, all of that?
That should be available on the website. I can't speak specifically to the cross-section. I know Mike has been working on developing that. I don't know it off the top of my head, but we can certainly get that information to you.
Okay, and I think what Mike said was it's a sidewalk, so is that sort of the next step down from multi-use to bike path to sidewalk is probably even less wide?
So generally, sidewalks are typically 5 or 6 feet today,
Okay.
with a minimum 3-foot clear for ADA access through driveways and that sort of thing. But I guess back to bike paths that have now matured into multi-use paths. There's a fine line distinction between those uses and
what people are actually doing on those. And I think it's important to share just to get kind of common knowledge out there. The use of those paths for bikes is generally for what's recognized to be low speed, sort of recreational, versus training, right? If you're out there really going for it and training, you really should be in the street.
Yeah.
And I think most people recognize that. But it's important because some drivers hear that we have bike paths and think that that's an exclusive sole purpose and that that's only where bikes should go. So I think that's just an important message I try to share to get the information out there. Bikes are accommodated in many locations, in the road, on the paths. They shouldn't be on sidewalks, frankly. And that's kind of another distinction to make, is that's sidewalks are specifically for pedestrians.
Right.
So hopefully that helps clear things up a little bit. As
I-
far as that specific stretch, I would definitely talk to Mike directly, or I can try to help you navigate to that on the site.
I'll go back and look at the plans, and I guess a new set will have to be produced before we look for that funding. But, you know, the concern would be that we have 350 some odd dwellings going in an area, very heavily trafficked street that would need to be crossed to get to the bike path.
Sure.
So presumably there's many bikers who will need to make that transition. So if we're producing a sidewalk on one side.
I totally understand your concern there, and getting that critical connection to Mid-Island makes a lot of sense. I can speak briefly to what's happening sort of to the south of Richmond. We're tying together, right now under design is Lover's Lane improvements from Old South all the way down to Boulevard, Okinawa, and Monahans. And so that will continue the improvements that have been made along Boulevard from Surfside all the way through to Old South in two separate locations. And it's planned to have multi-use path connections in both, all the way through Okinawa, Monahans, and all the way up Lover's Lane.
Great, that'll be a big improvement. Thanks.
Thank you. So to finish up the capital list here, sidewalk improvement program. That is out of the blocks, looking to finish up what we've been working on at Straight Wharf. We have backyard barbecue that's moving forward. We have Judith Chase Lane, or Judith Chase Road, is kind of an anomaly because it was one of the streets along that Warren Street stretch that was left alone, just wasn't completed. In order for us to reclaim and reconstruct that road, the sidewalk would be done first. So we'll get the sidewalk done to queue up the roadway improvements. And then continue down Easy Street to Broad as part of the planned core update to the sidewalks. And then you've probably been hearing about Upper Main Street. So Upper Main Street is basically being taken out of order as far as the sidewalk reconstruction program. It's a little different program altogether. It's more about restoration than it is about improvements necessarily. There is restoration, but it's the only improvements really are going to be foundation for the existing materials. And the plan there for spring is to get a model done for the neighbors to be able to take a look at and provide feedback on between the block of 86, 88 Main Street. So we're going to work on that. Surfside Area Road reconstruction we talked about just now, the Lover's Lane, Monahans, Okinawa. That's moving forward. We've had some really good feedback from the community, the neighbors, and the Surfside Area Association. So as we move forward, the engineers are holding another public information session soon over the winter. and hopefully we'll tee that up as quickly as we can. Roadway improvements in general, $1 million for that for maintenance, and that's supplemental. I think the ask was like 3.2 or thereabouts, or 3.7 actually. That's based on our previous pavement management study from, I believe, 2015. The good news is we're expecting results actually from our pavement management update by the end of the month. That'll help inform exactly which roads get done first.
How about Vesper? That would be the best one.
Well, there's a lot of Vesper's probably going to be done sooner than later because it's just been disrupted as part of the hospital and also the sewer updates down there. So that's going to happen, I think, in spring. Multi-use path maintenance. What I've done, I think, starting last year was sort of breaking out the needs of the department and getting away from just a single line item for sort of roadway-related improvements. And I think more than anything, just to let people know that there's more to it. So sidewalk, multi-use path, roadway, cobblestones, and gravel roads have sort of taken on their own specific line items, I think mostly to keep people thinking that way. And then certainly the budgets have been adjusted appropriately. So we have multi-use maintenance, we have cobblestone improvements and maintenance, and then some subsurface things going on, decommissioning fire cisterns, jumping down. Something I've asked for last year. We've had a couple instances where the fire cisterns that were out there have caused some disruption at the surface. We want to make sure that we start to go down this path of full decommissioning to make sure we don't run into any kind of emergency situations that we're not prepared for down the road. And then fairgrounds area roadways, that is the weight drive project. That is nearing the end of engineering design.
Rob, can you, I mean, the capital items here, a little shy of $20 million. What are the funding sources? And in those funding sources, are there any, because I think Mike mentioned a few, are there state grants, federal grants to offset some of the spending?
Sure. I would actually cede a lot of that to Brian as far as funding goes. I don't know all of the funding sources. Certainly what is at our disposal is the Chapter 90 program. And that has been utilized to its fullest extent.
That's a state?
That's a state funding source for all things related to roadway repairs and maintenance. And the town right now gets around 670,000, and that's a formula based on population, employment, and number of road miles.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll leave it to you for later.
So under the transportation items, parking improvements is borrowing, Orange Street, bike path is debt exclusion, Fairgrounds Old South intersection is a debt exclusion, sidewalk improvement program consistent in prior years is a borrowing, Surfside area road reconstruction is a debt exclusion, roadway improvements, multi-use path, cobblestones are all free cash, Fairgrounds area roadways is borrowing, Wawinit and Tom Nevers are borrowing, and decommissioning fire systems is free cash.
Got it. Thanks.
Just to clarify, are those available in the capital report? Okay, thank you. I thought so. The capital report does call those out specifically.
So didn't we just go this year? Well, I mean, we usually pave, we spend about $1 million in paving. Didn't we go to like $3 million, you said? Is that
The ask was 3.7.
So that's up from 1 or?
Well, I think the get has always, it's traditionally been about 1. And so what we're doing is essentially putting together the list from the pavement management recommendations.
All right, so where did we get that, where do we get the other 3 million from? Is that free cash or?
What other 3 million?
It's not funded,
It's not funded.
Oh, it's not funded?
no.
The ask was 3.7, and we recommended funding consistent with prior years, the $1 million.
Oh, okay.
So,
Rob,
So it's something you're not getting, we're not gonna ask for. You just asked for it. We're not gonna ask for it at town meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
He also has chapter 90 funds that go to road maintenance as well, so that's been the reasoning behind the funding.
Yeah, but that's only 650 though, so we're gonna have a million of our own and 650 from the chapter 90.
Yeah, the
Okay.
chapter 90 carries from year to year, so there's probably going to be a build-up.
Okay.
And someone in his operating budget.
I will say other things, it's always great to ask, but it's also the reality of actually executing the work to accommodate that funding is also something that we pay attention to. You know, with limited abilities to provide, let's say, asphalt construction, you have a single source. So even if we were able to get the attention and keep the attention of the contractor throughout the year, we're still going to be quite limited on what we can accomplish in a calendar year.
Right. So when we do a sewer project like Vesper Lane, where it's been just dug up consistently, is that not part of the budget when you
That would be, yes.
dig up? So that should be paved with money from whatever those projects.
That's coming from the sewer project.
That would be
Okay.
funded through the sewer project,
All right,
yes.
so there's a plus.
Yeah.
All right.
In the future, I mean, what we're doing currently is water, sewer, and drainage are being coordinated. We're starting to, for the first time, align our needs. And for instance, I'd say the first real coordinated effort is happening right now, design of water improvements up on North Liberty Street. So sewer and drainage have provided feedback into that effort there, so that when those come to fruition and the contract is let, all 3 public utilities are being addressed. And they could be all over the map, from complete reconstruction to just cleaning and maintenance while that project happens. So we want to get that stuff in line. The private utilities are also invited to do what they need to do, because in the end, the idea would be, with all the disruption, that we would pave, do at least an overlay, curb-to-curb overlay, and then that starts a 5-year moratorium not to cut the road.
All right, so maybe you mentioned it and I didn't understand it. So when I said Vesper Lane, you said that was going to be done sooner or later. That's not really part of the list of roads that need to be paved. It's already part of the project to be paved.
That's part of the sewer
Right,
improvements.
right, okay.
Correct. Thank you. Okay, so hopping into the 2020 Public Works budget. And I'll start with a reminder of the mission. The mission of the Nantucket Department of Public Works is to provide and maintain public services necessary for the economy, growth, and quality of life for the citizens and visitors to Nantucket. And what we're trying to do is align ourselves with the strategic plan of the Select Board and through input from the Town Manager's Office. We can talk about and prioritize based on the needs. We operate, maintain, and improve the town's critical assets, including but not limited to public roads, sidewalks, multi-use paths, trees, vegetation, parks, fields, buildings, facilities, vehicle and equipment fleet, stormwater systems, parking lots, signs and pavement markings, beaches, solid waste recycling program, landfill, household hazardous waste program, bridges, mosquito control program, accessibility services, snow and ice operations, cemeteries, and other special events.
Cemeteries was the new one, Rob. I didn't realize that was part of your remit, but
So it is. I would say in this role here, it kind of runs the gamut. I've been into several programs in my tenure in other positions that have been far more active. And I can say that it's a relief that it's not as active here. It can be a very, very time-sensitive subject, and it takes a lot to make sure people are in the right place. So that said, there's a modest requested increase totaling 3.874. Generally, looking at the biggest piece of that is projected payroll salary increases. We do have a requested overtime increase, again, to accommodate some of the staff changes.
Rob, excuse me, can you explain to me, because I'm new on this, on the board, why the payroll budget jumped from 2 million to 2,419 to 2,6 in year 20 budget? It's like we're talking about a $600,000 increase over 2 years.
Well, we did have, we had some staff increases. We brought on 2 deputy directors and some other supportive staff. We have, for the first time, a central fleet manager and 2 supporting mechanics. So there's definitely been a move to, I guess, bolster what we've expected to supply for services.
So it was, the big chunk there is staffing, right? You've staffed up, certainly since you've been on board.
Yes.
Okay.
It's like around 5 people.
Last year specifically.
And the repair and maintenance, that's just tending to the equipment, or is that a specific set of projects?
So no, repair and maintenance really ties back to a lot of equipment and vehicle. We have, go back to my specific request. It's recognizing that we have some critical vehicles that have, and some recent purchases that also have additional annual and operation and maintenance costs, filters and that sort of thing associated with the different pieces of equipment that we use. A grader is probably a good example. It's a fairly new piece. We're using it to its fullest extent, where in the past there was certain elements of that were not being used, like the ripper claws on the back of the piece. Each time we go out and use that, the ripper teeth wear, and it's a piece. Those teeth get replaced frequently, and again, that's sort of a ongoing increase as an example of some small hundreds or low thousands of dollars annually that are now expected to be in there to support those efforts.
Okay.
You'll see a drop in professional services as that's been covered or is being covered through a number of the capital projects as well. We're funding some of that now through that.
Okay.
Is the decrease in snow plowing because of this year? Or you had it last year too?
So snow plowing itself is, which line are you specifically looking at?
I'm looking under property snow plowing.
So the property snow plowing has remained at 75. I think there was I don't know how that was originally factored, but snow and ice budget is something that statutorily needs to remain the same or increase in order to be able to fund properly. So that, I think, is a reclassification of how we're looking at snow plowing.
So the funds are under another line?
Yes.
I think the state requires you to have so much, we did something funny to it, don't we? Our snow plowing budget.
No, with snow plowing, we leave it statutory, we budget the same every year, because statutorily,
Right.
it's the only account that we're legally authorized to expend in excess appropriation.
Got it.
And we either fund it before June 30th or based on the recap. If we make a change to decrease it because one year we didn't need as much, then I statutorily have no authority to carry it into the recap in the following year, or actually technically overspend. So we keep it at the same 7,500, and then I think it's 75,000 in the operational expense line. For that reason, that's why every year it looks like we dramatically overspend what the budget is, but it's statutorily only one.
That's what I meant by the funny thing we do.
If you make a downward change, you cannot do that for the next year, so that's why we keep it there.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then you just, whatever it is, it is.
And if we have available funds, we propose making a transfer at the end of the year, or we carry it forward to the recap if we need it.
Okay. Thanks.
It's generally overtime and vendors and materials. That's basically it. And it obviously because it's weather dependent is why that fund exists that way, to be able to deficit spend.
Right.
I want to move you along so that we have time to talk about solid waste.
Sure.
Good idea.
There's a number of exceptions in the 2020. I would simply highlight fleet management as some critical asks to replace the loader. Was an ask from last year that's been brought back, so I appreciate that. We have 250 for the loader. The DPW director vehicles should be clarified. We asked for 100 to replace the 2 deputies' vehicles. The driving Ford Rangers, which some of you might know, Ford is bringing back for production this year. They stopped production on Ford Rangers over 10 years ago. So these vehicles were plus vehicles. They've got lots of mileage, and they are a mess. I would say most people probably would not drive them. So the ask was to replace those 2 vehicles to keep those guys out and running around supporting. We got half of that, so we're at least going to replace 1. This is not my vehicle. My vehicle that's going to keep going until we get everyone else in the right seat. Trash compactor truck for 140. It's a critical piece for us, especially in the summer. And that thing's out 7 days a week for 3 separate trash runs, minimum. We had some issues last year in the summer, and that really put us exposed. So this is going to complement what we currently have, but make sure that we're providing that consistent service. And then the vehicle lifts is really in support of the growing fleet, giving some flexibility to our mechanics through the building there. Any specific questions with regard to DPW exceptions?
Trash truck, small, large, or in between? Are you getting one of the smaller ones, or are we going to have a big?
It's essentially the identical vehicle we have.
Okay.
Rob, what's GIS data integration?
That's a combination of existing support and working together now with water and sewer to bolster our townwide coverage of public utilities. So it's integrating with those 2 departments and consultant support. It's also bringing on new, developing our existing GIS data into and expanding that. So we currently have, for instance, some new software to now enter our entire fleet. Next year, we're hoping to expand that into additional vehicles and potentially additional fleets to start monitoring potentially police and fire vehicles, at least to start building records of the town's entire fleet, as an example. facilities is another. While we have lists of facilities in their buildings, not necessarily condition assessment information. This is going to allow us to really build a robust set of information that we will start to make data-driven decisions on how we prioritize projects.
So are you buying anything, or is this paying for services?
These are services.
Your services or outside services?
It's outside services. We also have, we are buying equipment as far as pads that are going out in the field to start having staff enter work, close out work orders, be able to receive and react to work orders in the field.
Expense.
Okay.
Great.
I just have one more before we
Yeah,
go to
please.
solid waste. Under your key list of key issues, you have prioritize improvements, expansion of town-owned housing facilities. Is that, you hope that one day we will prioritize those things, or do you have something specific in mind?
I think the idea initially is to make sure that the town-owned facilities for staff that we currently have are kept up and not just maintained, but also looked at for potential expansion to further accommodate.
Okay. Thanks.
And the budget, the budget incorporates three new positions, a capital project manager and 2 additional maintenance techs?
There's no additional, right now we're filling vacancies. We have.
Okay, so at the end of that, I'm at page 74 in my present. So those are approved positions that just happen to be vacant, and you're still trying to fill them?
That's correct.
The facilities director has actually been filled. It's the deputy director. So that one there, what you're looking at, it's actually been filled.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm good.
there's some dominoes to fall. We have a number of positions that are currently vacant that we're trying to fill. So this is from early fall before the second deputy started. Thank you. Moving on to solid waste. So, as most of you know, we've worked with George Aronson, our solid waste consultant, through the years. George has continued to be consulted through the development of the budget. Right now, we're looking at a projected revenue based on fiscal 18 levels, looking for a conservative approach. Believing that we may be at or past the economic peak here, we want to be conservative with our revenue expense, our forecast. Increases to get us to the 10.9 in the expense column is looking at what's happening off island. There's some pretty serious freight costs and tipping fees that we expect to go up as we look to change operations or tweak operations, which are basically related to the cost of construction and demolition debris. And for the cause of trying to increase the life of the newly opened landfill cell, cell 3A, we are looking to again, tweak operations to divert as much as possible from our current waste stream to an off-island tip of construction demolition debris. We are self-funding the newly hired solid waste recycling coordinator, which was, you may remember, funded through a grant from Remain in this current fiscal year. And we've also looked at an increased handling of costs associated with hazardous waste. So the program changed, that the vendor was handling the costs at at each event. We are now taking that money in and then paying the vendor from there. And participation, thankfully, has gone up. That just means increased costs on our end. So we're removing more hazardous waste from the island, and now, most recently, the selectmen have supported waiving the fees for the very small generators of commercial hazardous waste as well. So in an effort to try to remove further hazardous waste from the island. So we expect those increased handling costs to continue to rise.
Rob, on your 2019 budget, you have landfill fee income of $531,600. Where are you against that? Because I notice on the expense side, you're running way below what would be the, say, mathematical average of where you would be according to what your numbers should look like. So are you on track on the revenue side?
I don't have the presentation with me, but we just did it for the select board a couple weeks ago. And if I remember correctly, and Ally, you can jump in if you remember specifically, but I know we are ahead on the revenue side.
Okay.
It's a small percentage, maybe 7 or 8%, and that's represented like 44% of the entire budget. So it's moving along.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some of the highlights in the increase column obviously is something we've talked about, which is freight, diverting more non-compostable, non-recyclable products into the construction and demolition debris. And typically what we anticipate happening is off-island, the tip fee ratcheting up because of us commingling those materials to more traditional construction demolition debris. We are confident that the off-island receiver is going to be able to take it, but we also anticipate a higher cost for them to take it. And that, as compared to the cost to construct new lined landfill cells, is where the break is.
Where is what is the capacity of current, that we're using this cell 3A?
Yes, so the newly constructed cell 3A opened a couple weeks ago. And that is anticipated, based on our current use, it has about a 10-year lifespan. What we're hoping to do is, with some tweaks to our operations, to be able to extend the life of that significantly further out. That's the goal.
So C&D waste isn't going to be put in that. That's being shipped off island.
That's being diverted away, correct.
And how are the town C&D operations doing vis-a-vis the private competitor?
I don't have information on the private competitor.
Well, are our volumes sort of back up? I mean, wasn't there a situation a year or two ago where
yes,
volume was being diverted away from the town, and that had a negative financial impact?
Sure. So certainly we monitor the year-to-year and month-to-month on the volumes. The volumes have returned, and the volumes are consistent with prior, the last 3 years. In fact, I'd say the C&D is slightly up from this time last year, and that's the first half of fiscal 19. I think there's certainly a big look going on at the future of this entire operation, and including the landfill. One thing that I think we'll be looking at with the finance director and the town manager moving forward is going to be the fee structure and what the next contract may look like. Right now, we have an enterprise fund that is largely funded by the general fund. So does it make sense to continue as such, or is this something that's really going to be run as an enterprise? Is something that needs to be looked at. Also, where the revenue streams are coming from versus where they could be coming from, and how all of that ties together to change behavior to get to the goals, specifically to what we're diverting away from the landfill. You know, we have a finite amount of space. We're moving into capping the landfills that have reached maturation, and so it's really a interesting time to be at to make these decisions on what's going to happen here for the next 50 to 100 years as far as solid waste goes.
You had, was it sponsored by the Land Council? Is that who did it, the meeting you had maybe, I forget how many months ago, for the landfill, to talk about the issues of it? Is that something going forward we're going to have more of? And the board of, I don't know where the Board of Selectmen are, but like we talk about 10 years for a cell. I mean, we could go back, 15, 20 years where we talk about I call it the dump. But anyway,
Yes.
Progress comes slow, and I know the contract's probably coming up for the individuals running it now, and have we any farther along as far as?
So 2025 is the end of the contract with the Waste Options folks, and the DPW is holding public information sessions over the course of the winter. The solid waste recycling and landfill issue session is Thursday, January 31st. So hope to see you there. And that's essentially a continuation of the conversations that we've had in the past, and try to answer anyone's questions, but also raise awareness of some of the other issues that are going on.
Great.
It's, as you've seen in your involvement with these committees, there's a lot happening over there, and things are changing not just here, but also off island that affect a lot of the decisions that we're looking at.
And just, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just to read, if I'm reading the financials that are on sort of pages 86 and beyond, the plan for 19 is that the town subsidy, which is, I guess, the combination of the override and the direct subsidy, is 5.9 plus, and it's still, and then it produces a $400,000 operating loss, so that's $6.3 million subsidy or loss that the town has to absorb, and then that's growing to 7.4 million for fiscal 20. Am I reading those numbers right?
I don't have what you have specifically, but I have 6.1.
Yeah, the remaining gap is going to be funded by retained earnings.
Yep.
Out of the solid waste.
So that's the 1.4 million, 1.37.
Yep, 1.37 is
that gets absorbed out of retained earnings.
Yep.
Of the enterprise fund.
That's right.
But of course, the only reason there are retained earnings is because the town subsidized in prior years.
That we subsidized in the prior, which is more than likely going to evaporate at the end of this year.
All right.
It's an expensive proposition.
So some of the things that we're looking to tease out and have presented now, some new graphs to kind of, traditionally, I think the focus has been on let's say, the revenue generating graphs, which are the MU, the mixed excavation waste, and the C&D. And you'll see those in the quarterly and annual reports from the fund. But we're now looking at the recycling stream, the compostable waste stream, as well as the construction, demolition, and mixed excavation waste. And I think that kind of comes back to what we were talking about earlier. Until we measure it and start to look at the behaviors of how we can change these streams, 10 years may come faster. And we would like to make 10 years turn into 20 or 30 years. And I think I really do believe we have the ability to do that here. I find it's quite easy for folks to just forget their personal influence on what happens, and because they're one tiny piece of contributors to the overall waste stream. So the nice thing about having our new solid waste recycling coordinator is we've been able to take ideas that have been sitting up here and really put them forth and start to execute, digging deeper into the data, coordinating with a lot of the people on island that have influence into these streams, and develop messaging and that sort of thing. So we're getting up to speed in the first 6 months of having that coordinator here to be able to start to make some more market changes and raise awareness of a lot of the issues that are happening there.
Well, looking at the graph on 78, I'm just perplexed. I know it only goes up to 18, but I'm perplexed on how shipping boxes go down with what's going on with the mail and the UPS, everything from the internet.
Yeah, that's interesting.
We're all hoarding them.
Yeah, really.
So does plastic and so does glass, so.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
shipping boxes should be increasing at a major rate with what's going on in terms of each of us getting lots of boxes each year.
I mean, I actually thought all these graphs were interesting, that the growth rate, I mean, some of the categories are showing, increases, but some of them are showing decreases. And I would have thought that with sort of the overall population trends on the island and development trends, that all these things would be going up. So I don't know.
You can clearly see if you go all the way back through the recession, that there's a pretty gradual but recognized trend, as you would expect. Again, these things are important to look at to sort of see the long-term trends. Most of them are what you would guess as a sort of the society that we're part of that loves their Amazon Prime. So it's really trying to manage that and understand and sort of recognize some of the trends. I think that one specifically, not the shipping boxes, but the total stream is sort of some of the indicators that are leading us to expect that we're at or maybe just after the peak for revenue.
I think this is for recycling streams. So the other interpretation here is more stuff's just going into
Regular garbage.
regular
yeah.
garbage
That
and
could
not
be.
getting pulled for recycling.
So the first thing that we were able to do this fall, which was pretty exciting, something I've wanted to do since I've arrived, is a waste characterization study to really get at, it's one thing to measure what's coming over the scale and get a better sense of what's coming in, what's coming out. But there's also our responsibility to really understand, are people recycling, as was implied. So we partnered with some students at Worcester Polytech this fall, and were able to participate in a waste characterization study. We opened up collectively 200 bags and sorted them to a litany of probably 12 or 15 separate items. Recyclable, glass, all kinds of everything that we sort currently in some other categories and some subcategories to get a better sense of what our waste stream really looks like. Half were from a drop-off grab, and half were, the other 100 were from a truck, one of the trucks delivering. So it was actually interesting. We collected both of them and sorted them separately so we could understand if there was a market change or difference between people that were bringing it to us from the drop-off versus the delivery, and they were fairly similar. But that is what you're going to see moving forward. If you look at the graph on compostable waste stream, that's basically once people are through what they consider recycling, this is what they're giving us, the compostable waste stream. So this is what most people would consider household compostable waste stream is, and I just would reiterate, should only be items that are compostable. Other than the plastic bag that it comes in, that it gets delivered in, it should only be compostable. And what we found in our study is that only 64% of what's being delivered to us is actually compostable. The remaining 36% is stuff that ultimately gets landfilled because it goes through the composter, is not compostable. It's either non-compostable or non-recyclable. So it's things that could have been or should have been recycled prior to, or removed out and set aside as what's currently being called bulky. We're launching an update to our messaging for February 1st, which is going to help educate people on the three main categories of our waste stream: recyclables, compostables, and then non-recyclable, non-compostables. And really with an effort focused initially on the residents dropping off, and then rolling this out with the haulers to be able to educate their constituents as well. And another thing that came out of this whole data dump is 75% of our waste is delivered to us by private haulers. 75%. So regardless of what we do at the drop-off, the majority of what's coming to us is coming from private haulers. We need to make a big effort to work with them to make sure that they're doing their part, to make sure their customers are doing their part. So it was a really helpful effort. It's a snapshot in time. And keep in mind, this is it was sort of late October, early November. So this is largely year-round population. We're planning to do this same event in the heat of the summer to take another grab and understand what the waste contribution is at that same time. But this was, I think the number was like 1/1000th of a month as a grab.
Do you have any more questions? Anybody have a question on? Go ahead.
Rob, how do you see this? What do you see this looking like in 10 years?
Oh, we could go on for a long time on that.
Yeah, you don't want to get.
But I think
that's a rabbit hole.
I'm sure it is.
January's meeting.
Yeah, that's actually that's a good one for January.
Is there enough resources in the budget to plan for this? Because I'm really...
I'm confident that the people involved and the resources that we have at our, and the willingness to talk with the current operator and some other folks that are involved, very talented. And I think I have a high level of confidence that we'll be able to come forward with some recommendations on what the future is going to look like. But that said, it's always great to have outside some of the best ideas that we move forward with, some of the projects we have come from the public. So we definitely want a high level of participation and input, not just on the 31st, but throughout the process.
Quick question on one of the capital projects, the capping of cells 1A, B, and C, $14 million. It's sort of a dumb question, but that wasn't sort of funded or planned for prior. This is, now we're saying, oh, gee, we have to spend $14 million to cap these existing ones?
Yeah, it's a great question. This has been known. It's been sort of kicked down the road for a number of years, and the number continues to climb as it gets kicked down the road. So the mining has sort of continued for years and years and years. The mining is sunsetting at the end of the fiscal year, and the capping is not just for the old landfill, which is 1A, B, and C. That's the old unlined cell, the remnants of what people would call the dump.
Right.
It's also looking at capping the original lined cell, which has now reached its life, which is 2A, 2B. That there is, and the reason for that is right now, 2A, 2B it was the only active lined cell. That creates leachate, as opposed to the unlined cell, which the leachate any leachate goes right in to the groundwater. The line cell creates leachate that gets removed almost on a daily basis, but it is weather dependent. So when it rains, all that gets washed out, and so the sewer department handles all the leachate. They come through and take that out to the wastewater treatment plant for treatment, and starts all over again, and it's a continuous process. So with the cell 3A now coming online, that's going to itself create its own amount of leachate. So I thought it was important, and I think David would agree with me, that the sooner we can cut off the source of leachate from the cell 2A, 2B, which they're currently servicing, they would not meaningfully increase the amount of leachate they would have to handle. So it would ultimately be quite a burden on them to try to handle.
So capping these, even the line ones, reduces or eliminates leachate because the water's not going through it.
That's
Okay.
right.
So let me reiterate, this has been and we've talked about it over the years here in the finance. This has been a contingent liability. It was just a case of when were we going to have to do something about it, and that time is upon us. We're being driven as much from what Rob said, but also from a regulatory perspective. So, anyway.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rob, thanks very much. Let me compliment you on all of these public hearings and meetings you have. The feedback I get from people around the community is greatly appreciated. They really appreciate your openness and transparency. I hope it's been helpful to you.
I was got to say, it really truly has been my pleasure, not just in being able to meet additional members of the public who I haven't come across on other projects quite yet, but I would sincerely say that some of the really good ideas come from people who live in these neighborhoods, use these services, and are genuinely interested in seeing them improve. So thank you to the board here, but also the people participating. Very helpful.
Well, thank you for your time. We're going to take a 3 to 5 minute stretch, and then Brett, you're up next. So stretch. I remember early on, Denise, you'll appreciate this story. Early on in my career, and I was doing a lot of work in Detroit with the automotive industry, and the Japanese were totally dominating. I was staying at a hotel, and I started hearing chants, and that was unheard before, and I went and I looked in, and here are all of these Japanese businessmen with some Americans, and they're doing their stretch and their exercises and their calisthenics. It was for those of us who hadn't seen their management style in action, it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, kind of gets your attention, especially for the unfit of us that are doing that.
That's funny. I had a professor in college who made us study Japanese management style for an entire semester.
You don't know that you can spend an entire semester on that. Well, not really.
Called operating systems.
That's true. Well, that's,
I
yeah,
bet you
okay.
spent more than a semester on that.
That's probably true.
Losses are rising. I guess, increasing revenue.
As we talked yesterday, taxes. One time I read that
You guys have a web browser up?
I don't know if I'm connected to the Wi-Fi or not, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know if I am either. Yeah, I am.
You are?
Yeah, hang on.
Can you go to the, if you wouldn't mind,
Yeah.
just to the
Name of it?
the town's website. I think it's just Nantucket-NA.gov.
Yeah.
Stephen was wondering about the. You're Peter?
Yeah.
Rob McDaniel.
Hey, Rob, nice to meet
Pleasure
you.
meeting you.
Okay, so what do you want? Oh, this is our mail. You want to get into the regular. Nantucket.
I just wanted to check if the project's website on the town website actually has.
And now, of course, no is my mom.
Old South Road corridor project is up there.
So it's Nantucket. What'd you say?
It's Nantucket-MA. Yeah.
.gov, GIS, or just
yeah, .gov.
Yeah. Okay, official website. Got it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So this is always helpful if you're looking for any of these projects.
Yep.
Coastal resiliency, municipal facilities, parks and rec, master plan, transportation.
Yep.
This and past stuff. So the current transportation should get us to whatever's under milestone safety and accessibility, Old South Road corridor, and park. That's the Surfside, Lover's Lane, etc. 3 intersections. That's it. So,
So I learned from the Comcast guy yesterday, he gets paid by the job, not by the hour.
yeah, installation guys.
Yeah.
The details of pay for performance. That's rare.
I had a plug that needed
There was
replacing.
some stuff done for town meeting, and I'm not sure if that explicitly
Made it on,
shows
yeah.
on there.
Brandon's name is.
Something that's really timely. Yeah, I'll have to make sure that goes up there.
It's his first winter.
Steven, I'll check with Mike on that. I don't see, I was on that Old South Corridor project thing.
Yeah.
And I don't see the stuff that was set up for town meeting.
The stuff that was set up for the previous town meeting.
Yeah, for last
Yeah,
year.
I was able to find it, and it looks like
Where was it?
it looks like a sidewalk. It was. Where did I find it?
All right, so
There's
we'll
a.
take this packet and we'll move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Yes, did they? Yes, I see a lot of paper.
I don't know.
Sure there are.
I would like them paper, but I don't want to print it.
Yeah, this was it.
Yeah, I didn't want to print it either.
Yeah, so this is it, but it's got, very
It's more
clearly a
sidewalk.
sidewalk, See, it says sidewalk right here.
Yep.
And I'm just practically speaking, 350 dwellings plus whatever
Yeah.
else is going on in there. People aren't gonna wanna go Lover's Lane back to Surfside to get to town.
Peter, do you work at the
I
Artist Association?
suggested when I met with
No.
Dave
Why is there
Barbetti,
another picture?
I thought I saw somebody who looked like you there.
I said, why don't you guys look into like a culvert or something? They can
Always
bring
looking for
people
something to do,
under,
though.
just for pedestrians.
How are you?
I'm well.
For
Yes,
people
how are
going
you?
inbound to get the bus, it's not just bikers. A lot of
Going
people
to
are
any
gonna
good
need to get to the other
concerts?
side of Old South Road.
I'm going to see Eric Church next Friday.
The same thing we discussed
You're gonna go to
around
both
last
nights.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're two different shows.
Oh my god, I can't go to both
He is
nights.
not playing the same
Come
song
together
in the whole show. That's why he's doing two stops. He's only doing two stops at every
It's not
location.
just
Because
about
every
the,
set list, every night is different.
That's awesome.
The vehicular
You will not
traffic
play the
is
same song.
increasing.
2 nights in a row.
2 nights in a row.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
So, because it's my birthday next week.
Well, the last time I went to
Thank
I
you.
took Jackie
I think it's gonna be safe.
To wait, oh, Dancing with the Stars?
More likely to do it. Or
Oh, that's
encourage
cool.
your kid and feel confident that your kid can do it without you being.
Well,
Yeah.
so one of my friends,
And I think that's
one of my
important.
friend's
People think,
friends is
hey,
Eric
you know,
Church's
my-
tour
my,
manager.
teenagers
So we got
somewhere
seats.
downtown,
Yes.
they could ride a bike, but I don't.
So I'm
think
excited.
about it. Therefore, I'm gonna buy them a car.
I'm just going on Friday night.
Friends wanted me to go. When you think about the pedestrian.
Yeah, I can't either. It's a little much of a.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. But
We're challenged here.
we need to change attitudes about things like that because, while there will be improvements going on out there, that's the time to do it. So,
Okay, let's
Let's go.
go.
Our Island Home.
Our Island Home. Brett, welcome. I think this is the first time you've sat with us.
Yeah, that's why I was gonna ask how you wanted me to go through it, because I have the presentation.
I'm going to tell you in a minute.
Okay.
So Cliff Williams, just so you know, Cliff Williams is sitting on the far end, Denise Cronow, Stephen Maury, David Worth, Joanna Roach, Peter Schaefer, Joe Gross. So I'm sorry we don't have our name tags, but anyway. So what we would like you to do is talk a little bit about where you've been and where you think you're going to go, so sort of a qualitative discussion. And then we usually work on what we call exceptions, which are capital expenses, increase in operating expenses that are either large dollar volume dollars or percentages. And then the third is staffing positions. And Denise and I so we sort of divide up the work here. So Denise and I are going to probably be the people that might have the most questions for you, but everybody is certainly free to jump in. And so, and we try to, we're running a few minutes later than I had hoped, but we try to stick to our schedule, so.
I'll try to help make up the time. Okay, well, for where we've been over the last couple of years, our Island Home has, well, actually more than the last couple of years, has been running at a deficit that has to be at least in part funded by the town. And over fiscal 19, at the start of fiscal 19, some staffing level changes were put in place that would kind of help close that gap from what our red bottom line is to try to minimize it. Simple math is, increase revenue and decrease expenses. And we found that we were considerably overstaffed in relation to the standard out there in the industry. So for fiscal 19, we had made some staffing changes primarily. I mean, the changes were across the board, but the biggest change was in the nursing department. But then again, I mean, from a department by department, the nursing department is 70% of your payroll expense in relation to all the other departments. So those were implemented at the start of the fiscal year and reflected in the fiscal 19 budget. So that's one thing. I mean, the staffing changes alone were projected to save I think it was $880,000 between payroll and benefits that go along with that. Even with those changes, we did not trim down to what the standard is. We wanted to protect a high level of quality care. So we figured, even now with the changes in place, with the decreases in place, we're still running, especially in nursing, 30% above standard. And like anything else, change is difficult, and it was first couple of months, July, August, they were having some growing pains because it wasn't necessarily about having to work harder as much as work smarter. So they had some things to work out, and I think it's kind of settled down a lot now, and they're running efficiently, and we haven't had any serious changes in quality or anything like that to dictate otherwise. So we are, what we suspected is we would be able to run at a more efficient model and still run at quality, which is good. From an expense side, obviously that had a huge impact on expenses. If you go even back to fiscal 18, our expenses ran under budget. Unfortunately, the revenue was under budget also, so it kind of offsets. But part of the revenue being under budget was that we were doing some renovations at the building, and we had beds out of service, so we couldn't utilize them. So our census, through attrition and keeping them closed so we could do renovations, we can only achieve a certain census. Again, starting in July with the turn of fiscal 19, we had 9 beds out of service, so we were running at a potential total capacity of 36. We ran, we activated 4 additional beds come July 1st, so we had an ability to run at 40. we've seen the census grow from a 31 to 32 to we're averaging around a 35 to 36 now, 6 months later. And if you look month to month, steady growth within that, which is a good thing. I think any revenue shortfall after the first 6 months of fiscal 19 is more due to just that coming back a little bit slower than expected, and changes in the case mix within that census. A year ago, we had 15 private pays, we only have 8 now. You know, and typically, though Medicaid residents are our bread and butter as far as the majority of where our revenue comes from, private pay and Medicare residents kind of make up the difference. And it just so happens it's just been a changing trend in that respect, though, you know, other things we're working on through the next year or two might help with that. Certain things that I'm trying, and again, my main focus is to protect the quality delivery of care while trying to close that gap from where our bottom line is and breaking even. So revenue generation, I'm trying to increase that by being able to provide more services, things that in the past they may have sent residents off island, and they have. What can we do to try to keep them at our island home instead, and you know, and provide more service to the community, which is a great thing. The offshoot of that is we also generate additional revenue within that. IV certification was a big part of that. Another thing is trying to work more collaboratively with the hospital for one of the big things is therapy, and we are challenged in the speech therapy area, as is the island. And I just had a collaborative meeting with the head of therapy for the hospital, and they want to try to do something in that respect, because there's not enough need for a full-time speech therapist for me or for them. But if we met with all the healthcare entities, I'm sure we could have more than enough to be able to make it a viable thing to attract a speech therapist, in which case, again, another service we can provide that we wouldn't have to send people off island, which is a great thing. Other things is, from a revenue standpoint, starting in October of 19, there's a change in the payment model that Medicare is going to be using. It's called the Patient-Driven Payment Model, PDPM. On a good note, it's not necessarily changing the reimbursement categories, but how they weight those and where they put the money is changing within those categories. And just based on what we've done historically, if we do nothing with the change of the PDPM model, we'll see an increased revenue per year of between $35,000 and $60,000. If we become astute at how the model works and cater things within that, we could generate a lot more than that potentially.
And that's for Medicare patients?
Medicare patients, yeah.
Okay.
And typically we only average 3-4 Medicares, but if we can provide more services, it could increase that.
And you mentioned that the Medicaid makes up the bulk of your, sort
Yeah,
of
if you were
patient
to look at the revenue,
populations,
correct.
more than half?
Yeah. Oh, it's like 75%.
70 Medicaid. I was just struck in the budget, there's, sort of an increase in Medicaid revenue. Has Medicaid changed its reimbursement?
They haven't changed. I mean, every year there's an anticipation that rates could go up based on cost of living, things like that. But it's all based on budget. I think the increase, I didn't really, where the increase is, as I said, with what we've noticed over the last year is there seems to be a change within case mix. So there seems to be more Medicaid patients and less private pay. So that would show an increase in Medicaid revenue, likewise, potentially a drop in private revenue.
Private revenue, okay.
Other things that could affect those, like longer range, as everybody knows, we're in the early stages of the potential of building a new building. When you have big capital expenditures like that, that will increase your Medicaid rate also, because there's a capital component built into their rate setting. So the more money you put out in capital, the way they do it is the rate. I mean, they go by fiscal year cost reports, so they're a little bit behind in that, but it does catch up. And there are ways that you can file to expedite that potentially.
But you're back to having operating as a 40-bed facility? I thought a year ago had been reduced to 35 or
36,
36?
yeah, 36, yeah. They closed the 9 beds because where they were doing the renovations was inclusive of that wing. So it just so happened, census goes in dips, it's never consistent, and it just hit a low, and it was a perfect time to be able to close the beds through attrition mostly, and do the renovation that was needed. So, and it's just, the census with 12,000 residents year-round, it's census growth, it comes a lot slower. Once the beds are vacant, it comes back slower. But on a good note, even though it's been slow, every month to month through the first 6 months of fiscal 19, there's been an increase. To the point where if you were to look at the financials after the first 6 months of fiscal 19, though revenue's off 9% year-to-date, it's only off 5% in the second quarter, which means it was off 13% in the first quarter. So we saw an 8% increase quarter-to-quarter, which is great. And if we continue to show that growth over the last 6 months of fiscal 19, we'll be back to where we need to be, probably before the end of the fiscal year. Granted, a part of that is all contingent on the referrals we get from the hospitals and things like that. But the more services we can provide when we get that out there among the healthcare providers, it helps us, because then they wouldn't automatically seek to send people off island. I mean, the hospital now is aware that we can do IVs. We're being more progressive with admissions. We really haven't turned many people away over the last 6 months. I don't like to do that. We should figure out a way to take care of them, keep them on island. That's what we're all about.
So Brett, you think you'll be on track for the 1.4 million in Medicaid this year?
Yes,
is
I
what you
think so,
just said,
Yep.
with the growth, as you just stated.
Yep.
It still seems like a pretty aggressive 32% increase to go to 1.9 in 2020 when it's never been that high previously.
We're not. That's actually going to be, we've already planned for that reduction in the transfer from the general fund. Is actually projected, it's got to be changed in this resolution when the vote is done. It's going to actually come out of a transfer from the general fund.
So the Medicaid patient revenue
It's
line,
not going to be 1.9 million.
Do you know what it's going to be?
And it's going to be transferred from the general fund. It's already been planned subsequently to absorb that change.
So what's your new Medicaid revenue target number?
We'll bring it down probably to that number because there's a couple more slight changes that we'll have to make. We also have some increase in private pay revenue that we'll be able to absorb. Some of that could be planned for $2,026,000 coming from the general fund.
Do you know what your run rate is right now on your Medicaid revenue, year to date?
I'll get it to you for Monday night. I don't have it off the top of my head.
I actually do have it.
So you have it?
I believe I do, yes.
So if you just go back down to your fiscal 19 budget number of $1.4 million, so you're taking 460 out, and so you've increased your subsidy by 460 out of the general fund, and obviously you've got the numbers all tying together as it flows through, right?
Yes. And there's a couple other minor changes in the other revenue that we've subsequently discussed that relative to the private pay over secondary insurance numbers. We may have to make some, that's why there's about a $515,000 increase in the subsidy to get to that number to balance that out.
And have you had to reduce anything else that you had intended to, have you
No.
taken anything else out of the budget that you intended to pay for from the free cash? I assume that's where it's coming from, or are you?
For the island home?
Yeah.
No, all we've done is increase the subsidy. We have, as discussed.
So where's the subsidy coming from?
Through the property, through the levy limit.
Okay.
We went into the presentation, we had about $517,000 available under the levy limit. When we take that 514, we have about $2,500.
That's where you get, okay.
$2 under the levy limit.
Okay.
We have, as an aside to that, we have set aside about $3.5 million of free cash that we have not recommended being used to anticipate potentially any issues with 19 that would require a transfer in. We've done that for both. That large number for free cash is because it's potentially cover both solid waste and or island home, depending on what happens as we go through these next few months.
Does Taunton still run a nursing home?
I believe they're in the process of closing, like they're almost there.
Okay. So we're the only
Municipal run, yeah,
in the Commonwealth that runs a nursing home.
correct. So going back to your question about the Medicaid, for the first 6 months of 19, we're 117,000 under budget. But again, most of that would be attributed to the census being down when we had the beds closed, and it's just slowly coming back.
So when you close a bed, can you add it back in, or are you permanently taking it out of service?
No. That's a loaded question, because the way the state looks at it is changing with 2019. Normally, yeah, if we had a bed out of commission because of a construction or something like that, we would file a petition or form with the state requesting the beds to be taken temporarily out of service. And that request, if approved, which highly unlikely, I've never seen it not get approved.
Sure.
Would be for 1 year, and then we have to continue annually, if it's going to be more than a year, to file the form, just to basically let them know that they're still vacant and not being used. And then when we were ready to reactivate them, we file a subsequent form reactivating them. And the typical things that would have to go along with that would be like a copy of our occupancy license and town health certification, like town fire certification for the beds and everything, which we do. Staffing patterns, if we were activating 20 beds, they'd want to see how we're staffing that. However, with 2019, they are now, because I don't really know the whole story as to why they're changing the way they look at things. I'm guessing that it's probably because they feel that the state may be overbedded. I don't think it's anything within one region, but with the occupancy, if they look at occupancy rates across the board, and if there are some benefits to having beds out of commission if you're not going to have the ability to fill them, because you have to pay bed tax and stuff on all your beds and everything like that. So given that fact, if you have beds out of service, it makes your occupancy rates look better. It could have some financial pluses, not huge financial pluses. So moving forward in 2019, if you have beds out of service and they anticipate that you don't really need them, they may not let you reactivate them. So subsequently, what I did, knowing this change, is I filed the forms back on December 26th to reactivate the last 5 beds, to protect those 5 beds.
Have we ever had 40 people?
Oh, yeah. Typically, rarely would it be that we would be full at 45 with a waiting list. However, and mainly because being a full-service SNF, you don't want to tie up all 45 beds with long-term residents, and then you have no way to treat short-term rehab people, quick turnaround people. But it's fairly been consistent, hovering around the 40 range, 40, 41. And I think that I don't believe census demographics dictate that any drop is going to be a permanent drop. Case mix and payer changes within that census, having less privates and everything. The building, we need major renovations into our new building. It's clean, but it's old and it presents as such. And people that have the money to be able to pay privately, could keep them at home and pay for that, as opposed to going to a facility that's old and dated. A new building, totally different. Everything up to par. More space, private rooms, things like that would attract the private pay population. It definitely will help with that. From an expense side, again, expenses consistently have been under budget. And even fiscal 19 so far, we're running approximately $212,000 under budget in total expenses. So on a good note, the revenue deficit is give or take 160,000. Expense underage is 212. So at least from a budget perspective, the savings and expenses is covering the loss in revenue, so we're not going further the wrong way. And I think you'll find that those revenue fluctuates up and down sometimes based on referrals, demographics, things like that. Expense control is a lot more consistent month to month, quarter to quarter, year to year, unless there's something big that changes, like our expenses coming down from a budget perspective based on the staffing changes. Other things, I mean, for the fiscal 20 budget, really, the only thing that I looked for an increase, like an exception increase, was to increase professional services because of our nurse staffing issue that's consistent on some levels. We've seen an increase in having to use travel nurses, thus an increase on that end. So it wasn't, we didn't budget completely for it in 2019, but knowing that we might have to carry that through into 2020, I wanted to try to budget more for that. That's why I have the $170,000 exception increase on that line. Other than that, I didn't really see any need to increase or decrease line items as prepared by finance based on simple averages and trending.
My question will not be a popular one, and it's not really for you, Brett, it's more for Brian and Libby. When I look at using retained earnings for this
There you go.
year over year, for what is a very small population, whilst we use retained earnings for other things, but it benefits more of the island. So it's not maybe necessarily a question as much as a statement, is there an awareness and therefore the community is in full support of doing this and needs endorsement from the community or not? Yes, is my,
So we should be budgeting it through the general fund, not through free cash every year.
well,
There's a lot like that.
well, I just, you know, I look at the town's money in terms of it's limited and are we spending it as we should? And I'm not saying to close our island home. I'm just saying are we fully funding it in a way that the community endorses it? I do believe Nantucket is a community that votes values first, often on topics that aren't just financially straightforward one way or the other. Because if this was all of our own businesses, we couldn't afford to run this, right? So, therefore, I don't have a concern that this wouldn't get voted to be funded. Maybe I should have that concern. However, are we being transparent to the voters?
Well, I mean, I think we are being transparent because in the article for the enterprise fund, it clearly does, whether people do vote or not, is
Okay.
your second point.
Yeah,
But
that's a point.
it clearly denotes all of the funding sources for every enterprise fund.
Okay.
Retained earnings is right there. As you'll recall, part of the presentation that the town manager and I made to the select board was a recommendation to consider an override to fund the town's portion that's coming from directly within the levy limit, as well as the retained earnings portion, so that we were recommending that, from our standpoint, that the proper way to fund this, if we're going to continue to operate it, and I see no reason why we're not going to,
Right.
was to fund it entirely with that override, so that we weren't relying on an unstable source to fund the remaining $2.8 million of an operation next year. It was not very well received.
There wasn't a lot of enthusiasm, as I
There was not a lot of
remember.
enthusiasm about it. It is something that I have stood there during this presentation, along with the town manager, and recommended that we have those discussions, and it has not gone anywhere. So absent the willingness to, or the desire to consider an override, the only way to fund it is with that, or make substantial changes in the general fund budget in order to cover it.
All right. Thank you.
Don't we get, just like anything else from the state, when they go through our budgets and see how we spend our money, wouldn't this be, I would think they'd have something to say as far as this isn't the proper way to continue to fund an entity of the town with money that you say, like you say, is unstable, where we should come up with if we need an override, you need an override. You can't just keep running the whole town. But I know, I've looked at newspapers and different reports. I look at that stuff from years ago to see how things were run. Island Home, probably in the 70s or the 60s, it was 8% of our budget. It was funded out of the general fund. And I don't know where all of a sudden it passed, and now we're funding it not out of the general fund. I mean, it all comes out of the general fund, but not a real budget.
Well, it's been that way since when they voted to, when 2011, when they voted to make it an enterprise fund. It got taken out of the general fund budget except for the subsidy. And so that's why it's its own separate separate source like this, which is why the general fund's contribution would look different than all of those other reports, because when it was all in there, any of the unused money was, or of the needed sourcing was coming out of the general fund. Now we are funding about just over $2 million out of this year. So that's one of the reasons why it would look completely different is since 2011 we've been operating as an enterprise fund. And to your question about the state, I don't want to say doesn't care, but they don't have an opinion one way or the other. The only thing that their concern is that we have no revenue deficits, and if we're going to, that we fix them either through retained earnings, free cash, available fund transfers. They don't opinion one way or the other on whether the town is making the correct decisions on how to fund operations within the town.
I assume we're still pursuing CPE money?
Oh, yeah, every year we file.
And
Yeah, hypothetically, that's where some of the retained earnings comes from.
it's not hypothetical, that is where some of the retained earnings comes from.
Yeah, I mean, it goes into the retained earnings, so, and the CPE money we get is based on prior year
Right.
information, so.
Do we have anything else?
No, I think, Brett, you've done
Yeah.
a very good job of providing transparency to this, from how you're able to answer questions and how you're trying to get new revenue streams in, so good job.
Thank you.
I'd ask that you guys redo this budget.
We're going
Get it back to us. And from a formatting perspective, I think it would be helpful to see a revenue X of what you have to transfer in and out, so we know what the earned income of the operation basically looks like. And I know you and I have had this discussion whether CPE money is earned income or not. I think it is, it's just lags. But are you familiar with CPE money, basically the reimbursement we get from the state because the delta on the Medicaid revenues?
I remember it from years past.
Yep.
But I think that would be helpful because that, to take out what has to be transferred in, because that then gives us an operating marker as to where we are
Yep.
with your operation, not how we're trying to fund the deficit. The only other comment I would make, I can't get to your 880 in either projected or actual declines in your expense side on your staffing, so I would ask you to maybe relook at that. It looks like we've shedded beds and not costs fast enough, and you may be hamstrung with union contracts, but those numbers don't. I just can't get to the 880, but that may just be my quick math not taking everything in. But if that in fact is the case, I'd urge you to take another look at the expense side of your operation.
Do you think we should, as a committee, and maybe we haven't taken a bigger consensus, that we support the finance department and administration when it comes to the appropriation, if it's an override, or they still seem to be getting anywhere with the Board of Selectmen? I thought maybe if we sounded off, if it's positive, it would be helpful.
I would hope if they thought we could be helpful on that they would ask us. But I think this is a bigger issue that we're sort of dancing around. As you know.
I am. At some point, just like the landfill, something has to give. Somebody has to answer the question.
So, Brett, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brett.
Okay, town administration.
Right, I think Brian is gonna go first for the finance stuff, and then I'll follow, and we have a couple of department heads here who can do their sections.
Maybe there's another chair. Do I sit next to Brian, or you're happy there? Okay. There's a chair there if you needed it.
If he says something, he should.
Leap up.
Instead of good morning or
It's not morning anymore.
You passed the threshold.
Yeah.
we have? Okay.
It's still morning in Chicago. You're okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Or good afternoon. Well, it's actually still morning in Chicago and California,
true.
so we're good, right?
You were good.
Somewhere.
It's cocktail time in Europe. But that's
Go,
Go, okay.
go, go, go.
So the finance department maintains 3 departments within it, the accounting side, the treasurer, and the treasurer, collector, and assessor's office. We've actually only really proposed one exception this year, which is a recommendation for a new position called capital asset manager, which came also out of the staffing study. It's been a recommendation for a couple years, or since last year, out of the capital program committee. Primarily to focus because, as we have seen over the last few years, we have a lot of capital projects, a lot of infrastructure going on, and this position really would be focused on making sure that those projects were shepherded through with the departments, but also primarily focus internally on helping to maintain the capital program plan and working with the departments in preparation on an annual basis for going to the capital program committee. And also I'm not sure if everyone on the committee is aware, we've actually internally taken on a project of actually creating our own specific capital program software, so that it would start with an entry into a system that would flow then a project all the way through to capital program for ranking and maintaining it within this software. We did extensive research and felt that this option was probably the best, and it's actually pretty close to being ready for rollout at this point to capital program to begin the process of implementing it into next year. So the next couple phases of that would just be tweaking what we want to add to it and how we want to manage it from here. Other than that, specifically within those department operations, we don't have a lot of changes to any of the budget. There will be, I think everybody knows that or has heard possibly that the treasurer will be leaving sometime in the month of February. The only other staff position that we may be changing is there could be a change in the collector's office sometime in the next fiscal year, but that would not really increase the salary, so we haven't projected any changes in that area. So
Do we have a succession plan for the treasurer?
We're working on it right now, yes, and the ad has already been posted for the position, and we've been working with a couple outside firms that would be able to provide interim services till we were able to find a permanent replacement for the treasurer.
And by bringing in somebody, and I don't know how long the treasurer has been there, has the treasury and municipal government and finance changed such that a new person coming in would, I don't want to say modernize, because I don't know that it needs to be modernized, but...
Our treasurer has done a lot of work since
since she assumed the role a couple years ago, of modernizing and getting everything up to date and in that, so that it's going to be left in a much better state than it would have been if this transition had tried to be implemented a few years ago. I'm very confident in what she's done is highlighted, I think, even in the audit committee meeting that we had. The auditors have been very impressed on how hard the treasurer has worked to fix those and bring it current and forward. So I'm very confident in that piece of it. Some of the other areas that we're also responsible for, and I think this was part of the discussion and presentation to the select board. Debt service is up about $2.5 million this year, which is all excluded debt primarily, which is a result of a portion of the Nantucket Harbor Shimmo Plus parcel, specifically $14.9 million permanently borrowed by the Clean Water Trust. It is at 0% interest. But that was permanently borrowed. We have no control over when the Clean Water Trust goes to the market. They go whenever they feel it's most advantageous to them. That was borrowed, and the first payment of that is due. And as you may know or may have seen in November, right when we went to the market, we borrowed $13 million for the new fire station because we were very concerned about what was going to happen at year end for interest rates. So we decided to go into the market in a time we felt was most advantageous to us. So those are primarily the two biggest drivers of that. There is a portion of the increase with debt service is also related to the fact that a few years ago we had authorized $1 million borrowing for feasibility and preliminary design work for Island Home. We had to permanently borrow the first $500,000 because of the timing of how long we can continually roll debt without adding it to the subsequent project, and since that's not going to fit within the time frame, we paid down using a majority of the premium that we received. So the permanent borrowing on that piece is only $167,000, and it's split over 2 years. So that was another piece that increased that. The other primary area of responsibility, which is always on people's mind, is health insurance. And as we discussed with the select board in the presentation, we are projecting an 11% increase right now. The budget to budget actually shows slightly less than that because last year when we did the budget, we hadn't been able to budget the full impact of the plan design changes at that point. So we ended up, it appears to be slightly less. The 11% increase is on the actual rate that we currently enforce in fiscal 19. It is something that I do advise the town manager on a constant basis, potentially between now and April could be revised downward. As we get more data and run rate, we are running a little bit ahead or better than we had expected in trend, but medical rate inflation is still running at it between 8 and 8.5%, and we're also covering or carrying any of the new positions within that number that we're budgeting, as well as any vacant positions that we have right now. And we also are projecting a small increase in our reinsurance costs because we have had some large claims. So because we're self-insured, we go out and purchase stop-loss insurance, and we have $175,000 cap, and anything above that is due from we get reimbursed. But given the fact that we've had some claims and there's some potential ones that will be carrying on or continuing on for a very long time, we're expecting that we may see an increase there. So we're covering for that as well.
Okay.
Any other
Want to talk about pensions? OPEB?
Pension is an 8.5% increase, excuse me, which is in line with the prior years and is consistent. That's what we're budgeting. Based on a funding schedule that will be completed in year 2038. We hope there's any unforeseen changes. OPEB, we have just over $2.2 million in the stabilization fund, and as we have every year, we've built into the raise and appropriate another $500,000 contribution into the fund.
Is that invested?
It is invested, yes.
The state pension?
No,
board?
It's privately. It's invested with Morgan Stanley. We'll actually, in the next week or so, begin the conversation because, as I noted to the select board the other night during the general fund presentation, Morgan Stanley is exiting the municipal investment business because it's become too costly and too risky for them to continue in the business, having to certify that they're in compliance with thousands of municipality investment plans, because every one of them is different. So the state investment fund may be something we look at, and we probably will be also looking out to a couple of the much larger players in the municipal market investment funds here, specifically either Rockland Trust or Bartholomew.
Anybody else have a question? I'm happy to keep going.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about the pension again. I asked last year. We seemed to, a while back, it was kind of I don't say a rudderless ship, but we weren't paying attention and they weren't getting the returns. And are they getting at least the same returns as everyone else?
The funding schedule is still on, which is where that's the funding schedule is scheduled to still be completed as it was since the last 4 years, 2038. So they're still on pace to be able to meet that, which is a combination of our assessments and their investment returns.
I mean, when they come back with what we give them, obviously when the investment returns aren't what they're supposed to be, they adjust those. So I'm just making sure we're in the
But
right
they've
fund
also,
instead of-
given the downturn in 2008, 9, and 10, they have changed statutorily. They were required to reach a certain level that they were not reaching, and that has been changed slightly to give them some of the flexibility needed to manage that properly.
Part of the answer to your question is that Barnstable County went to the Invest Now with PRIM, which is the state.
Right.
So their returns have come up dramatically because they were laggards and with who they were investing with. There's another piece of this that I don't think anybody here knows because they're pretty secretive about this stuff, and the information lags, which is what the increase in the payouts to pensioners has been. And it was running like 3 or 4%. They were just increasing the amount. So it was higher. When I last looked, it was higher than the increases in Social Security. So that's a draw on what's in the fund. It's based upon a 7.5% return, so if they're not achieving that, and I think they use a trailing 3-year average, and the way you adjust it is you just push out the point where you're fully funded in time.
I mean, it looked like a bad thing, the downturn in the market in 2008, but if they had this buy and hold strategy, in reality...
No, it didn't work out that way.
But since they've moved to the state system, it has certainly done better than they were.
They've done
before.
much better, and I think there's a lot more comfort that it's not a firefighter representative from some community on the Cape deciding what brother-in-law's fund he's going to invest in. So.
Yeah, Prim is a pretty big operation.
Oh yeah, yeah, and their returns have actually been pretty good.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thanks, Brian.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Okay, so, good afternoon. The town admin items, on your list, you've got town admin and all the rest there. So I'm going to take everything that's remaining except for IT, natural resources, and human and health services, which actually should probably say Health and Human Services, which is combined Human Services and Health Department. And there aren't any exception items for Human Services, but there are some for health, so Roberto is going to do that. And the department heads that are here will do those items that I'm not doing, okay? So town admin. And I apologize because some of the documents in the presentation here didn't get quite as thoroughly proofed as we would have liked, so there's a little bit of older information here. For example, our org chart isn't quite updated. I won't really necessarily take you through that unless you want me to, but there's a couple of things that need to be updated that we didn't get to yet. So in the town, I don't know what you guys have, but I've got this sheet that looks like that I'm
correct.
Yep, we got
have that
the
too.
exceptions, yeah.
Okay, so the public health inspector Roberto is going to cover in his item, his presentation. And on the town admin side, strictly town admin, we've got 4 operational expense increase requests. The strategic plan initiatives for $100,000, and that is not necessarily a particularly identified item, but there are a number of things in the board's strategic plan that are going to require some funding to implement. For example, there is the paid parking system, and we have been utilizing a consultant somewhat that's been provided by Remain, so we haven't really had to pay much yet, but the system itself will require purchase, and I don't think I'm not sure if $100,000 is going to be enough for the purchase or not, but there would be an offset with the paid part of the paid parking. So that is a potential for something to do with that program, and there may be other items that our work groups haven't quite gotten to yet, but we know there's going to be some expense. So this is something of a placeholder. The strategic plan implementation is a bit different. That is more geared towards continuing to utilize the consulting firm that helped us finish off the strategic plan, the Novak group. They also did the staffing study, and we would seek to engage them to help actually with an effort that involves what we're calling operationalizing the strategic goals and getting them into the department's operations and thinking and future planning and
So
that kind
basically
of thing.
taking the top 4 or 5 things per the strategic plan and saying, okay, you person are now responsible, and here's what the plan needs to look like in order to get this thing implemented.
Pretty much, and they're going to come on a regular basis and help us update the board on what the progress is.
Okay.
And they helped us set up different work groups for each goal. And so so those are set up, but it does help to have somebody just pushing you toward it that isn't a town employee necessarily, because they've got other stuff to do. The staffing study implementation, that is another potential Novak contract that would help us implement the items in the staffing study. So there's a number, I didn't bring it with me, but whoever was at the presentation heard it. There's a number of items, not just new positions, but a number of other recommendations in the study. For example, there's succession planning, there's collective bargaining items, a bunch of different things. So this would help us pick one of those items. There's perhaps a wage study, something like that. We would pick what we feel is the most important one and engage them to help us figure out how to implement it. We also, on a side note, are seeking what's called a compact community grant through the state, which is a program for municipalities meant to encourage best management practices, and they will give you a little money to hire a consultant to develop a best management practice if there isn't really already one out there, and then they put them all online, and the idea is over time if you need something like that, you go online and look at what other people are doing. So we're seeking one right now for collective bargaining best management practices, although that is pretty regulated by the state. Legal funding, we're having some issues right now with current legal matters. There's a lot of them on the plate, ranging from marijuana to the Surfside Crossing 40B to some different labor matters, and those are sort of above and beyond the norm of legal issues that face us. But this specifically would probably be more towards labor for the upcoming round of collective bargaining negotiations in 2020 and leading into 2021. We have a number of capital projects, a seasonal employee housing feasibility study. We got our number through some discussions with the yacht club on their seasonal housing dorm. In a nutshell, our idea right now is that the feasibility study would help us determine, although we have a pretty good idea, but would help confirm the number of units that we could have in housing. And our thinking is it would be sort of yacht club-like in appearance and layout. And it would be somewhere at the Six Fairgrounds site, so this would perhaps include some amount of site design. It would help us determine how it could be managed. We are certainly not in a position to manage it ourselves right now, but is there a contractor out there who can manage it? What would that cost? So this is a feasibility study from the standpoint of designing it conceptually and operating it. And also kind of a business plan, how's it gonna be funded? The town pier supplemental funding, I think you know about this one. This is about to go out to bid, and we ought to have a number for the town meeting, but it is gonna be kind of last minute. Traffic modeling, this is something that's come out of some board discussions, and you may have heard Selectman Fee talk about if we're gonna be doing, say, roundabouts at the different locations, what's the downstream impact on traffic once they get through the roundabout? Is it all gonna be jammed up elsewhere? So, is Mike still here? No. Transportation planners talked a bit about this, and there is a program. There's a number of different ways you can do this. The concern was, can we do it ourselves? And I think the initial thought was probably not. But if we can get some system set up, maybe we can manage it ourselves going forward. Document management, we're really struggling with getting all of our documents, electronic and also just managed in general. We've started some initiatives, including Laserfiche and what else? Laserfiche.
Laserfiche is the
So-
document scanning and archiving.
And this would be, we're doing that now. We got a pilot with health.
And it worked-ish, or whatever, more.
So this would continue doing that.
You see something.
Coastal Resiliency Plan, this is something of a placeholder, this number, and it would be for projects associated with the plan itself, which is not quite done yet. That's why it's a placeholder. We do have a grant. We have a placeholder in the state's environmental bond bill of $500,000 for coastal resiliency planning that came out at the end of the summer. So there may be offsets, matching funds, local, in connection with that. So that's where this number sort of came from, but there could be any number of initiatives that come out of the Coastal Resiliency Plan. Baxter Road relocation, this would not actually relocate Baxter Road, but it would help us determine what is it going to take to relocate Baxter Road. I have some preliminary numbers from an engineering firm as to what it would take, and so far what we've talked about is it's not really going to be taking Baxter Road and moving it back. It's gonna, because there's a lot of land acquisition issues in connection with that, and other environmental issues, there's some wetlands back in there. So the thought was to develop a plan that would basically be a series of access roads that lead to the homes that would be cut off in the event of a failure of the road or the road not being there anymore, as well as are there property acquisitions that would need to be made, and what is all that going to cost, and how are we going to pay for it? Can it be bettered? So this is really more of the development of a plan for the relocation of the road. The meeting room trailer and the central fire station reuse are something of placeholders also. These items went in before the select board had a discussion about the soon-to-be old fire station, and we had done a pretty detailed spreadsheet of different options for the old fire station, and our initial recommendation was to move natural resources and health there, and also purchase this meeting room trailer. We're having real crunches right now with meeting space. However, during the discussion, it came up that perhaps that property might be better suited for affordable housing, since it's a board goal and its location and that sort of thing. So, long story short, it was referred to the Affordable Housing Trust to come back with whether or not they think it's feasible to do, and that's not going to be out for another couple of weeks. The senior center relocation study, this is more of a conceptual sort of design money and site design. The idea right now is that the senior center would be out at Sherburne Commons, and this money would sort of figure out exactly where and what it could look like and the conceptual sorts of things. Although there are probably going to be ongoing discussions about whether or not there is existing facility there to use instead of building an entirely new facility. So I think this may help. We probably ought to keep the money in case we need to, depending on what our path is, but that is in connection with that.
Have we outgrown our existing senior center?
Yes,
Okay.
we have. And there is a study that came out that this Center for Elder Affairs, in conjunction with the Council on Aging, engaged a study a year or so ago. And it was an elder needs study. And one of the biggest recommendation, I guess, would be we need a new senior center, and it shouldn't be where it is now for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
So the board then subsequently formed a group to look at other locations, which they did, and they came to Sherburne Commons and talked with Sherburne Commons about it. And it is town-owned land through a lease, a long-term lease, but they are amenable to some kind of arrangement out there.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So that's the town admin. Any questions? Human resources. There are a couple of things for them, which may not be 100% accurately worded in your packet, but I can explain.
Page 53,
53?
if you have pages.
What number?
53.
So we've got a few things going on in HR. The position item that says recruitment coordinator, we're talking about a recruitment coordinator, and then the staffing study came out, and we had some discussions with the consultant about actually not making that so much of a recruitment coordinator, but there's apparently in the industry a position called HR generalist. So we're going to do that, and what we'd like to do is that, and that individual will help with recruitment issues, which is actually starting to take quite a bit of time, but also help with other things, employee issues, wellness. We're not spending enough time on employee issues, specific to individuals and workplace matters, things like that. We just don't have the staff, and we have a lot of employees, and there are a lot more regulatory requirements that have come up and that are in existence that we need to pay a lot more attention to. So this position would deal with those things. There is a reclassification in the department which would reclassify our current benefits coordinator position to be assistant human resources director. A couple of operational expenses. The MEPA audit is the Mass Equal Pay Act, and it was either amended or new about a year or so ago. And municipalities really need to pay attention as to what their pay, their wage scales are for minorities and females and males. And we are going to do an audit to see how we are there. And there have been a little bit of discussion about this. There is a pending Supreme Court case on this that, I forget, it's not in a town, I don't think.
It's at Concord or something. There is a town that's going through it. I believe it might be Concord. English trying to get ahead.
Yeah, so we actually have a little sort of training session next week with Labor Council about this, and to make sure that our pay scales are accurate. We will be required to do some kind of an audit at some point. It's fairly new now, so we haven't really gotten anything from the state about it yet, but it's going to come. OSHA compliance, we kind of went round and round about this. Early on, we, and the chief, fire chief, when he was in, he mentioned that municipalities are now required to comply very specifically with OSHA, where we weren't before. We actually were talking about maybe we need a central OSHA coordinator or a safety coordinator. This is starting to become a thing in towns. Barnstable has one. They're larger, but it's getting more and more paid attention to. We had some training about a week ago and I had, with a person who I had already heard about from a Cape Cod managers meeting. She came and did a presentation to the managers in October, and she was really excellent at explaining why you need this and why you need to pay attention to it. And it's not just employees in safety-sensitive positions, it's me, or not, forget about me, my staff and admin people. There's a lot of things that they need to know or be aware of. So instead of a new position, though, because we couldn't really pull the trigger on that just yet, this funding would develop a plan for how the town of Nantucket is going to comply with the OSHA requirements and deal with its safety issues. The departments, and David mentioned this too, sewer, water, public works, they're all very good at this now, but it needs to be centralized in some way so that we're not duplicating efforts, and so that the required training records and training is all centrally managed, so we know what everybody's doing.
It's not even just training. You're going to find that you're going to need
Correct.
10,000 volt gloves that have to be tested every 6 months.
Yep.
And, yeah.
Exactly. It's equipment, it's PPE, it's...
Master notebooks,
yeah.
all the bad ingredients and stuff.
Exactly. Any questions about HR?
Just a request, given that you're looking at it and obviously other departments are looking at it, before everybody starts spending their own money on this, can you do it in accord? Can you herd the cats? So
We are trying to herd the cats now. Some of them have specific issues, like sewer has very specific wastewater safety protocols. Public Works has very specific, and sewer too. There is some overlap, like the trenching that David was talking about, and the trench box. I think it was him that mentioned that. That ought to be able to be utilized among whoever needs it, that sort of thing. But yes, and this plan will help us sort that out, because we don't want to see a lot of people doing their own thing.
So those things that are specific to the sewer and water and whatnot are, their operating procedures.
Yeah.
What you put together across the town for OSHA compliance is much more systematic, and that's
Correct.
what ought to be. Everybody ought to
Yeah.
buy into a system, so you don't have 4 people keeping records.
Exactly.
And then they can hang their own specific procedures off of that system. I would just urge that
Yeah.
you look at it this way. This gets really complicated really fast.
It does. You're right.
So-
And duly noted and appreciated. Plus, I believe, has just one item for overtime. And I didn't tell Andrew he had to be here to explain it, but I said that I would do it. While they are pretty well fully staffed right now with inspectors, there is, I think we all know, an increase in building permit applications, and inspections need to be done within a timely manner, and this is to authorize that to happen outside of normal working hours when needed. They simply don't have enough in their budget right now. The town clerk, did they actually have anything?
Well, perennial question is, are they charging enough for their permits in order to
Okay.
defer the costs, and so much of this is demand-driven?
They routinely look at building permit and other building department fees, also HDC application fees. And I think the HDC fairly recently, within the last 18 to 24 months, did approve some increases. I will double check that, but what I hear is that they're pretty competitive. But I will inquire about that again.
Competitive with who? You can only go one place for these permits.
With other towns.
Yeah, but, if you need a permit to do plumbing work here, you can't get it from Barnstable.
No, I mean, like,
Price-wise.
I didn't mean competitive.
It's
Comparative.
equal. Yeah,
Comparable.
But, our costs aren't. Anyway.
Right. There's some stuff that has to be weighed.
Yeah. And I realize that's the only exception, or the only request here is for the overtime, but there is a note that they'd like more staff, or that they're inadequate staffing to complete long-term planning activities as well to meet day-to-day demands. So you know, to the extent that more personnel is needed, maybe more funding.
That was probably written prior to the authorization to fill the senior planner position, which was authorized within the last, I don't know, 6 months or so. So they haven't hired that yet, and that ought to
So
be.
this key issue for FY 2020 was, this is outdated by 6 months?
Maybe not that quick. There's been discussions over that. I think they may have advertised in the last few months, maybe at that.
Yeah, I don't even know if they've advertised there.
But they have been given the approval to go and advertise for the senior planner.
Good.
Based on some internal changes.
I mean, anecdotally, I don't know what the turnaround time is on permits and things, but as a sometimes customer of the Plus Department, I can say things are moving more quickly. Seems to be moving smoothly there, so that's good news.
4 weeks on a building permit.
That's great. That meets the statutory requirement for the first time in years.
As you probably know, we have a new building commissioner who started about 3 weeks ago. And he is formerly the building commissioner from Dartmouth, Mass. He lives in Falmouth. He commutes over. So he's very familiar with, you know, how to make this work.
Good.
So as it turns out, town clerk didn't actually have any exception items. Culture and tourism, I think, has one, and it's for the water stations. We've been having a lot of discussion about, you know, sort of in anticipation potentially of a plastic water bottle ban.
Do we skip over town clerk altogether?
Yes, oh, if you have a
Yeah, I just
question.
had a question about, we desperately need staff assistance with the meeting posting process. Is there technology that can help with this?
Okay, there is a technology, and it is in use. And this is I won't call it a complaint. It's a concern that has been expressed for several years now. We probably do a little bit more with our meeting postings than most towns do. We're well beyond what the law requires. So their concern is that it takes too long to post a meeting. So what we've worked out, it hasn't quite started yet, but we hope that it will very soon. We had a position in the fiscal 19 budget for an open meeting law compliance person. It took a long time for us to get applicants for that. We now have a couple of applicants for that. We have agreed with the town clerk that that position will actually go under the town clerk rather than town admin and help with the meeting postings. They will also do some minutes and help with public records requests and things like that. So this ought to address that concern.
Great.
And they've been in on the interviewing and stuff like that.
Out of curiosity, is the assistant town clerk going to become the town clerk? And
Well, the assistant town clerk in the absence of the town clerk is the town clerk. So right now, Nancy Holmes technically is the town clerk. She is going to run for town clerk, and that position is up in April.
She was endorsed at special town meeting to be
Interim.
interim.
For that special
that
town
meeting, yeah.
Great.
But she will,
Oh,
that
I
will
see. It was
probably.
just for the meeting itself. It wasn't
Correct.
for, okay.
No, it wasn't permanent,
In
but
perpetuity.
that may need to happen again at the annual, because the election's after. Oh, yeah, water stations for culture and tourism. So in anticipation of this potential water bottle ban, and even without the water bottle ban, in order to encourage people not to use plastic water bottles, we have been talking about ways in which we can do that. So one of them is to have more water filling stations around. And we're hopefully going to be issuing water bottles. When were we going to do this? 4th of July, thank you. As a kind of a way to encourage people, you know, use this water bottle, and we're going to try to put on the water bottle a little map of where all the water filling stations are. But if you want to reduce or eliminate the use of plastic water bottles, you have to provide water. So that is what this will do.
So we voted that in and deferred it. Have we had any, not like I want to go to another meeting, have we had meeting discussions, or are we?
It has not gotten approval of the Attorney General yet.
Okay.
So quite frankly, I was waiting till that happened.
Okay.
Because it's more, as you know, it's much more than plastic water bottles that were.
Well, I thought that was part of the discussion. We kind of gave it a generic, we weren't sure, and that was what the dialogue was supposed to be about.
Well, the article itself is many, many different plastic, I shouldn't say many, numerous plastic items that may or may not make it through the Attorney General's office. I would imagine, at minimum, the plastic water bottle ban will happen. So we just haven't been able to spare the resources to deal with it, but we will need to deal with it.
Maybe what kind of water bottles are we planning on handing out? Metal ones?
Yeah.
How much do they cost?
I forget how much they are individually, but we were gonna seek some remain assistance. I think I can get you that. We actually started out saying they would be plastic, but you know, they're
Better plastic.
Then better plastic. You know, like Race Week hands out plastic water bottles, that kind of thing. But it just looked bad. So we said, if we're trying to, you know, it's hard to explain, we're trying to eliminate plastic water bottles, but here's one.
So who are you going to give these water bottles to?
Pretty much anybody who wants one.
Like the public or the?
Yeah, the public.
I can help you get some water bottles.
Well, Janet's already done quite a bit of research on
Okay.
it. You could be in touch with her about
Yes,
it, and she was
sure.
obviously trying to get the
I was going to say, if you're willing
less
to accept
expensive.
advertising on them, I would suspect.
I was going to
I
say,
was- yeah,
I know
I was
at
gonna
least
say
two water
that
bottle
we-
companies that would be very happy
We'll,
to
we'll
do
talk to
this.
her, because she's already gone way down a road here.
Yeah.
And I think she's gone down it with Remain, I'm sure. So, but anyway, I wasn't involved in all
So
the
David will be a
details.
lifeguard this summer, and you'll be meeting Sarah's handing out bottles. These budget reviews are very interesting.
And I'm happy to, the last 2 weeks of August, to get back out and surf
That's
some beach.
excellent. I jotted you down as
I feel
someone
very
who'd help out.
confident.
Sure.
Maybe do we have an estimate
Still pass the swim test, that's the real question.
of how many bottles we would give out in a season?
That is a good question.
We were thinking that in this particular instance, this was going to be a kind of a kickoff event, and that we would just
Yeah.
hand them
I
out,
can do
you know, over the course of a weekend. And if there were some left over, they could just be available at the visitor services office. We didn't get down the road of let's have them all the time and hand them out to people.
Got it.
I think that's it for these town admin departments.
Thank you.
So, IT, health, and natural resources,
They're not really presenting their budget.
right, there's the exceptions.
Quite the exceptions.
Yeah.
Do you want, are you interested?
No, I was gonna move, actually, back over here. Sorry?
Who do you want?
Oh, Karen? I'm just moving. You can start walking.
Karen's gonna grow
Oh, well, Karen can introduce, but Karen is our relatively newish IT
Person.
person, CTO.
Let me help you with that, Libby.
And she started last July. Oh, and she came from school.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. The IT department has a few requests for FY 2020. As far as positions, I am requesting to increase an existing part-time IT technician to full-time. This will help to expand our coverage for the help desk and desktop services. We're also requesting a Munis application support specialist. This was one of the recommendations for the staffing study. This person will focus on Munis and helping finance with their processes.
And is there a reason it's not, this position isn't over in finance?
Yes.
You don't have any money?
No, we do. Karen and I had extensive discussions about it, and while we are probably the largest user, it makes more sense to have it flow through IT so that they're aware of any issues that are going on, and that's where all the Munis experts that we have or currently have reside. so it made more sense to put it there. We had that discussion, and it was originally recommended to be in finance. But given that we're doing a really large, potentially the new rollout of Munis and whatnot, I mean, I think that it makes more sense to reside with the IT director at this point. There was a recommendation in the staffing study actually for 2 IT or Munis specialists, one specifically dedicated to finance and another position in the IT budget. And the first step is really to, from my perspective in discussions with Darren, was to get IT folks, IT Munis person up and running and focused, and then we could have further discussions about rolling out another one specifically dedicated to finance.
I'm looking to upgrade our current Comcast service to a dedicated fiber service. This is a much more robust and reliable internet service than what is currently utilized by the town, which is a copper-based shared service similar to what you have in your home. We're also asking for a department vehicle to provide so that my staff can transport town equipment throughout the town without using their own personal vehicles. For professional services, the increase will cover a continuation of our Energov e-permitting initiative, security assessment on the town network, support for our data center virtualization project, which we're doing right now, and also support for a project portfolio and project management application, which we're implementing this year. For capital items, the network infrastructure covers fiber runs to DPW, the Hatchery Airport, and from the town building through to the senior center, which drops at 34 and 37 Washington Street. This will allow those outlying departments to take advantage of the increased Comcast service that I would like to put in on the operating budget.
Excuse me, is there any economies associated with Comcast upgrading so that the entire island benefits? And I think there's a couple of parts to why I'm asking, aside from the fact that the service is spotty, as you have articulated.
That's kind of a complicated question. The type of service that we're putting in would be dedicated for town services. It's a direct link into our data center utilizing a specialized switch, so it's not something that everybody in town would be able to tie into unless they tie directly into our physical network. The ability to take advantage of that service is available to anyone, but it's a fairly expensive service to put in. I put this into the school district several years ago.
Would this be Comcast version of FiOS?
It would, similar.
Okay.
Similar, yes. It's a direct fiber. From
So it
once
depends on
it-
where you are on the island, whether you can really have it or not, or else it would be
Exactly.
ridiculously expensive to have in Wisconsin, right?
Right. Once it comes into the building and once it leaves the building, it's all fiber all the way through to the head end in Barnstable.
All right. So is there enough capacity, I'm sure there is, on the fiber that's coming to the island already to service more?
Yes, our Comcast representative did an assessment for what's coming onto the island and what is also coming into the data center right now, and there's actually sufficient fiber strands to accommodate the police department as well.
But there's not sufficient fiber strands to accommodate a broader use. I mean, I'm presuming that the fiber is coming to some sort of head station or whatever and then goes out.
Right.
And is there enough capacity to that point to service more of the island than just, your particular needs and the school's needs?
I don't really know the answer to that question. That would be, I would ask Comcast.
So we're jumping onto Comcast fiber system, or we're gonna run our own fiber? I'm not sure what you're trying to say to me. I mean,
We're using existing fiber that currently connects to Comcast to increase the service. So all of the fiber before it comes into the building was run by Comcast.
Right, so if we don't have fiber in this building, I don't know if we do or not, we're looking to just add that fiber run from here to
Right.
wherever on the pole, or wherever it's at.
Right, but that fiber is, the fiber I'm speaking of is the fiber that's coming into this building, into the public safety complex.
And my
to the
question
data
is
center.
around taking advantage of the fact that Comcast may be running fiber from the mainland to, if they're going to, and I don't know what's involved in doing that, but if they're pulling more cable, is how do you get Comcast, not the town to pay for this, but how do you get Comcast to put enough capacity so that you could spread out to private residences and businesses?
I believe that's what they've been doing all along. We have fiber running all the way around to Sconset, back over to the airport, and we run all the radar, and then it goes, if you want to pay extra, underwater.
So you're suggesting I should just pay more money so I can get faster speeds?
I mean, there's services there that I know of. I don't know what the bandwidth is, how much room they have, but.
Well, that's
only
that's
guess.
what
Dave
I'm
was asking.
Yeah.
That's the service that they've been putting in for.
Call Comcast.
Right.
Everybody's
Do you have a number?
I do have a number. I got to speak to him yesterday.
This is, this is, we're going to start probably at 300 megabits for the bandwidth. So it's fairly high speed. It can go up to a gig.
Comcast has a monopoly on the island essentially, so why should they make that kind of expenditure?
Currently, yes.
Yeah.
So as ludicrous as my next statement may sound, I actually don't think it is. I think longer term, in an economy that's a service economy that's fundamentally low wage, if we're going to be able to offer jobs to people that have higher wages, that participate in our technology world and live on Nantucket, you've got to have some of the basic infrastructure to do it.
Yes.
And so my question is really looking, it's less about the town, but it's more of an economic development question, which is how do we start to push our suppliers to think about this? And that's why I'm asking the question in relation to the fact that you're talking about upgrading the.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think the town ought to be using its buying power to encourage Comcast or whatever other vendors may be available to do that kind of thing. Eventually, that's what the economy needs. Eventually, that's what the town needs to support the residents. So, if this is the time to do it, we ought to be having that discussion before this money's spent.
I bet you didn't expect to walk into this discussion, did you?
Have you priced out, all of the fiber modems and all the rest of you're going to have an umbilical fiber coming to this building, and then you have to have a fiber modem.
The number here includes everything.
Oh, so you've got a bid then.
Can I ask a little more general question? And I should probably know this, but in terms of the IT department, Karen, that you supervise, does that just cover town and town administration, and then the police has their own IT? And can you describe a little bit how much, is there duplication of services across the town in terms of IT support and IT hardware, or do you really sit at the top of the pyramid and supervise and direct people in the other various departments?
The IT department, the town department that I am responsible for, provides services, as you said, for all town departments, with the exception of the police department, the airport, and the school district. There might be one other. We do provide access to the Munis financial system and other townwide services that all town departments access. So there is some support provided to everybody from our department. But our day-to-day operations and our general networking is provided to the general town departments.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and there's just one other smaller item, was every 2 years we have a standing request for $50,000 capital for desktop computers and printers.
Why is that not an expense? Why is
No,
that
it
not?
should be capital.
It should be?
They last a while.
For accounting reasons, it should be.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Now you're responsible for getting Comcast fiber all over the island. But other than that,
Very
Well, actually, when they do it, when FiOS does it, they bring it to your house. They don't put the fiber in your house. So you're still using your copper in your house, but it's still much, much better than what else is out there.
I'm not trying to hurry them on, but I think we can.
I love it. Let's do it.
Granted.
Yes, we are, we're behind, and I promised her. So,
Fair enough. I will.
Okay.
I wasn't gonna go there.
Yeah, I have there's only two requests. One for another car to continue the replacement of our two 11-year-old cars, one of which did not pass inspection this year. So,
Details.
There's no shock there.
yeah, we're in the process of replacing that car right now. Rebecca has the order. And then the second one is for another inspector. That was part of the Novak Consulting recommendation. And it's also, I think it should be in the EIR, but just in case you haven't seen it, in FY18, we did 2,625 inspections. That comes out to an average of 3.5 inspections per person per workday. And that's all plus all the associated paperwork that is not accounted in this. So it's we're starting to get to a point of saturation. Those are the only two requests.
Well, I was just going to comment about the cars. Seeing everybody's getting cars, is it advantageous at some point to consolidate, kind of like the government, the GSA takes care of all the cars, so instead of every department having a car department.
You get like a zip car scenario?
Well, you just take
Sign
out
them out.
all the property, and you go, if you want a car, you go to GSA. and they give you a
Manager
car.
for the town.
The central fleet manager is working
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Cool. Sorry for wasting your Saturday.
It's not a complete waste yet. It's only 1:15.
on. He enjoys town government and watching it.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Good. Well, then you're welcome.
What she said.
You need evaluation.
thank you, Roberta.
Thank you.
I like that. What she said, yeah, exactly. That was good, Libby. Yeah, tag in and tag out, that's good.
All right. Hello, everybody. Jeff Carlson, the Natural Resources Director. We only have three exceptions that we've requested this year. I'll touch on the operational expense first. The Nantucket and Nantucket Harbors Action Plan is a plan that's approved by the state and kind of sets policy direction for activities within the harbor. The last update included things like the harbor overlay districts through zoning and some of the directives through there. It's come to its expiration date and it needs to be renewed. And that update, we're hoping to include some new aspects that have kind of come in through hazard mitigation planning and coastal resiliency, and include sections in that plan now that address sea level rise and climate change and trying to address what's going forward better. And we're estimating that that plan update, after discussions with Urban Harbors, who's done the previous two plans, to be in the neighborhood of that $100,000 mark. So we've requested those funds to get that plan that's state required. It's proper update. That being said, to go with that.
How often does it have to be updated?
We update it every 10 years, sir.
And do you guys have a plan to coordinate with the resiliency plan on this?
Yes. So one of the main goals of all of these plans is to have them integrate a little bit better. So it's coming at a very good time. And the reason why we delayed the harbor plan a little bit, we wanted to start it earlier, and even talked about it for being in the current fiscal year, was with hazard mitigation plan, the town enrolling in the municipal vulnerability program, the coastal resiliency plan, kind of all coming online here in the next 6 months. We thought it made more sense to wait to do the update for all those plans to be finalized and to integrate kind of into one cohesive document addressing the harbor. And once that's in place, that'll lead us into the 2020 water quality plan. That's part of the strategic plan from the select board. So that's kind of the timeline that we thought made the most sense and what we're kind of moving through. So we don't have contradictory plans or things that we're doing that kind of push and pull against one another. They're all kind of cohesively moving forward. So
that's kind of where we're shooting at.
Is this discretionary? It's not mandated.
The harbor plan is something that if we want to stay eligible for a number of state programs and grants, that we need to keep up to date. So
But it's not required.
it's not required, but
Does it address transportation?
yes, there's a section that talks about some of the transportation on and off the island.
Speaking of plans, I don't know if this concludes it. Did we ever dredge Pocos Harbor or the channel of Pocos Harbor?
In progress.
Yes, sir.
Right now, it's in progress.
They should be actually, I think today may actually be the last day that they had on their extension, so they should be finishing up with their, they have some survey work I know left to do, but they should be finished here in the next week, I would imagine. All right, so moving on, we've also requested 2 positions for this year. I'll touch really quickly on the seasonal increase. As you may or may not know, last fall, our water quality specialist, Caitlin Shaw, left employment of the town, and we have hired a new water quality specialist that will be starting here shortly to bring that person up to speed and get used to all of the field procedures and practice that we've been doing to maintain consistency. We're anticipating some of our other full-time staff having to do a little training and field training and getting used to the program. To pick up the slack from that, we're looking to add 1 extra seasonal position for this year only to kind of bridge that gap and free up those people from some of their day-to-day work to help bring our water quality specialist kind of up to speed and get her acclimated to Nantucket and to our programs as quickly as possible. The other position that's a little...
Before you go
Yes,
on, it seems to me we were in this position a couple of years ago where we had seasonal people and then request was made to convert them to full-time people, which we did, what's to say we're not going to be in the same position again a year from now?
Well, we're starting the regular full-time person that would be filling this role.
No, I know, and you had full-time people before, and then they were seasonal. You had
Correct.
two seasonal
So-
people that you then wanted to convert to full-time people. It's sort of, it's creep, and that's,
It's creepy.
No, definitely. I think in this case, the reason why I know we're not going to be back looking for this position to be full-time specifically is we're really just using it to make this personnel bridge, and I understand why those came back. The issues that we were having with the previous part-time to full-time is we were finding that we were losing more and more staff time to training, to preparing those people to get them out in the field, and the amount of time that we were losing in getting people ready to help warden for shellfish season or to deal with protected species was taking away from the regular mission of the department, and keeping that continuity and year to year in those programs and combining those has been a real benefit to us as far as time to focus on some of our other programs that frankly needed the attention. So I don't think in this case we'll be back looking for any of that at this point. Obviously, as plans and goals change over time and directions from the select board change, we'll be back with any expense increases related specifically to staffing mandates or anything that any future staffing studies recommend, but I don't think that this one is intended to cause any creep or be back. That being said, we do have a full-time position that we're proposing, and this position directly relates to the Coastal Resiliency Plan and the Municipal Vulnerability Program, and it's something that we're excited about. It's something that's coming, this Coastal Resiliency Coordinator position, and it's someone that's really going to be in place to make sure that, that those plans, whether it be hazard mitigation, harbor, coastal resiliency, all tied together. It's a position that will be focused on essentially project management for resiliency projects, grant writing, grant management, and things that are focused directly on making Nantucket more resilient to some of the coastal situations that we're dealing with. Interestingly enough, at the Municipal Vulnerability Workshop Program, the #1 recommendation from that group of 50 people was the creation of this position, and we feel that it's a very important and valuable position to start working towards. I think we've all seen what can happen with coastal issues and when there's coastal hazards and things that are in the way, and making us more resilient and more prepared is something that we think is very important. So this position will be critical to that moving forward.
Comments?
I lost track. We got to do something as far as water testing, create our own laboratory or our own department for that. Wasn't the expense outweighing the amount of?
Sure. So recently, there's been some talk about the establishment of an on-island water quality testing facility. That's something that, through a private donation, we're actively investigating. There's a consultant that's been put together through a scope that the health director put together to help look at what a business model would look at to see if it would be possible, see if it would be sustainable, what the startup cost would be, and that's something that's currently underway. So I would imagine that that report will be in the next 3 to 6 months, I would imagine, to know what that cost would be. But that's in the very early conceptual stages for what that may look like.
Getting back to the resiliency coordinator, Jeff, I'd feel much more comfortable if we had the plan in and then we started talking about this position rather than talking about a position without a plan, because who knows what's going to end up being in the plan and whether in point of fact the town's even the right entity to solve some of these problems, or should Public Works be involved. And it just seems to me that we run the risk of running down a pathway here, thinking we know what this person is going to do, and then we go in a different direction. So I personally would like to see this position deferred for a year, come back next year. We should have, I would hope, some sense of where the resiliency plan is going, and then have this discussion. I'm not sure of the timing on the resiliency plan, but I suspect by the time we get through, it's going to be into the fall.
Well, I think just to kind of touch on that, I mean, I don't think there's any disbelief that this is a position that's going to have a lot of interagency coordination to do. Obviously, coastal resiliency isn't something that falls solely within natural resources or public works or health or any of these, and coordination with private entities. I think having someone in place while the plan is also being put together and developed and rolled out to the public, and to have a face to go with it and a point of contact for people is something that's going to be important. And I think we know enough about the plan and seen enough of draft versions of the plans and participated through the hazard mitigation plan, which is in front of the select board, I believe, next week? Week after, for ratification through the select board. And after the discussions with the MVP program, I think the framework is pretty clear. And I think it's a position that by the time, funding comes up and we start into the fiscal year, I don't really feel like, given grant season for a lot of these programs starts right now and kind of runs for the next 4 months, that delaying may be something that could potentially cost us an opportunity to deal with some of those. I know that's kind of my campaign speech for it, but it's something that I feel strongly that the role is defined enough to start vetting it. And like with any of our jobs, obviously things come up as initiatives are developed that change what those descriptions may be. And I think this position being adaptable is something that's going to be important, because obviously the environment's going to change and the conditions that we see are going to change, and everything's going to be flexible to try to respond as best we can.
Okay, my position on it, so.
I was saying, I dropped the job description because I was told to by the board, by reading specifically, so I don't know if it's a board initiative.
It is something of a board initiative.
That's fine. I'd say the same thing to the select board as well. I mean, I just think it's premature, and if you were sitting here and telling me that this person was going to pay for themselves through grants they brought in, and it was going to be revenue neutral to the town, and you had a plan for that, I might feel differently about it. But I just think where we are right now is it's a year premature. But general thought on where we're likely to end up on. Resiliency is a hot topic, and I understand that so everybody wants to do something, which I think is an appropriate general attitude and view. But starting to spend money on something that we don't know, and Anyway,
Well,
enough
I mean,
said.
no, I was gonna sort of pile on this. I was looking at this and saying, well, what work isn't gonna get done if this person isn't hired before you have a plan? So,
I think on our end, it also is a little bit of a chicken and an egg kind of thing. We really need a position to help work on the plan and get the plan done. And there is a tremendous amount of coordination that the person's going to be doing. There may be other projects that aren't necessarily in the plan that need to get finished up. The dredge plan needs to be done. Someone needs to manage that. There are currently projects that are going to be coming out of the Parks Master Plan that are going to be coastal related. We just don't have enough resources to deal with any of that. I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm sympathetic. I would much prefer to see, another, if not an assistant town manager, a senior project manager get funded out of your office that begins to take care of these things, rather than a resiliency coordinator in the natural resources department without, and I haven't seen the job description, so with apologies.
We'd be happy to send you the job description around. We are going to be turning the strategic projects manager now that is sort of vacant. Chuck Larson is still filling it, but he is working remotely. Our plan for 2020 is to turn that position into a second assistant town manager. But it won't be handling the coastal resiliency plan. It'll be handling more some of the strategic projects that the board has, special projects that come up. There's a special project that comes up once a week.
I'm sure that's true.
Not so special.
Regular
So,
projects.
anyway, I think it's premature, and I think it's nebulous, and, I'd be curious to see the job description, but, so, you heard me, so.
I did.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Jeff,
Jeff.
thanks very much.
Thank you.
okay, can Libby go home?
That's it. Sorry, Libby, we kept you a half an hour longer than I told you I would.
That's right. It's going to get too hot again.
Go away.
So, on behalf of our group, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
Town
you.
employees for
Thank you.
making your Saturday available.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Are you meeting, you're meeting Monday?
Yeah, we're
Yes.
gonna meet on Monday.
So I was,
I did not find, it's not posted yet in the agenda.
For what?
The warrant.
the draft warrant is, I thought Erin had posted the packet either yesterday or this morning, maybe she.
When I just looked within the past hour, it hadn't been, the packet hadn't.
She sent an email 7:30 something, she sent it to the board, I don't know if I posted it.
Yeah, it's not posted. It wasn't posted an hour ago.
Okay, yeah.
So, look at the agenda for the select board's meeting, because we're talking about is, we have not seen all the articles that are being proposed by the select board, and there are some articles that may have some impact on the citizens' articles.
Okay.
And so, rather than us running down
Two different paths.
different pathways, we're trying to, and that's not going to be adopted until Wednesday.
But we might have a draft before then, is what you're
Well,
saying.
we're going to see a draft, so, yeah.
And then who's,
It's
some
where? I'm
people
sorry.
are coming to our meeting on Monday, correct?
Yeah, we have people
last
coming on,
Wednesday.
that's
Oh.
part of,
For this.
I didn't get one of those.
yeah, this and
So
the,
if
How
I-
efficient they are.
this
If I go
capital
out to
plan never got sent out. It was in the packet with the
select board meeting.
select board.
It's in there.
If they
Okay, so
still-
you're gonna send the capital program committee report?
Packets, now they don't.
So,
2 seconds.
I don't even, I have to go back. What do we need for Monday? I'll back and take care of it real quick.
pull up the agenda.
Did you see a copy of this?
Are people showing up to speak to us on that?
Yeah,
So you're discussing citizen articles then on Monday?
So I'm
I think people
We
are
are.
coming to present to us.
Yeah.
Okay, so then.
Government.
You just need to make sure you have all the citizen articles again.
just so that you.
Well, I think we have,
You have
I have them,
Yes.
so don't kill any more trees on
No.
that. What
I know,
we need
or is it under
is the
select
draft
board,
of
under
the
S?
town's warrant, because I do know
You could go
that
to
there's gonna be a
select board, yeah.
conflict with at least one of the
They
citizens
used to have the
articles.
packets with it. The other
Select
day we
board.
went through
I don't wanna, I don't think we wanna run down, again, run down.
going to
a
trial.
And
bad
also
path.
the Capcom.
Yeah, no, I
can't
make sure
stuff.
that.
Okay.
I just want to make sure
I
there was
don't see
nothing
it.
else.
It's
I
not
needed to
any,
go run
it's
and
not
put
any of this
together.
crap
Capcom report.
stuff.
If you go to the, if you go to
But are
the,
you gonna focus on the warrant?
if you go to the
warrant articles
calendar.
on Monday?
How do I do that?
I-
Go back to
Well, to the
calendar.
extent that we can start to have a discussion about the
Calendar?
ones that are,
There you
So
go.
if you want to, I can take you through the draft and just point out
Calendar.
stuff.
if you would,
And we need to go
if you'd be
down
willing to
to
do that, I think that'd be greatly appreciated.
This one,
Yeah,
right?
select board, right?
More details.
Okay.
Go.
Because we're behind.
There should be a packet somewhere
we're all
down. Well, see now it says download agenda, but it used to have the
Is there?
packet in there too.
If you would be willing to do that on Monday, that
Put a
would be
bunch of
fine.
those things. and
Thank
stuff
you.
there.
The packet for next Wednesday is not available.
But even now, did they change this?
Can I,
Going on these things that
just to
have the agenda
formally
on there,
bring
and
this to a
there's
close,
there's
can
a
somebody
packet.
make a motion to adjourn?
They
Please.
do.
So moved.
If you look at last week,
Second?
you'll see the
Second.
packet.
Thank you. Thank you,
But sometimes it's not available.
committee, for
This one's-
dedicating your Saturday
It's not
to
available.
It's not yet.
Great
They're-
company.
That's what
Thank
they're
you.
been
That's where I
discussing.
have to find
It's all
it,
They thought
between
that
now
it
and
was
Monday.
It'll be over in that little corner with the PDF with the agenda
All right.
that click on it to say.
Thank you, Cliff.
See you Monday.
Well, you did
Yes,
better than I
thank you.
do. I'm a basic user.
Now he's gonna
This is
get
our website. Not advanced.
So, this notion about fiber and whatnot
Yeah,
is,
it's a good point, because who else is gonna work here if they can't have
Well,
high-speed access?
you can't work here.
Well, there's
Yeah.
fiber on the island, you just have to,
We're running out of dirt to build. There will always be renovations and things, but, we have to think about what the next generation's gonna do here for work. And not just the kids, but like, what's the next, what would the demographics of Nantucket look like? We should have consultancy, positions, and we should have advertising, we should have, white collar jobs here. We're increasingly more connected to DC and Boston and New York year round with flights. We can be, a bed town for the city. And frankly, I think it would improve the school district. I think it would improve lots of things.
And it's interesting, I've had this conversation with Cozart. Because I said, you need to introduce, some of these sort of vocational, I was focused on technology.
Yeah.
And if you heard what he said last week, what are they doing? They're adding more vocational,
Yes,
fundamentally low-wage
yes.
jobs.
Gardeners.
Yeah, and as long as we run that economy, we're always gonna have a housing problem here.
Yep.
I mean, affordable housing is not just lack of product, it's an income problem.
Yeah, it's an income problem.
But
And-
affordable housing was a problem in 1964.
Because it's an income problem. And if we continue to think that we can, we just want to perpetuate a service economy, and that's crazy. That's not what, you and I may be, we probably won't be long gone, but you'll still be here.
I'm living to 150.
You are, I know.
This is the last time I'm coming to one of these on a Saturday to find out I'm dying soon.
There's talk that in the next census where I
There's a
can
graph for all
reduce the 10% affordability
Yes,
requirement
David.
because more houses are being taken offline, so to speak, as year-round.
$1,000 worth of damage on my
And
car,
that's-
I'm gonna
that's
die
the
soon.
problem,
That's
that
not my
nobody's able
way
to
to spend a
afford it.
Saturday.
But they would be able to afford it if we had other types of jobs available. We wouldn't have, there's few of my classmates, not very few, but many people leave after they graduate high school here and they go other places and they never come back because they don't see an opportunity to make money. But there can be, we're increasingly more connected. Everything's digital now. You can work here, but you need the infrastructure to support it. And it starts with the, physical infrastructure, but then it's other things, we need other things to do, and then it builds upon itself, but very basics.
That was defeated, wasn't it?
Bowling alley, the kids wouldn't drink the beers, but
So that to me, you know.
Well, the fiber cables
If
wrap
I were-
around the electric.
Yeah, I mean, we're,
Comcast, I think,
maybe
owns
5G will,
I just got
Yeah,
5G in my house
maybe
the
that
other
wipes it
day,
out.
yeah.
and it is smoking fast compared to what I've.
What, 5G?
I have it in my house now, and it is
5G?
unbelievable.
No.
Yes, I have a 5G connection.
From
How did you
Comcast?
get that?
Don't ask me. I just put a new TV in and it said, you want to upgrade everything? I said, sure, this is okay, and I'll use this one
No,
5G.
but 5G is always, 5G is wireless. That's
Yeah,
a-
5G
that's a
is
cellular
wireless.
thing.
It's still unbelievably fast.
Yeah.
I was thinking.
But that's a misnomer branding thing that
I don't care,
Comcast is
it's
telling
way
us.
fast.
Yeah.
Compared,
forget
I used to hit a button and go get a coffee and come back.
Right.
So
I
this is,
had the notion, and still have the notion of actually putting a company together to put 5G here on Nantucket. Comcast isn't gonna do it.
Denise, did you get that triangular router?
I don't know.
That little
what I-
tower?
Started doing
Yeah,
it
that's
maybe
really
5 or 6 years ago. doing
Whatever
a
I
little
have
bit
is
of
cool.
research on what it would take to do a ubiquitous
Thank you,
Wi-Fi
Terry.
here in the way that they do it.
You're
I think that technology's not, you know, it's never gonna.
All right, listen, you're not recycling properly. I was gonna put that bottle in
Here,
there.
I think we can get through it. And I think we can couple that with, I think we should be having our
Thank you, Denise.
fees
Thanks,
and
Cliff.
And our counter rental space fees at the airport should be structured in a way that encourages JetBlue and these other operators to be here more or less year round. You know, that would change the. I don't know, I mean, I think all the time about, you know, if I can send Colin, my son, to school here when he's old,
Yeah.
or if
Be
he's gonna
fabulous.
wanna be here,
Yeah.
you know, not just can he be, but would he wanna be, you know? I think if my dad wasn't a contractor, I wouldn't have gotten the real estate bug, but I don't expect that that's what Colin's gonna wanna do. Not everybody can.
I just, you know, it's interesting, my next door neighbor who just moved permanently to Nantucket, he and his wife, he runs a sales team for Oracle out of here. But he said, he can't participate in client pitches, you know, a lot of which are just done, you know, online. And there's another friend who lives on Main Street who actually runs a bank, chairman of a bank in Africa. He tries to run his business out of here. I mean, these are, you know, those are the kinds of opportunities, but, you know, the basic infrastructure, temperature of the really changed.
And so the good times we've had for the last 5 or 6 years are probably not gonna happen. Am I wrong?
No, I think
I'm not saying, but I say that thinking, I think Nantucket is in remarkably better shape than almost every other town in the Commonwealth. Our financial surpluses are sort of
I think we are.
easing, or maybe, you know, or not as available. We don't know that. Because I think if people on this committee felt like, you know, the town's finances are becoming under stress, maybe it wouldn't be quite as.
Well, I do tell everybody that this is, you know, the ride is gonna end at some point, and I don't know exactly when. And if I knew, I'd probably go buy stock in whatever company was gonna fall, or rise quickly, or buy options or something, but it's a scenario where, I mean, it must, the biggest strain on us really are the two enterprise funds, getting solid waste, you can't get out of it anymore. No matter what we do, we're gonna be paying something. Whether we ship it off, whether it doesn't matter, we're gonna be paying them. And that's.
I heard Wicked Island.
It's one of the worst contracts for municipalities that I've ever seen in terms of.
So they make lots of money and we pay that.
Well, they claim they don't make any money, but that's, the thing is that there's no ability for us to see if the plant holds water. It's written in such a way that I can't see the books.
How long is that?
2025. But the other one, quite frankly, is the, is that your code and stuff? No, okay. I just want to make sure I didn't forget anything. No, I mean, and then the other one is the one that we have, we're
unfortunate. A lot of people spend $2 million on a solar idiot. If you look at what the money for our own, okay, 2.6 million coming from your meter. You get 2 million coming from the subsidy, coming from the subsidy. So you got almost $5 million revenue sources outside of user charges, about $8 million, $9 million. So it's 50% of all forward is coming from sources other than your kids. No problem with that. If you want to put a Medicaid payment, but basically, it's a changing environment.
It's affordable, in my opinion about the resiliency coordinator is well known, if we talk to the town manager and say, I'd like to see a position for a year.
I will make that, no.
And if we just, person, how, what I have to do, and the only reason it might not be that bad is it'll take a while to find someone.
I was gonna say that, but you may actually get your deferral in the end by just not being able to find somebody.
But you can find a person in a couple of years,
I don't want to speak for everybody, but the smartest solution may have been smarter would be to allocate money for a consulting firm to start the initial phases before both biggest full on, fully loaded position.
I sat in September, well, most of the stuff we're talking about is what's constant things. So, I mean, if you told me you want to put $85,000 into this person in whatever you can tell you, I would be no heat because I got things that actually would be useful. Process, but
So then what if we propose to move it somewhere else?
you went to a good manager in an area where actually there were going to be resiliency-related projects that are going to be responsible for that. Yes. But in natural resources, I mean, I'm not even sure people would invite you to meetings. It's not your strongest. I just think it's and, you know, I probably won't remember a year from now. That part-time position that we asked people.
No, we won't do it. Believe me. See, the thing is, David, is they can ask for everything, anything they want. But Libya was very clear at those meetings that this was agreed to because of the transition with Caitlin, what he presented. But it was not something that has in anybody's mind is something that's going to be moved to a full-time position at all. I was in those meetings.
Tell you right that.
Okay.
And are you up to speed on, this senior thing? Sure. Because, you know, what you, and I know some of my board members talk to Libby, but, you know, spending first of all, there's been no discussion formally with Sherwood Commons and what they want to do. The group that was appointed wants to go and stand for potential problems. And we have a real problem with that because like the town, and I'm not being hard ass about this, the town has no right to get on that site. It does only for skilled nursing. The town wants to do something. Joe's on our board. We agree we'd like to explore it. But we have to have a conversation. And we've got space. We've got 3% more space than they currently have would be available a year from now. And we have to spend any money. So the work group has met with
So they're operating in.
Thank you, Steve.
Their own little
Thank you.
bubble.
No, they met, Kevin sat in,
first of all, it's not gonna go straight to design firms to design anything because there'd be a whole slew of other things we have to have in place first, like building out. So it would be.
But look at how we do our feasibility studies on here. Like, it's not a financial feasibility or a programmatic feasibility. We tend to go and design, do conceptual designs of what it would look like to get an idea of what it would cost. That's how we approach Journey. Yeah, I mean, and that's what's going to come out of this. You're going to get some, some alone.
Well, the other approach really, to me, needs to be that I'm not sure why this whole part isn't part of the discussion about what's moving out, why aren't we considering connecting the two facilities into one to leverage and maximize the benefits of the town. But that I was never asked my opinion, so that's why.
Well, I mean, that's
Short.
good question, and I don't know what to work with.
I mean, why would we get that? It seems foolish to me to spend 10 million here and 40 million there, and we were spending 50 million. Could we leverage that to a lower number and still get everything we need for both facilities? And it doesn't make sense. But it goes back to this other thing. And maybe the reason nobody wants to have the honest discussion about the override for animal homes is because nobody wants the real answer. Because I have also said, I think you and I have had the conversation, if people don't want to agree to the override, then to me, we're not funding this correctly, and why are we going down the road of wanting to spend tens of millions of dollars on a facility that nobody wants to fund correctly? Because we have to operate it now.
And some of us don't want to fund, period. And that's nobody wants. Anybody that's elected doesn't want to touch that. If they want to go. Sure.
But we're headed towards it.
I understand.
We're absolutely headed towards it.
Well, that's funny, but I really wonder if that's what, I'm wondering whether if someone actually comes in, this is what's, it's a shame, but why are we subsidizing 40 beds to $100,000 a bed here? It's time to bite the bullet and do it almost done with that business. I mean, my question. And I'm not sure that there are voters on the islands that finally someone's, it's just that the people that are pro building another one are allowed. I don't know.
So there's one way to, CARES being given. So there are 35 beds in operation. Everybody, somehow the market has figured out how to solve it. And the hospital, with the new hospital, there's going to be no Medicare business going to Rhode Island. And that's the only way those numbers will move. And we look at Medicare revenues going down, and you can talk about bringing more services in, people did, what we didn't tell you was what's it going to cost you. Get the audiologist or whatever. That's what's happened. You talk to Rachel, she'll tell you, it costs $150 to get the audiologist, and they get reimbursed at $125. So, you're losing money, so you don't provide that service. And you're increasingly stuck with Medicaid business, and your private pay numbers are, people figure out how to deal with the financial requirements to qualify for Medicaid. So your private pay numbers are right? And I don't see Medicaid rates coming up.
No, it's going to be directed. It's going to be directed at people aging in their homes. And what we're going to be, you and I have talked about, we're going to be sending some to talk about what's going to happen that people can no longer age in their home. Well, we could put anything there. I could show up the town subsidies per bed that we're authorized to operate, or per census, because that's more realistic of what the subsidy goes. You know, I don't agree. I don't see. I don't see the census getting the whole 40 again. I think, and I do. I mentioned that. Nobody wants to go. So I don't know.
The Sherman, people that particularly love going to Sherman, I mean, I think that making that decision that you increase the end of your life is just, it's horrible.
And, you know, we provide a pretty darn nice alternative and still, and, you know,
But again, I got chastised this year for proposing it, no plan on what to do with the money. I said, well, I don't really want to have a plan because I want to have living capacity. I don't think that we're not, this isn't an alternative to just go create flexibility to go spend it. It's create flexibility so if something happens, that we have that flexibility to deal with it. And I just go, well, you should have a plan, and why didn't you put all $1.9 million in the staffing study? So, I'm out of ideas in some respects.
I don't know, just hearing this story, I mean, isn't there a role, don't we as FinCom, I mean, for you to go in there and get,
It's part of the job.
you're the finance director, but it seems to me that if the committee, if our committee agreed with you, we certainly could add our voice to yours.
Like, the reality is that I know that not everybody's going to agree with me, but my complete feeling after being here for 6 years is if we're staying in this business, then we have to commit to funding it correctly, or else we shouldn't be in it.
I actually have come around to that viewpoint in the past when we talked. I've been reluctant to do an override because I thought that would end up sweeping the issue under the carpet. I hope that as you get squeezed with having to put subsidy dollars in and not doing something else. But what I think we've done is we're increasingly finding ways to spend all the money that we want, we'll stick some of it over in capital and we'll do this and we'll do that. And we've benefited from having a lot of free cash. If we didn't have free cash, this would be a much more dire discussion.
I've said it in a lot of meetings since it was in the house. I can't guarantee anybody that I'm going to be able to generate $9.5 million again. They have free cash. And we're going to have hard choices. And it is, I want people to understand what's why it's needed to do. It's not easy for me to go into Libby's office and say, we need a proposal, because it's asking people to let me raise substantially more than I'm lawfully allowed to raise in a tax rate. And it's not something that I undertake very lightly. It's not what I want, you know, but we also have, again, I mean, there are members of the school committee that truthfully believe that they should be getting all $1.9 million in their requests. There is. So you like a conversation about when do we put the brakes on it? There are substantially more pressure that is held in abeyance than people realize on what the town is doing than what we can do. I mean, there is a lot. It's you know, look, when the select board voted without even thinking, basically said, Brian, go figure it out. Go find a way to give the Affordable Housing Trust $3 million in fiscal 20. Okay, that's like everything I had to even get me to convince the CPC to do what they're doing.
So so with this new article that's coming in.
Which one, CPC?
No. 30 million or whatever the number is, I don't know.
I haven't even seen it.
Are you aware of this?
This isn't the device.
No, it's
It's another 30 million. The article is going to be, does it specifically name the property or is it just in general? So.
And maybe the address and then the part, what it's known as.
Yeah, the Nantucket is for sale. And there's movement sewer, it's got water, it's got transportation, it's got plenty of land, it's an existing big facility, so you're not going to, the NIMBYs aren't going to too bad. And,
It's right across from the airport, and there wouldn't be that many NIMBYs probably at the end of the day.
on the backside.
Oh, on Daffodil.
So that's just that in like the past week and a half to 2 weeks is thought to the surface. So select board would be, to put an order from here, to raise it. It's going to be at $25 to $30 million, which is going to obviate the need for Tobias to do what he wants. You get a lot of pushback. You can spend the same amount of money again, however, I think that's not fair. Investment tax credits. But then the next question is, do you need to, if you're going to do that, do you need to give $3 million over to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund?
Well,
Or, because this is going to go a long way to solving.
So
that's certainly a safe harbor. It is a safe. It's got to be. No, it is a safe harbor. I mean, it's. Well, it'll take care of all of them. Until the next sentence.
So which is an interesting question. I didn't even hear about this yesterday. It could alleviate the need for that article. That article is borrowing authorization. We think from the CPC fund for state. We could get ready for permanent. We could go to them to discuss how long we borrow it for. But they would start setting aside funds as was what we want, so that they would be available. So it potentially could wipe out the need to not have to do that. And then it would be back to CPC funding regular levels. The Tobias article, I think you and I had a conversation about what will get approved. But I can tell you this, that the Tobias article, even if it got approved, it can't go anywhere because the selectmen did not endorse or authorize us to vote a ballot question. And it is contingent on a proposition to that is.
Oh, so you didn't get a authorization?
The selectmen did not agree to put a ballot question on for that article. So even if it passed, they have to determine whether to call it a special election.
Can they call a special election? You know, special election only be called by the executive body.
I'm not sure that it's. Well, no,
They don't know that.
I don't know.
I don't think they, Tobias probably.
Doesn't realize.
Rick might know what it is, but did they do it in public?
Well, when I asked Lynn, she said the selectmen have set up these three occasions, they're going to put a ballot question on that. So I don't know.
So it may not yet be publicly noticed.
But, I mean, theoretically, anything voted at the April town meeting would have, it has to be September 15th. Have a ballot question attached to it in order for it to get. But the reality is that if the town were to endorse and support the article for this potential sum of money, then it really does kind of ruin a second one. Because, and I'm sure that movies would not agree to throw $60 million worth of borrowing authorizations for affordable housing. They might not think that that's such a great idea. But yeah, I didn't even know it actually. Friday, I heard rumblings of it, and when you and I talked, then I went back and actually read the article. Figured out what was happening.
I mean, it's great. I mean, I had heard last week about this. But I saw it as a middle of it. Called the talk to me about it. To say it's the worst idea that I can personally get behind, because it seems like it ticks enough boxes, and as long as they can figure out how to manage it without the town taking on that responsibility, I think that most everybody is listening to it like all key on the work we can think on a private.
Well, I think what we would do is that there's a couple of them that have done. Well,
saying, so you didn't look at.
It was on the review.
Right.
I don't know that I've actually met the person.
So Doug is becoming our go-to advisor in terms of how all the federal tax credits work. Because of his experience.
Does he work for Herman? It's already did.
But he's actually on the affordable housing board for the state of California.
Okay.
So they know. But I saw him in New York last week, and I was telling him a little bit about this, and he and Tucker communicate regularly. And he said there's a 4% tax credit. It's not as high as it is for new construction, but federal tax credit, so for renovations. So, you know, if the town gets smart about this, they would, you can potentially get this permission so the town doesn't have to put investors in these tax credits would be the ones that do fund the renovations. So, I mean, there's great opportunity, and it just seems like, okay, finally, this is something that is not reasonable. And then the other thing, we're going to bias that's not that scale.
Which you would ultimately be two problems. It would be the town directly in competition with people or private buyers. Well, private buyers, so it would be eliminating their ability to potentially buy. But the second thing is that the town obviously would have to go through the procurement process, which the minute people knew that the town was spending the money, I mean, everything, it's gonna hurt any other private buyer in the market because the cost is gonna go up. And I mean, 30 houses is not, we're not even gonna get 30 houses by the time it's done.
I mean, I happen to, well, hearing about this other project, that is true, because I was basically leaning towards supporting compliance, mainly because I think our problem is impractical enough between public resources, and the solution is something we should consider. This sounds like.
But I also think we might
to
have been
spend $30 million bucks.
We might have been able to solve some of it too with the CPC, because that CPC, our input actually was going to be a $5 million loan.
Yeah, you can
Ultimately, so we would have been able to leverage and do something else.
It's still small scale, and that's what.
No, I agree.
All right. have a good
Anyway,
weekend.
gentlemen, have a good rest of the weekend. See everybody.
So,
on
Ryan,
Monday.
thank you very much for all your work.
So what we're gonna do, David, is I'm gonna send you the warrant, I'll send it out hopefully today.
That'd be great.
Which is the one as of like 4:30 yesterday afternoon. And if there were any chance of changes made to it, we will just go over those changes. And then I will send a cap comment order. And I'm not gonna send anything else out for Monday since most people should have all the citizens articles. Yeah, I don't wanna kill any more trees if I can help it. If that's okay with you. Okay. Yeah, fair.
Thank you.
Oh, that's right. I think it was, especially given everything that we've dealt with in the last 5 months, trying to get through budgets and special town meetings and marijuana and everything, it's actually gonna be more of a relief to have this done now, to be able to still be able to hit all the time. So,
All right, I'm having a meeting with Julia and Alan on Monday at 11.
Oh, excellent.
I don't know if she's coming, I don't think she's on the island right now, but
no, I've actually met with her, I'm talking to her and met with her because Remain funded $50,000 of development for us to implement a new financial dashboard. And the town committed to Remain $10,000. And I got to talk with her, and it actually, I'm glad that she's there because it actually, it's easier because she obviously built community watch, but she'll be able to help get them there quicker with less input from me because she already has a pretty good idea of what we're looking for.
yeah.
So it'll be more like, hey, Brian, I was thinking about adding this. What are your thoughts on this versus what do you want on it? Because she's got a really good baseline already.
Already, sure. All right, take care.
Yeah, well, yes, you too. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Thank you.